This stream contains fast flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy or other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised.
Today, 4 more teams get a second chance to advance in the middle bracket. One wrong move, and you could be facing elimination down below. Hello, and welcome to VCT Americas Kickoff, coming to you live from the Riot Games Arena couches here in sunny Los Angeles, California. But we're not outside in the sun. We're here to watch more VALORANT, which is very exciting. Say yippee. Yippee!
I refuse.
Say yippee!
I'm holding my gun. I'm sticking to my guns here.
I'm gonna give a
solid wahoo.
Okay, I'll take a wahoo. That's a win for me. Well, you know, right now, all 4 international leagues across the world are hosting their kickoff tournaments, which of course means we're having some amazing plays. And here on Americas, we wanted to highlight some of those plays. Here's the top 3 that we've seen thus far in EMEA.
Under the belt beyond the bonus that they were able to deny conversion. Lots of ults here to try and clear through side. It opens up passage, but a quick flash and a quick push back. KC are ready this time.
Washed.
30 seconds left.
Lover's Rock has also been revealed. So for Ninja, he's not been having a great time, but it's... Did he fall asleep at the wheel? He thought he must have thought that was a clone.
He has. Oh yeah. Oh, the sidestepping clone, Tom.
Does he check base? Not check the box. Oh. No.
CNED.
He's a
Don't
young
do
Turkish.
it!
Oh, he missed! He missed! You got what you deserve, CNED! Oh, no one's going to clip that. No one's clipping that.
This vision is terrible, bro.
I would like to, on behalf of everybody here at VCT EMEA, give a massive thank you to Americas. Thank you to Americas.
Huh?
And you know what? Thank you to them too. I think that was some pretty amazing gameplay that we saw on display.
I thought that was cruel. I don't condone this, for the record.
That was some of the games of all time.
Yeah, insane plays we saw. Well, you thought those plays were good, right? Or are you more a fan of the 7th stage?
I'm pleading the 5th on this one.
You're pleading the 5th?
No, I will not be commenting on our friends over in EMEA.
You don't have rights on this particular couch. This is a sovereign nation. I don't think it actually is. Let's move on and talk about what's going on this weekend. We're, of course, in the middle bracket. We already watched 2 games yesterday, which have put 100 Thieves and Sentinels into the second round. Today, we're closing out the opener to this bracket with Crew Envy alongside Leviathan and Cloud9. I think that this is the point in the tournament where it does start to get pretty intense. I mean, 3 chances is amazing, but once you're down below, it is such a long road to qualify. So pressure is really on for the teams today.
Yeah, you're going to end up having to play a lot of games. Some teams will thrive in that as well to try and work out the kinks. I think that's one of the benefits of if you do fall down early on, you have some more reps on stage, try and battle through, but it's tough either way.
You don't want to be the first team dropping down to that lower bracket too. It's a bit scary.
Well, now you could be the 3rd team dropping down if you lose today, so I guess that's something. Let's talk about some of those players that have had a bit of a struggle early on in America's Kickoff, and maybe get a pitch on why they're going to come back stronger and show us something more. I know everyone on the desk has picked someone out. Andrew, I want to start with you. Give me yourself.
I feel like mine is the easiest softball to hit right here, and it's got to be Spike, right? I think Spike came in as that touted rookie midway through that last year, was so strong, and unfortunately I think in the opening game just didn't really live up to what we know he is capable of. I think that's just kind of one that you can write off for him as such a talented younger player, now picking up flashes for Leviathan, being a lot more of a flex player. I think he's going to have way higher highs than we saw in that opening matchup.
Yeah, he is a guy who I think even when you were watching him in Tier 2 before his arrival in 2G was just always so impressive. You expect him to thrive, but if we're talking about guys who popped off in Tier 2, I think your pitch fits that bill exactly, Murray.
Heck yeah, I got the Eggster, the Eggman, baby. We all know him as a one-trick Yoru player, but I mean, we've seen a lot of this mastermind that we've seen from Yoru himself. He does a lot of these plays, a lot of really good mid-clears, information gathering, and a lot of these flashes for him and himself him and his team to peak. But feels like last week we saw a little lackluster of a play. We couldn't really get a lot of that information. Felt like he was constantly being shut down. I don't know if it's a story of, you have a lot of the same tendencies and teams tend to pick up on it, or if he needs to just get a little bit more creative in the server. But I think he's going to pick it back up, lock back into that form, and be that duelist that we really like.
Yeah, I think not only do you expect him to perform, but you need him to for Envy.
Yeah.
They're so reliant on his Yoru play. I want to turn now to you, Emily. Who do you got for me?
I got the big Zelsis, the big Zellers, the guy who took on a big responsibility joining C9 again. He is on that IGL, and I think he's doing a phenomenal job. We've seen him whip out Breach utility and KO utility, and he's really good at flexing and supporting his team. But I want to see him get more active. I want to see him going for those ecos. I want to see him taking more fights after he's expended all of his utility. He has the capability to do it, but he's just so focused on supporting and making sure everyone around him is set up that he doesn't really do that as much himself. I want to see him getting like 3 Breach ults in a half or something crazy like that.
Dang.
And listen, you're on a team called Cloud9. Really, the sky is your limit.
Okay.
Okay, a little corny to close
All
out.
right.
But sure, yeah, I'd love to see
corn.
more from Zelsis as well. I think if I were to bring up a player that we're really looking at going into their second game, it would have to be another MV player in Inspire, because in his first game, he went up against Osboss and had some thoughts about it. He writes on Twitter, "On a real note, I swear Osboss has plot armor. Never dinked someone so much, and he's still running around like I just tickled him." That's after going 1 in 14. That's tough.
That is tough, and I think that is sort of a rite of passage. You step onto the Americas stage. At some point, you have to play against Osboss, and at some point, he's going to be dropping 40 on you and absolutely destroying you in server. Poor guy, even there, has the first shot, ends up losing the pistol, but it was the Osboss show.
I was just going to say, these clips are so sad because I feel like we've been in this exact same situation.
Yeah.
Everyone as a player has had that one player that is literally
owned
just
by
their
Osboss
kryptonite.
before?
Yeah, oh, hell yeah. What are you talking about? They literally owned us so hard they didn't want to scrim us anymore. Like, what are we talking about here?
Yeah, he is a beast for sure in the server. And for Envy, I think that was a bit of a tough go. And really going into that first match, so many of the questions were surrounding their playstyle from Tier 2 and how well that they could actually implement that now heading into Americas. Myrna, I know you prepped a telestrator talking about some of those differences.
I have a really sick telly for you guys, and I want to talk about how Envy, they kind of solidified their playstyle, as you said, around that Yoru.
Okay.
But when it comes to having a one-trick Yoru player, how much can you really do without getting countered? And so a pretty good explanation for this, or example of this, is their plays versus Ascension and in Kickoff. So what you're going to see here is they have this B execute on Abyss that they've always done around this Yoru ult TP play. So you can see over here on both sides, they're getting ready for that. And they throw that TP in to try to get that Yoru into heaven, get as much information as they can on that B execute. So you can see Exter, he gets up into heaven, gets a lot of that information towards CT. They're down numbers, but it doesn't matter because they're now set up to play on site for their post-ons, which is something that Envy really likes to do. And basically, that's all I want to show you for that Ascension run, because they do the exact same thing here versus MIBR, exact same TP into that spot. And as you can see here, he TPs into it, tries to get up into heaven. But what we noticed here from MIBR is the little micro plays. Tex is already spamming this spot. They know that he's going to get here. They know that they can see it. And as well as that, the Sova drone actually coming out from Verno tags him, forcing him to TP back into A main. And that plan to kind of play post-plan on site is kind of demolished. And right away, you see Poppin getting dropped. A lot of these players are already flooding onto site from MIBR. And as you can see here, literally everyone is already here. So for Envy, they've played this, they've seen this kind of go. It's not working out for them, and so I'm hoping to see a lot more creativeness within their playstyle, even though it is really good and centered around that Yoru.
Yeah, because one of the hallmarks of Envy's play is, especially in post plants, playing very far forward. And when Exter is allowed to do that, it's very successful. If teams are ready for him and forcing him to either teleport back or die early on, Envy are going to struggle.
Yeah, but I still think we're going to kind of see them thrive against those teams that aren't really solidified with their own play style yet. We saw it against EG, we saw that 2-0, and they caught them off guard. MIBR is a more well-rounded team. They have a lot of experience. They play really well together. So it wasn't that hard for them to kind of counter something like that. Sure. But the way that MB plays, it's just so annoying and hard to kind of find a strategy or just honestly a counter to it if you're not already like have that kind of team chemistry is what I'm getting at.
So the questions to reflect on then are how can you iterate on your style or how can you move to something new for Envy? But it might be a little bit more simple today. They're going to be going up against Crew's substitute squad, which means that Kesnet has a bit of an opportunity here, putting on the Envy jersey as a substitute himself to play against this Crew squad ender who he has been with for literally his entire career.
Yeah, for a second I was like, oh, the opportunity is he going to put on his old jersey again and go across the side, go back in for him? But no, I mean, his entire career has been with this Crew team. I think one of the biggest surprises in 2026 is the fact that he's not donning the Crew jersey and now going up against his old team has that chance to take him down.
Yeah, and I also really like the new look that we've seen with Kesnet on Envy. Like, you feel like he's a lot more loose. He has a lot more free range with what he wants to do, especially in those post-plant situations where Envy like to push up. I feel like Envy is a very yes-man kind of team so that they're willing to back any ideas that he has going into the round.
I think, too, it's really nice seeing him step into a little bit more of that new role with the Waylay, with the ISO. We haven't seen him do that much last time that we've seen him, and so stepping into that, he can't really have tendencies that are going to be read by the other team who know him so well with MTA and Nagzet, but it's just like he has this whole new play style around him with Envy. He's slotted in really nicely, and he's genuinely taken that role and not tried to put some crazy spin on it.
Sure.
He's put his own play style, but nothing too crazy that ruins Envy.
So facing off against his former organization and two players that he's familiar with from Crews of old, we get to hear a little more about Kesnet's thoughts on this matchup as he stands by with Zoe.
You were with Crew since 2021, and now this is the first time you have to go up against your former team. How do you approach this matchup mentally? And also, would a win still feel special or validating, even though you're just going up against their sub-roster?
Bueno, la verdad es que no tengo ninguna presión mental. Obviamente es difícil enfrentarse al rival que he representado toda mi vida, pero bueno, vamos con todo por esa victoria y si son los subs no es culpa mía, creo que es algo mala de gestión de ellos, así que si es que ganamos tomo esa victoria como una victoria más, así que vamos Envy.
Yeah, for him, it's no pressure at all really to face off against Crew, but it is a little difficult knowing that he was representing that organization for so long. But, you know, it's not really his fault that they have a sub-roster. That's kind of bad luck on their part. And, you know, they're going to take this victory and go Envy.
Right on. Good luck.
Rooting for the new team, but it's cool to see that he's still kind of taking that opportunity, even if it is a very different Crew. Let's talk a little bit more about Crew. Of course, because of Crew's visa problems, as already mentioned, they still have to field a substitute roster for their first game in this middle bracket. So let's reflect a little bit on that first game that this sub-roster played against Furia. A lot of new players stepping in, some old ones as well. What was the vibe you were getting from this new team?
I mean, this was actually a really interesting series because I think people looked at it initially and were like, oh, wow, they actually took a match, or they took a match off of Furia. Maybe Furia is not actually as good as we thought, but then going and seeing how well Furia did in their follow-up game and actually being a threat here, I think that Crew have a little bit more punch in there taking a map off Furia.
For sure. I feel like when you look at a sub-roster, you're always expecting some kind of disconnect, but it really felt like they have been playing a lot together. They understand how each other play, and taking that map off of Furia, yes, Furia might have been warming up, but they still had a solid game plan to kind of go around, especially in that Pearl. They didn't feel really nervous. They didn't feel anxious. It just felt like they were there to play.
Yeah, and I just think that individual talent on this roster is really insane.
Yeah.
True.
Like Benji, Nats, the clutch and hero plays that I was seeing that were kind of winning them those rounds were phenomenal. And I think you're right when you say that, like, the more reps that they have together, the better they will be, and they could really do some damage here.
Yeah, you mentioned Benji, one of those Crew Academy players that got to step onto the big stage with the changes to this roster. Let's go ahead and check back in with Zoe, who has Benji with her.
Benji, you guys came in as the sub-roster. You lost your first match, but you played it really close, and I think a lot of that was just based on the individual clutches and standout performances. Now, this week, did you have time as a team to dig a little deeper strategically for the match?
Sí, la verdad que nos quedamos con esa espina de haber perdido porque no entrenamos. Entonces, nos queda ese dolor de haber dicho qué pasa si hubiéramos alcanzado a entrenar un poquito más, aunque sea. Así que nada, esta semana nos preparamos mucho para no poder tener ese sentimiento de que nos faltó algo. Así que nada, estamos preparados.
Yeah, you know, they really left off the last match with that thorn in their side that if they just had that little much more time to practice, they could have done better. But, you know, this week they came prepared to do really well.
Right on. Best of luck.
Thank you.
A bit of extra time for this new crew to come in prepared. I think it is really an interesting opportunity for these players. For me, Emily, especially those academy guys who get that chance to really show how good they are and maybe give a pitch, not just to crew, but to other tier 1 teams as well.
I mean, I think they have. I mean, after their first debut and all the things that I saw, like just the raw talent on every single one of these players, I felt like this is not going to be the last time we see them in the tier 1.
Yeah, and that path to pro is something that their opponent, Envy, has really shown, going from a team called Rankers and pugging it out to now being all the way here in VCT Americas. So with that path being possible, let's see what you guys at home have, and if any of you might be ready to follow in their footsteps. We got a segment called What You Got. And
Tell me what you got.
I'm sure the viewers have submitted some excellent stuff.
Okay.
To what Sammy.
Sammy,
got.
yeah.
Okay, nice little guardian shot to start.
Okay. Okay.
Whoa! What the?
Ew,
He's Asuna. That's an Asuna ult.
He's Asuna.
I like the wall movement too. That's kind of a sick
Yeah,
round.
that's
Here's
really
Jua.
sick.
Okay, the discipline though. The
no,
target
but he's
selection.
looking at this person.
No,
Come
but the
on.
target selection.
That was good. That was good. Okay, Brimmy.
Okay, Remy. Yeah.
Okay, Brimmy.
Remy with the stimmy. Oh.
Died to a flashback. That's fine. That's
No, that
fine.
was fine. You
Whoa.
got yours. Don't worry.
Whoa.
Oh my God.
That's actually kind of
Wait.
crisp.
Yeah, that's a little too snappy.
Yo, can
James
we check?
might be next up.
Check him.
Can we check if you see? Okay, big ult.
Well, that's a
massive
big ult.
ult.
Oh my
What
God.
a timing.
Yo, I'd be mad. Low key, I'd be mad.
Little
And
ace.
then
Little
back to
run
back
and
gun.
gun?
Yeah, I mean, that's the road move. That's another Asuna clip. I'm not even
Yeah.
gonna lie.
This is just like 3 Asuna ult accounts and hitting
Wait,
clips.
you guys
It's
were
skill.
talking bad about Harbor. Look at this.
Harbor.
Wait, that's not Harbor.
Vito,
That's
girl.
Vito.
Vito.
Hello?
What are you saying?
I was trying to troll you guys. It didn't
Okay,
work.
Ashley.
Let's go, Ashley.
Where's the Phoenix
Little
ult?
1v2
Is
clutch.
this bang?
No, this is
Oh, wait, no,
literally
it's a
ring around the roadie. This is mind games, and it's working.
Oh.
Wait,
Into the knife?
her teammate knifes him.
Huh?
Ew.
Great flash.
Mata's
Ew.
brother.
The biggest Fnatic fan right there.
Ooh.
Oh, that's
okay.
nice.
What
That was
They
nice.
just
Wait,
waterfalled into him.
He's
Yeah,
actually
yeah.
just playing aimbots.
A bandit clip, okay. Wait, this isn't even the spectators clip. They're just dead clove. They're like, guys, my teammate hit this sick one. Wait, this
Hey,
is
Buns, wait.
This is Puns. She's
Yeah.
our social media manager.
Okay.
Oh my
Ew.
God.
Okay.
Wait,
Wait, you're kind of insane.
their teammate walled them out too? Like
Wait,
they were
that was
boxed
wild.
into main. There was no way out but kill them all.
I did like that she just snuck her own clip in at the end
Yeah.
of the reel, but
Sick.
nice clip,
That was
Puns.
sick.
Remember,
accept
if
it.
you participate in any of the social media opportunities to submit a clip or an artwork or anything to us, you get the exclusive I Create Gun Buddy in-game, which you can only get through participating in something like this. So
Do
make
I
sure
get
next
one?
time there's you
Or
didn't participate.
I was
No, you need
talking
to
about
submit
it.
a
I was in the
clip.
segment.
No, we need to see your own clip.
You didn't create anything.
And
That's
you didn't
messed
comment
up.
on the EMEA clip.
That's messed up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not enough
Yippee!
creation, but creation from those people we showcase. Let's take a look at the talent predictions and zero back in on the matches that we're playing today.
Oh
It's
my
unilaterally
God.
Envy. Is anyone scared about this prospect?
Never a doubt.
Well, we've seen this go bad for us before.
Yeah.
Are you worried?
I wouldn't say I'm worried, but definitely hearing that crew had a little bit more time. They genuinely went into practice mode, and we saw them kind of be pretty strong last week. I think they have potential. I'm not worried. I think Envy's fixed a lot of their issues, but I am definitely like, it's going to be a lot closer than I thought originally.
The only way Envy lose this one is if Kesnit is activated. The sleeper agent.
The sleeper agent? I mean,
the only way.
The viewers agree. 84.4% of you folks at home voting for Envy to win this one. Emily, looking at this game, are there any, other than sleeper agents, like win conditions you're seeing for crew to give them a chance here?
I mean, I just really like what I've been seeing out of Envy. I feel like I said, their playstyle is so hard and annoying to kind of counter. You kind of have to adjust to them, and I just don't know how well crew will be able to do that on like such a short amount of time.
I think that's a no, Mimi.
That's a no?
That's a no.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty clear no indeed. Well, Envy are going to have to really lock in on this new style, but I think a great match for them to bounce back.
Absolutely. This is going to be a big one for them. Keep things clean at the start of the middle bracket.
Yeah, let's see if they can do it. Remember, the middle bracket on on the line. You lose this, you run out of chances. So let's get ready to get this day underway.
Let's
It's
do
Crew
it.
Visa Sub Squad back for another round against our Ascension team, Envy. Who will take home the win in the middle bracket? We find out as we get underway for day number 2.
We climbed a gigantic mountain to get here. We're happy just being there and playing, just enjoy like living the dream, and that's like one of our biggest strengths. Everyone is really confident in taking their timings and plays, maybe too much, but that's like the downside and upside to it. Like it looks stupid when it doesn't work, but like we play how we practice.
Kesnet comes alive!
I met all the Envy players. They're super cool, in and outside of the game. They brought in Rossi and Kesnet, who are obviously very experienced, so probably a completely different team.
They're playing with some substitutes. You know, that's an advantage for us, but we won't overlook that.
Benji needs the planter, and he gets them! He clutches up for Crew.
I've played this game long enough to know that anything can happen.
We'll take them as a strong opponent, like every team, and just try to like dominate as fast as we can our own way.
Welcome back to the couch, folks. It's Uber and Wyatt here to take you into this very interesting middle bracket game we have between Crew and Envy. Two rosters who had grand designs for this year of VCT. Two rosters that have had to make do with less than complete rosters for very different reasons, in fairness. But Crew have really had to bring themselves together, brought some Academy players up, brought some North American Challengers players into the fold here, and honestly gave us a pretty strong showing in week 1.
Yeah, they made us believe there was going to be a repeat of how Furious started their last year in 2025 when they took that map 1. And it was an impressive win, especially given the context that these guys had basically zero practice going into it, right? And now they've had a week to actually work together. And that is including these two Challengers players from Winthrop in Governor and Infiltrator who are locked in working with this team right now. Challengers has started and they are dedicated to this Crew roster at the moment to try and make a run here in Kickoff.
Into our maps, I think this to me is quite interesting. Envy are selecting Abyss again. They've played this map twice already, and neither of those outings were particularly compelling. Now, we'll forgive the MIBR result, perhaps, but that EG game, obviously, a lot of back and forth. They struggled, I think, playing into those heavily held sites by the Veto. Bao was anchoring very well against them. They're going to run it back here, though. I feel like with that ISO in their comp, with Kesnet obviously kind of being told just to go do whatever, they feel like they can have the edge.
Yeah, considering this Crew team, they don't have a map pool as a team. They just started. They don't really know what's going to be at the top and bottom. They can just target ban what has been good for Envy, and that's been Corrode. That is gone. So we're going to head to Abyss that, you know, Envy, they've been happy to play, but they're 0-2. And they are switching Kesnet from the ISO over to the Waylay. And he's mentioned in an interview recently that he's really enjoying playing with this Envy team and their coach, Stunner, because he's allowing him as a player, as a duelist, to have the freedom to just play whatever he wants on the day. Whatever he feels comfortable with, whatever he feels like he's going to frag out with, just play it. And that was the methodology they had with Kane Zero last year. He was just playing whatever he wanted. So that's the environment Kesnet, you know, can maybe thrive in here.
There's a vacuum in Envy where that individual player can fill that space, right? It's not going to look exactly the same as Kane Zero, for example, but we know that Kesnet can deliver at this level.
And we did see, tactically speaking as well, like against that EG comp, for instance, where they had the Veto Sentinel, the ISO was struggling to get past that utility. Waylay will have no such problems getting past any choke points. That is just the nature of the agent and why so many teams are leaning into her so heavily in the current meta.
A bit more of that velocity offered than what ISO can give out. It's going to be Envy on this defense side. For me, eyes on Benji. Great calling in his first week. Really solid play in general. Fundamentals and fragging all looked pretty top-notch.
Yeah, also going to have eyes on Nax, who's playing Brimstone right now. They've gone for the double smoke. Definitely thought he would be on something like Chamber, been playing a lot of that, but no. A Brim, I mean, that's a rare pick. Respect.
Nax is going to get forward early. Site going to be carpeted here in walls. Already, though, some step over towards the site. They converts Infiltrator is deep, living up to his name. It's going to be a trade early here, and Exeter up on the corner. Can't quite get out with that gate crash that leaves Envy outside of the site.
Yeah, that was a great late pin on Exeter. Just pushing through immediately, straight up walking. I mean, that's so easy for... Oh my god! Infiltrator to clean up. I mean, this is a guy who, you know, late into 2025 was at the top of the challenger scene as far as duelist goes. Would definitely be surprised if he wasn't a prospect for VCT teams this year.
Oh,
I mean,
he was at Ascension.
Yeah,
Good showing there too.
Must have been some coaches, GMs who were looking at this guy as a potential pickup. And he's certainly someone that, in the future, I think you could see in the league full time.
And you know, last year in Challengers, Winthrop played against Envy a bunch. Actually never managed to beat them. Right? So Infiltrator and Governor have not gotten one over on this squad just yet, but that's a great way at least to blow off some steam, settle a smaller grudge in the grand scheme of things. Infiltrator's going to be testing that main direction. It'll be a refract away.
And look, you can trust that on defense, Envy are going to go for very aggro pushes on these extremities. That was something that MIBR were able to heavily counter in their game, exploit it really to get advantages of their own. So we'll see if Crew can do the same.
Plenty to see there for Governor. Scurrying Envy players in A main, showing themselves to the Owl drone, and in the meantime, they're getting active. Crew up on coast. We'll have this side. It's obviously played for pure retake as Rossi is the weak side attendant. And all of Crew are going to drift over.
It should be very free to get this plant down. I am interested in seeing what this Brim is going to be bringing to the team. I mean, you know, here on this, you can just get those very long-lasting smokes down.
Not too shabby here, MTA ready to receive as Envy drop down off of Heaven. MC here. Not quite walking the flash on the same timing of the smoke as the previous round, but still, Crew get themselves a flawless, and they make the right choice after that Owl drone gives them kind of all the info they need.
So that Brim is definitely going to be obnoxious for Envy and post plants. That is an obvious point to be made. We've seen in the past when teams have ran double duelists here, that they'll try to put a lot of emphasis on smoking those lanes in mid to threaten that you could just be silently creeping up mid behind them. So I'd imagine that's something that'll get mixed in at some point too.
Feels like the analog for the old Harbor we used to see in these comps on Abyss as well. Really just trying to blanket those sites.
So it looks like the teleport is going to go up mid. That is one smoke down. Multiple Envy players here though, ready to receive any aggression that could have come.
Gate crash there was up mid for Crew, but faked. Haven't really managed to rattle the cage to a great degree in this round outside of a brief exchange in mid.
And now Envy really no utility on this A side to actually stall in the choke. So this should be very easy for Crew to just bypass, get the spike down, and play out a retake situation.
See what Astro and Brim can offer you. The site is absolutely carpeted. Trying to rock to step out of tower, and MTA is going to be standing up to back him up. Spies managed to get onto the site at least, but now it's the two players. Full blind on the move. Inspire's able to spray down a second. That throws this now into some questions.
Look at Rossi on this mad flank, by the way, as Envy are getting in from the front. Kesnet into the site.
That's going for lineups. Get the molly off, will fall. Still plenty of time, I think, to make this defuse happen. It's all on Governor now.
I think Rossi was expecting just that. Some delay from the molly, but obviously 1v3 tough.
Not much he can really do about that. Envy buy up in, and honestly is what Inspire's able to do there on the site. Flashed out. Still find those two important frags in a very unlikely scenario.
Yeah, I want to see that on the replay. I think maybe all three players there were just blinded, which is why there wasn't actually the trade onto him. You know, there was a ping that came in that kind of baited Envy into fighting. I think that there must have been some level of team flash there too. And Infiltrator was just so weak that it was like a shot to the calf took him out. But still, though, that's not a horrific round for Crew. You know, a little bit of damage, they get that plant down, full buy coming up now.
Anyone have funds
and they've got Envy, some of their players in a very bad economic spot.
As you sort of mentioned already, that smoke thrown up top mid.
Revealing area.
And now you can just tell by the mini-map that Envy wanted to do something aggro down mid. Look at this from Kesnet. Ready to refract if necessary, but won't take any early fight. Crew not giving it to him.
He stays though. Nagzed pinged out. He knew there'd be something behind us, but will he be able to make the correction here, or does he have an awareness of who might be lurking behind the box. He's going to go straight into this. Kesnet ready to pounce. Now we can light speed away, at least get some distance away from Infiltrator. Crew is still scurrying in the backfield.
Who's next?
Angling over towards this B side of the map here. Infiltrator with drift goes up mid and bypasses Kesnet. But might be able to lay the path here on this B side of the map.
Lay the path, but his teammates are so far away at the moment. Who can even help him? I mean, Inspire's caught on the rotate. Is there going to be a double back from Crew towards A? It looks like they're thinking about it. I mean, maybe an opportunity for Benji to catch one on the rotate.
He's trying to imply that they're still considering B with that star deployed, and maybe he will linger around it. Can't be giving himself up too early, though. This Astro util is going to be very important without the Brim later in the round when push comes to shove at A.
I think Exeter might have spotted Benji on the cross there just before the wall came up. It's hard to tell. He was making a calm when we saw him on screen there for a second. Rossi catches out Benji.
It's a pretty high price to pay to keep Envy interested in what's happening over at B, but it is going to allow Crew.
What? I mean, MTA, I was about to say, MTA took a lot of damage there, and I mean, he took even more because he fell off the map.
That is
and
not.
He died. So, all on Governor.
They already had to pay dearly to get into that site. They had to trade into a single player and then lose MTA for free. Any other day, the timing might have been fine, but Rossi is watching.
Yeah, he's had some good awareness here on a couple of these last rounds. He caught Nags when he was going for that lineup with the Brim Molly to basically seal the deal on that retake, and now here just expecting the spawn push as well.
Such a big commitment from Benji onto that B side. Like, it's not that he throws that Astro Smoke down, linger a little bit. No, he actually goes, pushes up to coast and tries to make something of it. Is completely outnumbered at that side.
Yeah, it just feels like he could have caught a timing there, but I think Exeter saw him. So he is inevitably dealt with. And now Crew on to the eco. A couple buckies for their two duelists. We'll see if that can get any value with the double dive.
Dimensional Drift used last round for Infiltrator. He just got picked as soon as he gate crashed back away from the site.
Yeah, honestly, that did feel like a round where you're seeing the lack of experience that these guys have together as things just got really messy with him using that ultimate, no one able to follow up off of it.
So Aldrone here is just to check mid against this heavy controller setup. You need to re-clear that safely mid-round. MTA conversion path active. Exeter is about to force it to refract away, and now Crew caught outside the site for the time being. Smoke in their way. And again, the weapons just aren't good enough for this.
Yeah, now what is the move here from Crew? They have 0 map control, but Envy have rotated players off of this A site, so a re-hit won't be terrible.
Can cycle this Nebula, Envy, and still buy some time. Ultimately, Crew are going to have to flood this choke.
Just waiting for this flash to come over the top from Infiltrator and then the burst.
Crew into the exact positions of these Envy players. Here they're going to hit the side off the flash. Exeter down to 50 now. 2 swinging around the corner. No problem. Exeter's able to make short work of 2. Spy chimes in. Numbers will still favour Envy as now eventually they come home to roost here at this A site. Benji with only a Sheriff would have to have worked miracles.
Fair bit of damage from Crew, but Envy, obviously with just such superior weaponry, they're able to handle that re-hit. And given that the first hit attempt got rid of all of the dive utility from the duelists, Exeter, even though he's in that very uncomfortable spot close up, he's able to just keep his crosshair on main. No one could have actually really gotten past it. Yeah, so even with 50 HP, they was still able to collect 2 nice kills.
And off all of that, burst of utility on that original hit, Crew only really had the waylay in the sight. There was still the rest of them locked out behind that Astra smoke. So once they lost their foothold, then they had no choice but to try and run it in. Clever to cut noise and try and hit a site that would be weakened by rotates off, but yeah, the weaponry, like you mentioned, didn't put him in a good shape.
Hey, 3 kills though, they're keeping that Envy economy pretty honest. It's not out of control, so Crew team not in a terrible position just yet. I do want to see them attempt to work mid on some of these rounds though. Start to mix that in, apply some pressure there, because so far there'd really only been the one moment in which Infiltrator used the ult up mid, but no one really followed him up there. They were just literally were not in position to follow him up there. And we've seen Envy with more willingness to fight for that part of the map, push all the way down, control it, and just keep crew pretty isolated into just straight up pushes on the extremities. You know, we haven't seen like a good split execute from them. I mean, you know, we haven't seen a split into A with fighting in heaven, maybe getting the opening pick there and then actually having an advantage in a post plant.
Crew have been trying to use all these extra smokes to imply mid-presence, right? To peel people off the site anchors, but haven't actually made use of it.
Yeah, and Envy just don't care. They're just gonna fight for it. I mean, look at Kessin. He's walking all the way down mid right now. That Viper wall up.
This could get a little bit
hectic. Yeah, this could be the moment. Except, I mean, Envy are pushed out of A. Benji ready, though. Or B, rather, sorry.
He's going to get some attention. That's a second for Benji. This is huge. Envy getting flattened on this B side of the map now, and they have to play catch-up, but who's been left in the rear? It's Nagsec. Can see the cross. A little bit wayward, but Poppin is still felled. Kessin wants to find in mid here to saturate.
Oh, Nags got him? That's a crazy kill to find.
Yeah, even under hindrance, it took a trade to...
I mean, it feels like, I mean, this should be a 2-1-3 because it should be alive right now. That's crazy. Now it's all on Inspire. Spotted out by Benji.
Been here all round, virtually.
Yeah, really came up huge for the team. Just playing defensively, watching that push out of B. Things get so messy for Envy in that situation because you have Kesnet walking down mid, but he didn't get the info that there were so many players going into the link. And so at that point, they're just getting pinched out of that, you know, B walk down.
Blocking vision.
On account of crew having Benji left in main and, you know, then the majority of players coming through that link to drop.
So finally, crew are going to find themselves a bit of a foothold in these last couple of rounds. Also heading into the next round with a ton to work with. It's nicely done. Push-offs from the site by Envy, though, kind of put themselves in a bit of a compromising position. You can sort of see where they ended up going down very deep. And she just has the right positioning here for that kind of aggression.
Nags just doing his former teammate dirty there with the hindered tap kill and link. Obviously, Nags and Kesnet, a lot of history together. I mean, back to the origin days of crew, you know, debuting on the global stage.
I'm sure no small amount of pleasure for Kesnet to run up against this crew team. If there's anybody who's going to be powered by spite, he might be one of them.
Now, emphasis again from crew towards mid. They are trying to control this area of the map and work it more out of that timeout that was called. Fake TP to threaten that someone could be all the way up top there. And as far as Envy know, it could absolutely be a real teleport. There's two smokes on either side of top mid, right? They don't have that info.
Envy is still pretty dismissive about that mid potential, though. I would straight away pop and double back to A main.
And with the lack of it, Envy want to take control elsewhere. That's why you're seeing this push out into A main. Being tapped, hoping to maybe bait someone into a peak, but engagement feels inevitable.
It's Kesnet on that swing crew with a firing squad already for him. So certainly going to tempt Envy back into that A site. A crew with about half of the round remaining.
Wow,
starting to zero in.
Drift coming out from Exer just to get the info through A main. See how many players there are. I mean, he's not seeing a thing. They've got to know on Envy that everyone is headed towards B right now.
2 rounds ago, I mean, crew had that play to punish Poppin as he tried to cross mid. So Envy want to be quick about this rotate. Now they know the coast was clear.
How much does Rossi want to commit? I mean, fully. Exer is there. Now Exer's alone. Rossi doubles back. Oh no, things getting a bit messy for Envy, not on the same page.
Yeah, a bit of a disconnect. There is another flank in play here. And again, Benji is going to be looking for it. Inspire doesn't have the time to check every corner, and Benji is waiting for him. That's the backstab potential now shut down. Poppin wants a bit of info, but that recon is taken out. There's heavy coast presence now for crew. And they don't look like they're going anywhere. Rossi's going to have to tempt them out here over the top. He's found himself his first and only. Poppin cannot really get involved.
Nice kill from MTA to close out the round. The crew playing to one of the anti-Envy win cons, which is bait them into over-aggression and punish. That's Kesnet just dry swinging into 3 players who are fully expecting someone from Envy after they collect that orb to just keep going. That is what Envy do. And listen, we've seen that throughout their entire run as a team be their undoing at certain points. And obviously, we've also seen them get away with so much because the team's talent has always been so crazy individually. But you're going to see moments like that where it's punished. And, you know, listen, They're in the VCT now. This isn't the Challengers teams where they could get away with tons. I mean, it's funny to say that against Crew. Obviously, they have a lot of Challengers players that are used to playing against them. But
Academy players,
you know, this is
players.
When we're talking about the full scope of teams here, like thinking about their game against MIBR, where stuff like that, you're gonna get punished. They're a totally different beast.
So Envy's answer to this implication from Crew, they could be going up mid at any time, has been to push off B first. They got caught by Benji. Then they push off that A site, and Kesnet runs into 2 or 3 players all looking at him. So Envy are obviously a star for information, or at least they want a bit more clarity about what's happening on the map in these mid rounds, but in getting it, they've exposed themselves to having some players knocked off.
Really nice start here for Benji. Debut in VCT, just joined up with the Crew Academy after competing for the last couple years since 2023 in Challengers. And he's looked like a really nice player, and he's calling for the team. That's impressive stuff.
He's called some really nice games. I think that Pearl game against Fury also, between Astra and the KJ site hits, was some really nice game plans there.
Now look, if you're Envy on this round, you'd be happy to just walk away even in a loss, just getting some ults out of Crew so you can have an ult advantage in the next full buy round.
There's so much more insistent this round though about that mid presence. They've left both sides pretty weak. Extra dueling a little bit through mid, have to gate crash out. The Crew are tempted, they're interested in this proposition that Envy have offered them here to fight for mid and maybe get an edge that way. And Aldrone re-clear. Kesnet not able to do much, but Poppin at least gets his. And a gate crash out of mid. Looks like Crew are happy enough with what they've done, but the spike is in a bit of a weird spot.
And it's a good way to recover it, just refract out to safety from MTA. And looks like the pivot towards B is going to be coming in. That's Rossi over on the site with the Stinger, trying to play in this new little cubby that was out of the last time Abyss was updated.
30
has the
seconds
wall
left.
to play around as well.
It does come at the cost of the crosshair breaking util of MTA. That sort of fast side hit.
I'd be really expecting something towards that A side. It's all on Rossi.
So you got to be crouched in. Number of players going to challenge him, tries to turn the flash, he gets one.
Spike down.
MTA's head goes loose, spike out.
10 seconds
Now
left.
Envy have to try and find a way back in, yet they're the ones that are going to use the ultimate instead. And honestly, pretty decent purchase there for Poppin. Infiltrator and Benji do get scratched up a bit, but now with 2 Sheriffs and a Guardian, they're going to do the real dirty work.
Yeah, get some damage off. Extra still has 1 flash, so they can try to pop out behind this wall.
Another divide is up, so stealth not too much of an issue right now. Poppin has a feeling about where Benji was going to be hiding, and Anax out on the side. They've seen his legs, surely. Poppin low, though. Infiltrator's going to test him from up high, but that's Inspired chiming in with the Sheriff. It's on Naxet now, and he's just tucked in the side. Poppin unaware. Full health Brimstone, armed to the gills, and no time for Inspire to salvage.
Just can't teach.
Just didn't check the corner, and Nags is able to stand there tucked. Free little kill to close out the round. Well played from him to get that over the finish line. Obviously got extremely dangerous for the Crew side. But hey, they get the round win, and they got ults out. So they're very, very content to walk away with that. I mean, I respect the attempt from Envy, working themselves into that 3v3. Poppin knows where to send the Hunter's Fury off. And man, if he got a kill, he gets the damage, but imagine he puts that into a 3v2. I mean, that could have been the Envy round.
Viper's Pit A main means Rossi can just inhabit that area. Gonna be a pretty fast hit on towards B. Crew this time actually gonna go for it. Inspire gonna be hinted up, trying to fight on coast, but no. Governor too fast. Extra steps up pretty much on his own. He's able to avoid the hindrance by the looks of things, and they just line up for him. Now he and Poppin get on the side, but the orbital strike is of concern. They step leftward. Out towards connector, but Naxet is there. Great flash from Extra. Sets up a pocket for Poppin to play from. And now Benji's on his own. Quickly, Rossi gonna get over to the side. The spike again has to be recovered for Benji, and that's gonna expose him. Rossi cleans him up. But man, it's Extra for me in the site, causing all sorts of problems that clinches the round.
That is beautiful play from him. Just the crosshair placement, so steady with the aim for that double swing. The trade attempt over on that cliff, collects 2. Great reflash so they can keep fighting. He's just obviously so comfortable with this agent. The utility from him just always just flowing perfectly, right? And just the little things, I mean, teammate ready to go off that flash as well, so they get the free kill onto Nags in the refight.
There's a sense that
excellent round.
Exter started his campaign off in challenges, looked like a bit of a gimmick player, played a lot of Yoru, just sort of ran it down.
Yeah, definitely a lot of Yoru.
Yeah. Now though, there's a sense that he's becoming much more of a well-rounded professional at this level. Still has those like crazy tricks up his sleeve that he has from his time hitting the books as a
that a lot of
main.
other pro player Yorus do not. Like he's, I think really, become a very well-rounded player, especially late last year, and just has that extra layer of Yoru trickery that others don't. Exter would have never done that. Yeah, Exter would never.
Infiltrator trying to garner some form of attention. Here's the D-drift.
Here.
Exter pinged out straight through mid. This is going to look how his Dragon plays it north the B side. Looks like Infiltrator might emerge here on Heaven. Exter's about to get pretty busy. Hunter's Fury a problem though. And he never bothers looking in the Infiltrator's direction. Poppin, apropos of nothing, will step through that smoke. No way to flash himself in. That leaves Kesner and Inspire with it all to do.
Yeah, he was just risking it all for the hero play out of that smoke. And this time, you know, juxtaposed to the last time Crew went for one of those dimensional drift B splits, worked out perfectly. You know, all that util is synced up pretty nicely. I mean, specifically, it's those two ults, him getting in with the drift, and then there's the Hunter's Fury that comes after, pops out while the Hunter's Fury is even just distracting Eggster up top. That's some nice stuff from Crew, and a straightforward usage of the ultimates that's extremely effective on this map.
Pretty decent for Envy to be able to get to 4 rounds here, but the pistol rounds, we didn't really talk about it too much. That's going to come up in the next half. Been a bit of a struggle for Crew. They actually managed to force their last series, you know, against Fury to 3 maps without winning any of them. So it's part of their game they're going to have to be concerned about, as Envy will move to the attack side soon, but we'll not dwell on that for the time being. This is this Hunter's Fury that not only tags out Rossi, but perfectly lined up to make it impossible for Exter to really handle what's being thrown at him.
Now look, of course, keep in mind, this map is definitely attacker-sided. Both teams running the same double duelists, and Envy are pretty good at slamming sites on attack with double duelists, so you know, Crew have the round advantage right now, but by no means are they out of the woods. Even if they get to 8-4, Envy are a team that can just run you over when they start playing attack. Now, Infiltrator was faking this teleport a lot, but this time fully commits.
Pulling them in.
He's Inspire aware that he's going to get some attention now with the outro coming straight through. Nova Pulse there, and MTA just gets ahead of it. Refracts on out. Poppin's able to pick up that weapon at least and take his place. And rotates though, that's the issue. Infiltrator is so far up mid, he's catching people out. Then they try and cross. Poppin knows he's on the clock. He knows Infiltrator from Tower would have been a concern. But Infiltrator will emerge to an empty A site.
And now these 3 players from Crew just content to focus on getting into main, spamming. They're on the drop, and Nags catches him out.
And that flash hit no one in particular, definitely not Nagzet. Rossi's going to go for it. They already saved.
Poison orb emitting.
Give himself a bit of privacy with his poison orb, but he's mindful, of course, of Benji's util up on the side. There's the grab well. With another tap. Yeah, eventually, Rossi's going to have too many angles to follow here. Poison orb comes down at a pretty inopportune time. And that's when Crew strike.
Yeah, I like the idea, but not able to connect that first shot on Benji, and obviously multiple players in main. That's going to be tough for Rossi no matter what. That was a good stun and a good just removal of Inspire there in the corner.
Rossi knew he was still on a star. He knew there'd be some Astra shenanigans thrown at him once the hit came in. Okay, so this time Envy not concerned about mid again. Another push off the A side.
Look at this. Infiltrator's actually picked up the operator on attack right now for this last round. Envy pushing out of A main. Deep recon dart. Benji aware that that aggression is coming. And now the decision for Crew is really, okay, do we try to hit the gas and get into the site right now, or are we going to try to give Infiltrator more time to work? No, it is time to go. Infiltrator gets
but that
real opportunity.
Means that Envy know they can cross mid, I think, with a bit of pace. Try and get to the side in time. Hunter's Fury Poppin's found Governor here, but out of the drift, it's Infiltrator with a shorty. Not a whole lot Exter could say about that. Still no plant just yet. So Envy have had time to get in position. I've been super mindful of, either Benji or someone sitting there in Crow's Nest. This puts Benji outside of the play for now, but honestly, an opportunity for a late flank.
Oh, great kill from Nags. Crew absolutely scared to try and get that spike down right now. They know that they're getting flanked. There can be someone entrenched in sight who they do remove.
They're rotating off.
Yeah, they want to push even further. I mean, this could get, look at Benji on the bottom of the map as well. This could get so awkward.
Inspire is primed to see this cross.
Last player
Can he make it work? No, MTA too quick at the trigger, figuring out. Poppin has to quickly get out. For the potential of a pincer there, you'll notice that Benji still at the bottom of the map.
Yeah.
Not looking good for Envy here to round out this first half.
I think Benji stayed just out of range to actually hear Poppins rotate. But now MTA definitely knows. Oh my god, I mean, just jumps straight into him and is deleted.
Doesn't get any easy though for Poppin here. Tries to light up the side, he has to drop down with the op in hand. The flick would have been massive. And Nags gets a second bite of the apple and devours it.
Nags is turning up right now, 12 kills with 5 deaths.
Switching sides.
Best he's looked in a map so far in Crew's campaign here in Kickoff. And I do think that is a win con to some level for this team, especially if we go further in the series and he's playing a lot of Chamber. A bit slow to start against Furia. But if he comes to life, that could get Crew over the finish line.
Yeah, by all accounts, pretty solid first half here from Crew, working the map effectively. Envy only going to be walking away with those 4 rounds. They'd like to start on the front foot on the pistol in the second half, which will be joining us just after this.
Can I help you, sir? Here's the bill from the dealership where I got my car, and I'd like you to beat it with a better deal on one of these fine cars.
Not how it works.
Guess you're not as cool as Verizon.
Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal today.
Three rounds strung together by Crew makes for a decisive end to that first half. It's 8-4 on Abyss, but their opponents, don't forget, are Envy. The kind of team that when they get to go on the attack side, there's always the risk that they will run you down. And love to play fast. They got Kesna Unchained told to basically do whatever he likes. Just go to town on his opponents. See what they can do. The pistol being crucial and a pain point for Crew last week. They'd like to pick up their second of this map.
And obviously their pace can be increased even further than from when we saw them playing Abyss the last couple times with the switch from ISO to Waylay. Kesnet should just be going insane here. Some immediate pressure from both duelists towards this B side is definitely going to make Crew feel like the hit is coming in here. Look, the A players are already gone.
All the way entirely.
Oh my god, the fake plant TP back to A main.
There's no one there!
They're cooking right now. The site is so free. What a sick pistol round.
Really nicely put together. This is going to give Envy a massive advantage now as they can forge ahead even into what security. Get that tower presence. Look how deep Popper's been able to get already.
And now they just actually have to kill everyone. Kesnet in some danger here. Oh my god, wins the first, wins the second. I mean, is he ever really in danger with the mechanical level he's at? I don't know.
That's 2 plays plucked away from Crew's ranks now. They're all going to try and go for this tower. Play MTA, there's a bit of run popping down. Some time to be bought here with a snake bite. Extra waiting for a challenge. And Envy are looking where they need to. Inspire, though, won't have much to see watching this long, late flank. They'll have to rotate into the action in a second. Oh, nicely done. Rossi sharp has that tech. Second and third. And Envy off a dirty fake over at B. Convert the round.
Nicely done from Rossi, just playing off extra, swinging out of that smoke up top as well. Free, easy kills and connecting some nice headshots there. This was just a sick pistol round strat to bring out. You just immediately, I mean, you're looking at the minimap, you see 3 players A main, both duelists B. In this meta, you think they're just hitting B when the Waylay Yoru are going there and fake plant into TP away. That is so funny.
That rewind button hit so easily by Envy, something Crew's got to be mindful of now. Exter's already got himself up to a Marshall. Big Crew stack on A.
Just patient from Envy over towards this B side of the map. Exter wants to see what's going on, and, well, he sees 4 players, so time for Envy to go over towards this B side.
Yeah, here's the acceleration. Astrostar's being set up at B. Benji now needs to hold his ground and buy some time. Aldrone in. Kesnet unaware that Benji's lurking below. Doing all of this now. Chooses his time to swing, but Kesnet does pay attention to lower. And now off the map we go. We're going to call it quits here and now.
Last player standing.
This one is done. 1 player down, but it was just the Marshall, so it doesn't really matter. Easy round here for Crew as often as, or rather Envy, when you're on attack and you win the pistol and the other team just throw themselves off the map almost inevitably on round 2. Possibly the easiest round in Valorant is winning the pistol round, or this, you know, round 2 after winning the pistol on a pistol attack. Yeah. Might be the easiest round to win in Valorant, period.
Pistol, though, one of the hardest. And credit to Envy because they made sure they had a setup that would give them a big edge. Now, heavy B presence, but always the potential to call a cancel on this hit. Cutting through. Trainer wants to give himself a route of escape and chooses to take it down the coast.
They know where he's at. He was still pinged up on account of that drone.
Yeah, I don't know if they caught him with the saturate there. Infiltrator vulnerable up. Now able to get on top of the boxes. Crew swarming around this side like absolute ants. And Envy just not able to anticipate where they might emerge from.
Spike down B.
Well, I know where Inspire is. Last player up for Envy, only a Bulldog to work with now. This bonus not really particularly gainful.
Despite the info that the drone from Poppin got, the Anchors, Infiltrator, they were able to navigate the util well and reposition themselves for the fight. Infiltrator just getting up top quickly. That was nice.
Recovering.
Yeah, if Infiltrator doesn't stay sort of tucked in there at coast, he wraps around, goes over the top. Has player coverage from the rest of that B site.
Got to them in.
And obviously this wasn't the full buy for Envy on their bonus round, but if we're going to see a Crew that can confidently deal with the fast, big execs like that on the sites, that can be absolutely enough for them to close out this game on defense, the tougher side.
Yeah, it's like fast pace as Envy can be, that really disciplined anchoring can unravel them. Saw that against EG in their opener.
Yeah, it's right there. Benji gets on a really weird little off angle, just slightly elevated on the first part of that jump up box, holding the angle. And then, yeah, Infiltrator goes back over top. Great anchoring from the 2 of them.
Bit more of a default vibe, at least some mid presence now from Envy. Expect this round to start a little slower. The Viper wall over on the B side is going to keep Crew interested for the most part. Always a lurking threat. Can Rossi be?
Now, Kesnet has managed to get pretty close to getting the convergent paths. They could try to, you know, round the world, get him the orbs, maybe throw him the plant. And we'll see if that's something they opt for. But we could certainly see it be a factor in this round. Again, Benji, Infiltrator. Let's see if they can repeat the success against the bonus, now against even better weaponry anchoring this site.
Take flight.
That is if they fully commit. Infiltrator could get out. That teleport is further back right now.
Might want to try and fight this even though he's revealed. Clones on out. Hindrance walked into by Kesnet. And here's Benji as well. Such a nuisance.
Spike down B.
Emerging from the shadows on the side. He's able to find 2. He's definitely going to slow things up here for Envy.
And this is Kesnet now with the plant going to have the convergent paths to try to close out this round.
The game plan looks pretty similar as it's being telegraphed now. And if this push comes in from Link on Mask, Kesnet is going to be rewarded for this convergent paths. Nags it. Has circled back around to that high ground. Here's the pass now. Very quick dash away. MTA out in the open though. Naxat finds his from upper. Inspire concerned about it, not really knowing where the Brim is likely to emerge from. They've actually crossed past each other. Rossi not ready for this. He thought that line would have been covered. Inspire can salvage now up against Governor, who's up close and personal with the shorty. And that gets Crew. Pretty good shape.
Yeah, managed to do it again. Wait.
He's good.
Can we see the spike?
No! Oh.
I was gonna say, can we see the spike? I'm like, I think he's good, but that's pretty close.
I looked at his face. 0.3 seconds. Really
I think he was sweating for a second. He's like, wait, did I get this? Oh, all good, all good. But no, again, some pretty solid anchoring there. Benji playing in that smoke, able to collect a couple of those first kills. And really, that timing is just unfortunate for Inspire, not seeing Nags on that cross upper. Yeah, right there. And then turns around after Nags is all the way pushed over. Crew are looking good on this defense. Winning with the convergent paths being used as well. Everything's going their way at the moment.
Yeah, really no interest in trying to play for any retake setup, despite having both the Astra and the Brim to facilitate for that. They want to have those two players in the site. They at least trade 2 for 2. Nags opting to split from his team, take upper, snuck past Inspire. That's the recipe for a big dub. And now, I mean, we're seeing it here. Envy starting to languish a little bit. This is getting uncomfortable. Been trying to slam it down on that B side a couple rounds consecutively, not finding success on either occasion. Now, likely having to deal with the threat of this Outlaw.
Yeah, listen, I gotta tell you, if I'm going up against Crew right now, I do not want to be hitting the site with Infiltrator and Benji. They look like the 2 best players, 2 best shooters on Crew in the server. I want to be trying to fight some other players elsewhere. These guys have been really, really good on that site so far. So Envy obviously not with enough cash to get a buy on this round. You know, hoping that they can leave it with Eggster having a dimensional drift. That would be a consolation prize.
Okay, going in numbers with 2 stingers over towards the A side RNV.
Cutting through.
Just Benji at B for the time being. How quick can they be about this? Perhaps not so much. Kesner has to refract away, but X has already got himself onto the side. The Bandit going to work here. MTA pinged out in the smoke. Able to avoid a lethal blow for the time being, but is bleeding out.
There's some danger here. Ooh, Infiltrator gets a really important kill though onto Eggster. Envy need to fight forward because that Astral Wall could come down.
Infiltrator's going to get ahead of the game with this dimensional drift. The Snakebite going to slow things up for the retake out of security.
I'm back.
Eventually Kesnin though is handled. Infiltrator was low. Just a foothold here for Crew to try and get in, but Rossi shut him down. That was dangerous. Stinger did some work, but now Inspire on the wrong side of this cosmic divide. Had to guess when there might be a spike defuse attempt, and he was a little early on the trigger.
Oh, okay. Oh my god!
Through the box, there's something here. Governor's pretty low as well. Out in front of Benji, he couldn't stop him. Surely some spray. Just a tap would get it done, and Inspire bails Envy out of a dire situation.
That is unbelievable. Last shot with the Sheriff, nothing left to spray with the Stinger. Opportunity for what, 1 shot before the defuse comes in? The Governor was on the spike, but when Inspired started shooting, he got scared and got off. He thought he was about to get killed, so he didn't get it to half earlier. Crazy.
Let's go, baby.
Time to jump.
Crazy
That's the kind of round
clutch.
that can get you back into these games, Wyatt. Envy now can buy up.
Look at the shift economically. This should be, on all accounts, a pretty free round for Envy unless things go completely awry because they are going hayward. Nags surely was judged by the smoke. They know. They're aware. Now they really know.
He doesn't have the mobility. Brim stuck out there like he's in mud. MTA trying to back away. He is extremely low and a strong wind will blow him over. Extra blows enough hot air to deal with him.
And that feels like Envy really got some wind in their sails after that clutch round came through.
He shows himself here. Unaware that Rossi was looking the whole time. So one of those very few Vandals in the round in the hands of Infiltrator only accounts for 1 of Envy. Now we're back to a 2-round game.
Caught on the jump up. I feel like you can even see them in the cams right now that suddenly the mood has shifted. I feel like you're seeing some more smiles. They're feeling good.
I mean, why would you be there? But you get off to a decent start in this half, like you win the pistol, things fall apart on those couple of B hits, but now they're starting to put it together.
Yeah, they've got 3 very good ultimates as well heading into this buy round. We might be looking back at that Inspire clutch as the pivotal moment in this game.
I mean, it
if
was
Envy continue this momentum.
It was an economic swing round, so at least it gave Envy that extra buffer.
All right, so we have an A split coming through right now from Envy. Hunter's Fury, Dimensional Drift combo, the classic. Well, there's a split from Inspire and Vents.
This is great pace here. Inspire's getting a lot of work done from Towers, tying MTA up a whole lot. The guy is full of bluff and bluster. But eventually it's Inspired that falls. The classic gets the job done. Envy still no plant yet, crawling around on that site, but MTA is going to be extracted from that upper side, and now a hit pre-plant. Make it an easy win here for Envy.
Oh, they are feeling themselves now. Enough of going B. We're done with Benji and Infiltrator. We're slamming A, and we are deleting these anchors so fast on the split. Just instant, no hesitation. Dimensional Drift into Hunter's Fury combo. Right through Vent is Inspire. And then late here, there's that moment right there where MTA opts to take a fight.
Just kept peeking. He just ran at me like that.
Instead of, I mean, I think that's what MTA just classic them. Yeah. But if MTA, you know, maybe regretting not going for the convergent pass, it was a 3-on-4 there. But at least, you know, look, we know because we're seeing the minimap that he would have probably gotten like minimum 2 players. But he wanted to kill Eggster first and then maybe feel more comfortable. Okay, now it's a 3-on-3. I will use my ult for sure rather than the 3-on-4, but yeah, it goes down. Eco again for Crew.
Might need to be an adjustment here from Crew about how they deal with Inspire getting up mid so effortlessly, being able to challenge that tower spot in the first place.
Yeah, Inspire is definitely excellent at finding his timings on, you know, I will say like lurk positions. That's not so much of lurk as it is just like that solo split, but still, you know, he gets a good timing there to fight. We haven't really seen any of the classic Inspire round-the-world lurk flanks in a post plant yet, but I mean, he was a menace doing that all of last year. And even though it always felt like you knew it was coming, they still would not be able to catch his timing because it would be so bizarre and just so out of the norm of what a Sentinel lurking would do. But
and maybe it's not been as extreme as that, but Inspire has been in his element, especially in the second half. This one, a little bit of a slower round, but definitely high presence towards this B side. They're going to test it again.
Yeah, no, they're like, all right, let's go B on this round where they have bad weapons. Just mix it up here. This is the round to go back to that. Except Infiltrator gets the first, but
contextually bad weapons, right?
Yeah, in greedy fashion, doesn't want to get that gun. Benji has loved playing in this Nebula.
He is in a real nuisance, giving very Cryo on bind A-side vibes.
Oh, I mean, they should definitely know he's there now. It's getting, you know, recycle pulled out.
Maybe they have
Maybe they don't. He's
maybe
just,
they don't.
Oh, Benji could clutch up crazy for them.
Glad to exist for now, and Extra turns his back on him. That could be quite a costly misconception for Envy. Governor's got himself into Crows, and Inspire doesn't hear him coming, apparently. This puts it on Poppin. One way or another.
I mean, I'm sorry, what just happened there? MTA gets the conversion pass off. Benji is just in that smoke for years. And it felt like they knew he was there. When you were watching Rossi's point of view, he's played in that smoke before and killed multiple players, I think on 2 rounds. Still catches one, and then, yeah, what is going on there? Inspire, maybe like, I don't know, calling something at the time? He just did not hear Governor jumping around behind him.
Big thrifty around there for Crew, gets their noses back out in front of this game. And another B-side catastrophe for Envy. It's definitely going to have him shell-shocked.
Just stops that Envy momentum that was building so quickly in an instant.
This time though, Inspire still wants to work that mid.
Crew are just saying, yeah, they're going back to A, right? I mean, surely they're going back to A.
That's the right call. Do Envy commit is the question?
No way!
How is he getting away with this? The third can't be true. Inspire finally brings him down, but the damage is already done. Envy are really Poppin trying to salvage up onto the side. Gets his.
A.
And now it's Inspire to pick up the pieces. But that's a mosaic that ain't ever coming back together. 12-9. Crew on the precipice of taking another Abyss picked by Envy.
What a mental play from the current collegiate player, by the way, subbing in for this. Perfect timing with the jump. There was a hinder that came through. I think, was there a pop flash as well? Couldn't tell. I don't know, that was Eggsters, but yeah, just the hinder timing. I mean, who expects in that moment of the hit to have your Yoru jump around? That's crazy. And now for the final round to try to close things out, Infiltrator brings in the AWP. Did this on the last round of the first half. Again, crew are like, surely they're going A, right? We had a bunch of players there, but at least one now rotating away.
Talk about Infiltrator getting revenge for challenges. Like, remember me, guys? I made it here too, and I'm here to make you remember. Fury does catch the cross. It looked like it was Kesner coming onto the site. Flashed out, will try and work his way through. Caught the cancel instead. The rest of Envy trying to filter now. Caught in the choke. Lined up. Infiltrator's able to chime in now with the operator around the corner. Smashes Extra. And it's on Poppin. Through that smoke, he'll have to come one way or another. Bang! It's Infiltrator. Ends the map. 3 for him on the round. Insane. Back-to-back 3Ks. Puts Crew on top.
Stunning, stunning game from Infiltrator. And if there were any coaches or GMs in the offseason who were thinking, well, should we pick up Infiltrator? Should we give him a shot? They might be regretting not doing that and the fact that he's still in Challengers right now after putting up a performance like that.
And that is a very that is a sheepish looking Poppin right now. Envy can barely believe what happened on the map. They were scared off of hitting that B side because Benji and Infiltrator back-to-back unraveled them round after round after round. This showing from our young Winthrop University stars really been impressive. And again, now we move to Pearl. That's Crew's map pick.
I mean, this was a crazy start for Crew, who are shooting better than Envy right now. It was really only Poppin that we saw from the Envy side. He was getting some multi-kills in the mix. It's all about Infiltrator and Benji as well. Respect to him both IGLing and putting up some good numbers and anchoring effectively over on that B side.
All right, get yourselves a bevy. We'll be back in just a bit. Our analysts are going to step in, break down map 1, and then we'll be on to Pearl in no time.
Holy smokes! You don't look so good, boss.
Tell me about it. It's a real inferno down here, and I'm burnt out.
Here, try a Red Bull. It's devilishly good.
Red Bull? Oh, that tastes heavenly. Wait a minute. What's this?
Oh, yeah. I forgot about that.
Wings? Wings? I can't have wings. Not in my position.
Red Bull gives you wings.
What a match, what a nail biter. Now you took the dub. We got to see you picking Brim on Abyss. That's an unusual look. Can you maybe give me a sales pitch for this?
Sí, lo piqueamos por la misma razón, porque no es tan usual. Sabíamos que podíamos sorprender con este piqueo. Jugar a los post-plan era bastante fuerte con el Brimstone. Vimos algunas par de bots de Europa que se está usando bastante. Así que esa fue la decisión. Queríamos sorprender. Se adaptó bien a nuestro playstyle, así que nada más que eso.
Yeah, so that is actually the reason we decided to go with Brimstone, is because it's not a usual pick, and it's actually being used right now in Europe a lot, and so it's a really strong post plant with Brim, and that's why we decided to use him.
Well, I'm excited to see what you cook up for the next map. Good luck.
With an extra week of time under their belt, Crew's substitute squad gets the win on map 1 of this series over Envy. Let's jump right in to start talking about that Abyss, because I think the big question going into it was how strange this Brimstone was. And I just kind of want to get impressions on that compositional choice.
I mean, I think like the coach was talking about there, in a post plant, if you're able to set up with either that Molly lineup or an ult, very strong on the attack side. I do think we saw some of the weaknesses on defense when it was trying to lock down that A site, and you had all of a sudden Envy punishing that round after round. But eventually the solve came, just fight forward in A main, and they get themselves the win.
Yeah, and talking of fighting forward as well, though, earlier on in this game, it was Envy going for some of that aggression we know them for, Emily, but Crew did a pretty good job of shutting that down.
Yeah, I mean, as you can see in this 4th round here, we actually saw it work out in Envy's favor, and I think that was just kind of a reassurance for Crew, like, okay, they are going to keep to their similar play style, you know, contacting up on those pushes, and they started punishing that and capitalizing off that. They let Envy make the first moves on their defensive half, and then kind of finishing out the rest of the round around that.
I feel like, too, with Crew, they were able to really adapt really quick, like you're saying, but they were also able to kind of beat them at their own game. It felt like they saw through what Envy was doing. They knew that no matter what they did, they knew they were going to go towards A with that Sova Dart. They knew they were going to head towards B if there wasn't any pressure towards A. So it felt like we were kind of looking for more from Envy. We needed more pressure around the map.
We were looking at the Yoru head-to-head as well going into this game, and I think it might come as a bit of a surprise just how well Infiltrator performed here.
Yeah, really solid stuff out from him. I was very happy to see that level of impact in the game, especially like seizing the reins so early on in particular. Even on this pistol round, playing forward, getting aggressive in the post plant, his attack side, he was thriving.
I think he did such a good job at not being scared to just be super annoying, like getting through behind the flanks, making sure that he's using his ult and his utility for a really good job. And this thing jumping across into A main, as soon as they heard that util towards that A main, he knew that they were going to be there, just jumping out and just being a boss. Like
I mean, yeah, just the way he was also anchoring that B side, taking those aggressive peaks, that's really beating Envy at their own game. Like Envy was caught off guard so many times just by all these hero plays that we saw Crew have last best of 3, but they brought it out in a different way and it worked out.
Yeah, but you contrast that to Eggster, who again had a tough game, couldn't really find that impact. We look ahead to map 2 of this series, Christy, and I think you really have to look at him to help lead the bounce back for Envy.
I mean, yeah, he was such a big part of this team in the past. You definitely need that, especially coming up maps like Pearl and Abyss, big maps where the Yoru's got to have a major impact for the team. I think that is the difference, and that was the thing we were highlighting at the top of the show, right? Where we want to see some bounce backs out of Eggster.
Yeah, I feel like we wanted to see something more creative, a little bit different pathing, lots of different util from the rest of the team as well to set him up for success, but we didn't really see it. Felt like he fell into his old ways. But I mean, I'm curious if you guys think Crew is going to come up with a new, different comp, because they won Pearl last time they played it. But do you think they're going to come up with a crazy comp like Brim again?
With 1 week to work on it, I don't think so.
They put out a Brim on a bit.
Yeah, I don't know.
I feel like that is a map that is. It's maybe a little harder to work a gimmick in, but I'm interested to see, though, what a big opportunity this is, though, for Crew, Emily, coming in with 3 players from an academy roster, 2 players from a tier 2 team who didn't even get a shot in tier 1 to be just a game away from taking this win here.
Yeah, I think it would be huge for them. Like, obviously, it's an unfortunate situation for the main Crew roster, but it's great to see these tier 2 players having a chance to kind of shine in the spotlight and show that, you know what, we are capable of kind of taking down the big tier 1 teams. Like, we have the individual skill. Obviously, they didn't have enough time to kind of prep everything out, but I think literally match by match, day by day, we are seeing them come together more as a solidified team.
But if Envy can't get the win around, you turn to them and you look at this as what could be a really big disappointment to their start of their campaign in Tier 1.
I think this would be the biggest disappointment because you look to a team like 2G last year that came in and faced off against the Sub Furia squad at the start of the year, lose that match.
That was the start of the nightmare for
No, but I think there's a lot to prove for these teams that promote into the league, and obviously it's like a double-edged sword because you look at it, it's like, oh, you're playing against a substitute roster. That's great news. That should be a match you're supposed to win. But now all of a sudden, that's the match you're supposed to win. Now you're trailing down 0-1. That is a heavy, heavy loss if you cannot come back in the series.
Yeah, they definitely have to lock in, put their heads in the game. But I also think too, with their 2 substitutes, did they kind of fall apart where they just tried to slot them into that game plan that they already had, that play style that they really built around that Yoru? Or do you think that it's going to be like genuinely that creativity is going to come out on Pearl? We haven't seen them do anything too crazy, but maybe around that Yoru they have something new to show us.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they did try like a new approach, right? They had really close matches on that map specifically, but I think it really comes down to the fact that the way that Crew's playing against a team like Envy, it's throwing them off guard. Whereas normally Envy's the team with the playstyle that is throwing other teams off.
Yeah, well, let's get a word from the coach of Envy, Stunner, see what he has to say going into this crucial map 2.
Stunner, you know, contacting up and aggression, that's the name of the game for Envy, but Crew was definitely capitalizing on that on map 1. What did they do that made it so difficult for you and the team to get value out of that approach?
I mean, Crew had a good game plan, and we didn't stick to our game plan, so that's it.
Simple as that. Best of luck in the second match.
Well, he's already a Tier 1 coach with the answers. Not a lot to be taken there. Let's continue this conversation about Envy, though. What are the keys we're looking at? Pearl, this is a map that was great for them in Tier 2, that they've always been confident on. What do you want to see different on map 2 here?
I mean, you heard it right there. They just got to play their game, Mimi.
Thank you. Wow, impressive. Heard that?
Dang. Yeah, I think Crew just played their game, Mimi.
Wow. You guys are so great. Emily, please.
No, okay. I honestly don't know if I fully agree with what the coach said.
Okay, well, don't give her a real answer.
They shouldn't play their own game.
I'm trying to help her out here, okay? I don't know what you guys are doing.
Should they play?
I don't know. Well,
VALORANT.
just change something. Like, if it's not working, there's only so much you can do if you keep repeating the same things. They found that success towards A, right? But Crew was able to adapt and give that aggression there, too. And it shut them down. And we're going to need to see something like that, especially on a map like Pearl.
Yeah, well, we're ready to get into it. Pearl, map 2 of this series. And Crew's substitute roster with a chance to take a series win. We'll find out if they can do it after this.
You guys calling yourself...
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secretlab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Tell them we up, tell them we live. I got the drop top sitting outside. This for the dogs, this for the guys, this for the ones still by my side. This for the ones who counted me out. This for the nights I had nothing but doubt. Bet on myself, I double down. Told them I'm coming, look at me now, look at me. All in, no way out. You scared? Tell me now. Walk in, shut it down. All in, no way out. No way out. No way out. Till the casket drops.
Flashes of brilliance from Envy on their map pick of Abyss, but honestly not in enough volume to give them a winning result there. Crew honestly look like they're shooting better than the shooters themselves on that first map. Heading over to map 2, this is Pearl, this is Crew Visa's pick. And once again, they are going to be bringing this neon in, something that Infiltrator showcased extensively right before our very eyes, Wyatt, in Challenges.
And in their debut map up against Furia, this is the one that they won in that best of 3 series. Envy, I was so curious about what their comp was going to be heading into this map, because last year in Challengers, they were mental on Pearl. They were winning it a lot. They were good here, and Kane Zero, their duelist at the time, was playing whatever. He was running down on Reyna on this map. Inspire here goes for crazy lurks. He loves to try to get through that mid link, go through sewers. They are maniacs on this map historically, which is, I mean, that's kind of Envy on like most maps, or all of them if we're being real, but I think this one in particular, maybe it's just because Reyna stands out as a, we're playing Reyna, guys, that's crazy, and we're winning, that's crazy. But
now guys, take a sip of your mustachio matcha boba tea every time we say in Challenges, because that's not going to stop anytime
I
soon.
mean, this is, listen, buddy. There's a lot of challenges.
There's so much history in this game as well. Not only, of course, in America, but also the academy level in the LATAM region. That aside, off to the pistol we go with Crew starting on the attack side.
Yeah, and obviously also the VCT LATAM history. I'm still just Kesnet versus Nags is a crazy matchup. Just thinking all the way back to when those guys were playing on the world stage together and, you know, made Crew a household name globally. But let's see what they can do on this pistol round, going for the A split, popping up close in main. This is a great position tucked by this smoke. I swear no one ever clears it.
Envy will have Poppin sat here waiting for his time to strike. It's
no
like
one
he does.
ever clears it, man. It's the best spot to anchor.
It does take about 10 years for Nagzet to turn around. So he starts a forest fire every time he turns 180. The rest of them, though, not sure they have the same excuse. There's Benji falling, and Envy were waiting and hungry. They walk straight into Poppin.
If you're ever anchoring that site, just stand in that corner by the smoke. It's so free every time. Like 90% success rate, I swear, when we're on a player's POV, and that's where they're at. Everyone just so focused forward. There was a flash that came through, I think, from Eggster as well to supplement that, which was a team flash, but still had everyone distracted. So, you know, no worries. Envy start things off on the right foot. And unfortunately for Crew, a familiar feeling of losing pistol rounds. So they've lost the majority of them so far in kickoff.
Yeah, just the one so far. Early days yet, but one more strike for either of these teams and they go down to the lowest of low brackets, where they will be out of third chances, pardon me.
See what Kesnet can get accomplished on this Neon. Maybe even taking inspiration from Crew with their success in the first game, watching Infiltrator on that Neon find a pretty sizable amount of impact.
Kesnet's a bit more adamant about watching the approach there towards Art. It's going to come in a different way, though, through mid-connector. Kesnet hot in their heels, though. It's under relay bolt, still able to handle them.
Down mid.
Weapon advantage rearing its head. Kesnet could walk in behind this bolt. Envy have done enough for the time being. It's Crew trimmed down to just one Benji.
That was popping there right in time to help Kesnet, who's the only Envy player ever in real danger that round when he's fighting in the link. Good support from the Envy IGL. Flawless round, cleaning that up with ease. Now let's see what they try to do on the bonus. You know, certainly wouldn't be surprised to see this Envy team go for a heavy extremity push here. Maybe something adventurous in mid, throwing down the Nebula up top. Looks like time for the B duelist aggro maneuver.
Yep.
And it looks like they're going to get the fight that they desire.
On a bonus here, but still closing the gap to get some value out of these Bulldogs. And Stingers! There go Infiltrator and MTA. There's some smoke to cover the advance. But Benji only gets one before departing.
Spike down.
This is a buy round for Crew, let's be clear on that. Envy running up on them on the B side.
That is genuinely an insane play from Envy. That's so cool. Just the speed that Kesnet is able to get up there playing Neon, and the timing off that recon was so perfect. I mean, that is the fastest B aggro play on defense you could possibly cook up.
And it happens in a very quick instant.
I mean, that's just like a timing you really don't expect when you're getting out of B main. You know, most of the time, a team will be like postured up around pillar, going for some swings while you're trying to, you know, get on the cross. Maybe when the Nebula drops for the cross, something like that. But to just get up into the cross smoke with the Stinger, playing off the instant recon is crazy work. A really cool play.
Naxat, of course, is invested in keeping this rifle, but so much of the map is denied from him. And you'll hear a pitter-patter, little footsteps as Envy start to close the net. Wayward there, Naxat dinks. 10 health and a dream and 17 seconds to try and stay alive. He'll scurry away.
Yep, now just on the run and should be safe
10
here.
seconds
So there could be one hero rifle
down.
for Crew in this next round.
Without a
Certainly not ideal.
Yeah, I mean, that happened so quickly, that push up B, but it's an impact that's going to echo through the next couple of rounds. Crew's first shot at properly buying up is immediately extinguished by this, and this recon setup is spectacular.
That is crazy. And with this, the smoke in main, so the players that are pushed out are disconnected from the rest of the pack who are, you know, a little bit further back. They can't support them. That works perfectly. And I'm sorry, are we right into the timeout straight away?
Yeah,
listen,
that
honestly,
happens sort of now.
I'm not mad at it. This early timeout, calm things down after you just got, I mean, obliterated. On that anti-bonus. Like, let's take a deep breath. Obviously, not the ideal start. And just prepare for the next buy round that's going to come up.
And despite the rounds having different levels of, you know, weaponry available to Crew, we've seen a little bit of everything from them so far. They try that A hit, of course, Poppin sat in the corner. They don't acknowledge it. Try and work mid, and they run into Kesnan, who's been covered. And we all know what happened on the ill-fated push towards the B side. So we are 0 from 3 on different approaches on Pearl so far from Crew Visa.
Yeah, I think possible right now that for Crew, they're going to think about getting Benji 2 more orbs, so he has the Cosmic Divide, and then they can use that in the buy round and have a set strat based around that.
Yep.
When they get there, I think that's a possibility. There's only one ult really on the table right now. That's Poppin with that Hunter's Fury. Gotta say, Poppin has been the best player right now for Envy. He's been their best shooter up until this point. Like, he was getting some nice multi-kills just straight up fighting on Abyss.
A couple of those with the Ghost on that first
Envy
round.
are not playing around. They are just immediately trying to swing 4 players, potentially, 4 players max to fight in mid. But they relax.
And Governor is the sort of initiator here, playing solo towards A. He did throw a Prowler in. That's not really done too much more than get Envy's mild attention there. Oh, that's a big swing into Art. A huge commitment. It's got to be punished. Frenzy of MTA claims him, but now Crew can accelerate. Inspired's going to be a little bit more safe about this, but Clona comes past that catches his attention. Hunter's Fury will be thrown in. Inspired decayed out now. Knows players are on the cross. Knows he's been spotted out.
Inspired just feels like he needs to live to get out. Rossi wants to find a moment to get towards Secret, and actually the plant denied.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, no plant at all for Crew. We're missing that little bit of extra bank. And the sub-plan, I guess, of getting Benji in a position to have a Cosmic Divide is still in play, but he wasn't able to get a plant. Decent recovery after a very aggressive moment there from Kesnan on 2 occasions early in the round.
I mean, that's such a wide swing to go for. Such a wide swing, no info. Oops, there's 3 players and goes down. Sure, recovery from Envy, but Crew are walking away happy to get a couple kills, and they get out the only ultimate that was available to Envy. And now, look at Governor as well. Just 1 away from getting the Nightfall. Wow, I mean, Envy are just sending it on this defense right now.
They're not going to give him an all for free on this side of the map.
And look, Crew don't have any prior info as to how Envy are going to play here. But okay, Benji 1 for 1, that's not bad, that's acceptable, but lacking smokes, trying to get into B is going to be very tough, and obviously also lacking now the Cosmic Divide, which could have been a legitimate plan for this round.
Governor did get an orb though. So Nightfall is online.
Look at the amount of angles that these guys are exposed to though, trying to get into this B site.
Yeah, and now they're thinking twice about it.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately here, it's like, what do they have to get in? A fast lane from Infiltrator to try to obscure some angles so they can get into a site.
Yeah, likely playing off this Fade ultimate. Odin for Poppin as he is slowly wending his way towards Flowers.
All right, threatening that there could be some pressure towards Art and then going into Link where there's really only 1-2 angles to focus on at any given time, and then the split from MTA through main for Rose and Flash to supplement this push.
Here's an eyeball onto the B side. Crew left their options open until the last moment, but MTA went down on B long, and now Exeter was still at large, but in goes Infiltrator. And out go Exeter and Inspire.
Spike planted.
Governor gets the plant, shock dart knocks him low. Now to Spam will account for him. This evens up the numbers. Now Rossi on the way in. Aldrone is going to spot Infiltrator inside hole, so that eliminates one variable, but not that of Nagzit.
Crucial 1v1 to win. All the pressure on Rossi right now. New addition to the team. Should be able to get that first.
I've got to say, Nagzit's been shooting today, man. We are rolling back the years.
He really is. Winning that first 1v1 was crucial from Nags. Straight up fight against Poppin, who's been on point for Envy, but not enough.
Infiltrator, huge little two-piece here. As Inspire quickly tries to follow up after X is down. Rossi made it interesting, though. Was able to make an aim correction and actually kill that player as he made his way onto the site.
Yeah, I liked Benji's calling there for the team's pathing after he goes down and they're lacking the smokes. I think they played that pretty optimally. It was well done.
This time we got much more of that KJ util in mid. So Crew can't leave their options open so simply.
Now look at this. So fast into the Link, smoke down. Into that B-side connector, rather, and they make it seem like they could be all the way up into Link. But now pivot right back into Art. I mean, at this point, Envy could feel like these attackers are in so many different parts of the map.
Yeah,
they're starved for some info outside of A main.
That alarm bot being blown up here. Look where Kesner has to play from now. There's just too many lanes for him to cover. He would love to probably just sit and watch Art.
Yeah, at least Exeter is pushed up on B. But these players in A main are going to feel some serious pressure if the execute comes in on their side. And having to watch two separate different angles.
There's a walk down Art happening right
You
now.
are divided.
So now those A main players for Envy at risk of being pinched. I like the rotation coming in from Kesner here, but he's going to go through the Cosmic Divine. He's not sure what's on the other side. Next hits down though. Look at them hold their own in A main. Pop him with the Odin. Able to stand tall. That's a pincer broken. Kesnitz, the way is open for him to swoop in and claim the flawless.
Everyone's just hitting crazy transfers, I guess. Sick from Kesnit. And then Poppin just tracking the slide with the Odin is pretty smooth as well. Everything coming up Envy just like individually. Yeah, you're about to say Rossi just I mean, yeah, Rossi takes an isolated fight, wins it.
Credit to Kesner, he like tests that Cosmic Divide early, doesn't fully commit past it until he knows his boys in A main are taking contact.
Yeah, Envy are not playing around right now. Coming into Pearl, just foot fully on the gas. Every round, they're pushing out somewhere with multiple players. Immediately into mid this time. And now fast rotate right back towards A as Exeter for a second consecutive round. Just outlaw in hand, all the way up B.
This is so... The Kesner defense sides, we've always sort of seen this. He kind of pulls a couple players around with him, and they're always swarming. Used to do this with Crew on Icebox especially. Pull them back and forth. Try to be very dynamic. This time they've landed back towards that A side as Crew have really slowed things down. It's just a Sheriff buy here.
And if this hit does come in on A, these guys should be getting absolutely chewed up by this Odin. You would think, but Poppin just waiting for the recon to support Rossi.
Patient from Rossi, he gets the ping now. Some information. He's able to smoke up that A main, but all Crew are actually in this side. Rossi doesn't have a way forward. Poppin's hoping to speculate, spray and spam into the side itself.
Spike down.
Oh my god, what a shot from Benji. That's on Kesnit with the ult pop.
No plant yet though, that's the issue. Down to 30 and the fighting is getting thick and fast here. Infiltrators found one with the Sheriff though, and Rossi, dangerous game. 3 players grouped up over towards that Art side. And they're not committed yet. The spike though is out in the open on A. They've got to come back to collect it. And Rossi will step to them. This is where Corey really gets stretched thin, Wyatt. In moments like this dynamic skirmish, Envy able to win it out. Spike going loose really hurts Crew's ability to bounce off.
Things really did become a mess there. I mean, Poppin decided to not spam, throw up the recon, but Rossi not really with an opportunity to fight too effectively with the multiple smokes that were down. And when the ping came out, he had a shorty in hand instead. Some nice shots from Crew players. But Envy are able to stabilize and maintain a sizable lead at this point. And they're heading into a round with a Dimensional Drift for a retake. Cosmic Divide for a retake. Poppin might have a Hunter's Fury for a retake. This is going to be extremely tough for Crew to manage.
Yep. Clearing that turret early. Making sure there's no way Crew can have peace of mind about whether or not Envy are pushed into Plaza. B's the weak side though. Now being bolstered by Exter, who returns. And through mid, Poppin is very quickly trying to at least get in position.
I like this from Eggs. It's a tough angle to predict for Crew. Infiltrator exposed to it.
Oh, he spots MTA for free.
Oh, does he go for more? Does he go for the repeak?
Now there's our drone, could play off that. No. Big game crash out! Rossi waiting for them.
Spike down.
Plaza belonged to Envy from the very beginning of the round. Crew decide to test the waters to transition across the map through there. And it goes horribly wrong.
Envy at this point. Oh my god, MTA. What a second shot onto Rossi. Hold on. Let's see if he can cook up something more.
This guy, when he played on Crew, was kind of forced into that flex role, but he'd always been a duelist. And people knew that. We got to see him flex those very muscles. Exer, though, puts the period on the sentence. And that's Envy 6 rounds ahead.
Tough to win that tight little angle fight against an op, but nice shots from MTA regardless. Look, though, at this point, Envy, they're in the walls. They're everywhere. They
do not sit still.
Taking full liberties on every single round, pushing really early if they're untested and around like that, just taking more space. And Kesnet is all the way damn near into spawn. Rossi's out holding that right side of mid for him to be safe while he's pushing up there.
But you can see how important to Envy that early Plaza pop is.
Yeah, I feel like we have definitely seen this kind of vibe from Envy plenty of times in the past, where if they aren't just running over their opposition early in a series, if they drop a map, something for the next one just changes, and they just start full send every single round, running them over. Like, it's almost as if they find more confidence sometimes in a loss. Like a willingness to just push their play style even further after loss. Like, that's the solution to their problems. Go harder with their game plan.
And Kesnet looks right at home in this setup too. Feels like he's able to find his place here. I mean, you might...
Yeah, he's unleashed on this
You might compare him to the Kane Zero, right? From this Envy team in challenges, right? Another very dynamic player, super aggressive, willing to push the boundaries and play audaciously constantly. So far, he is right at home.
Crew coming in with a very modest buy. As it looks like Envy might be putting some more emphasis on fighting B. We'll see. Extra still has this operator. I mean, he's been controlling this side of the map consistently. He's got a weapon.
They're not push up that far, but Extra in a customary location for Yoru to tuck. Extracts Infiltrator here, so how now are you going to push these sides? Dimensional Drift's an option, but you are working with just Stingers here. I think we need to just send it now, as Poppin is going to make that decision for them sooner rather than later. Relay ball catches on the Benji around the corner, and Kesnet will simply convert.
This is the Envy way. We see them, let's just go fight them and kill them. We have better weapons, right? Oh my god.
I'm telling you, right at home, baby. Plug and play option is Kesnet.
They make it look way too easy when Envy start playing like this, and as far as the aim, they get back in that zone. And they are back in that zone after getting, I think, pretty convincingly diffed in the 1v1s in the shooting from map 1 on Abyss.
I just love players that are testing Nagzet's Twitch reflex as a mega high sensitivity player.
Or low sense, rather.
Mega low sense,
Yeah.
sorry, yeah. Just get in his face, see if you can get around him before he sees you.
No, that guy's been around the block many a time at this level too.
Double op setup now for Envy. They have so much money, it just doesn't even matter. They're kind of just getting silly. I mean, and why not? That's what they do. If Kane were here at this point in the game, he'd be holding down W with an Odin.
Once again, Envy are pretty active here. Poppin's going to have to hear this surely. He knows it's so awkward for him now that with a player right below him. He knows that. He's going to be caught inside this Nightfall, but there's Case that steps up from Halls. Poppin's decayed down to one, but he's still having impact. Some utility. Our drone thrown out, and now a Cosmic Divide from Envy. How do you get past this? Kesnet snaps up his third for the round. Spike is nigh unrecoverable.
Look at Kesnet. He's just running around fighting them. He does not care.
Max had to reveal himself there. Rossi teases him out and finds a second. Now that's an 8-round lead, and things are starting to look absolutely diabolical for Crew.
I mean, Poppin is just absolutely sweating, getting bogged by util. Meanwhile, Kesnet is just running around, gun out, fighting everyone.
Yeah, it's the meme of that guy. There's like someone sleeping. The guy's like, got his arms outstretched in front of him. There's like icy BMs and knives in him, and just protecting him. Poppin decays so you can live, Kesnet.
Crew are, yeah, that was nice try. Crew is back on the eco, sadly. We've seen a lot of that. Running into Eggster on B, we've seen a lot of that. He has just been ruling this side of the map with ease this entire time.
Doesn't opt to challenge MTA, but actually gets MTA to gate crash away. So no real estate bought up by Crew on the B side at all. Look at this, Envy swarming away. Still on the move. Kesnet now, just keeping an eye on mid. It might be a re-hit on the B side, but look at the spike is. Envy haven't made that plaza play, so Crew have the flexibility here to pivot.
Crew and mid, they're just worried. Is someone going to run at us? Now MTA knows that someone is running at him. And so wants that fight.
They could be in their spawn and be worrying the same thing against this team. Kind of have a present fear.
I'm going to try and get in on A, but if they split right now, it will be disconnected for Crew, so they have to buy their time to wait for the players in main to get there. But this time being wasted is also allowing Envy rotates to be there in time to anchor.
Spire ensconced him in all of his own utility. Look at how low Governor has got here as a result of that.
30 seconds left.
Expecting a push backside, it never really comes. Crew can't get deep enough. Cosmic Divide will need to allow them to have a spike and be non-committal about it, but that's not an option either. Benji is stuck in the corner. Gets on out because Governor bails him out. Kesnet went down, and that Cosmic Divide will linger for a little longer. Needs to be a spike plant here, though.
10 seconds left. Spike planted.
Does go down, just the wall is about to drop. Retreating into main is Benji. Governor is so isolated.
It's so low.
Player
wow, but he did catch it. Oh my god.
Benji, hello, Inspire. He's got to get across here. This is going to be a straight challenge, but he's going to do so through this pesky Astra util.
Oh no! We just couldn't get around the wall.
Just a minor mechanical issue. Costs Crew what would have been their second round.
Not like this.
And a Thrifty, it may well have been there.
Not like this.
Didn't realize it was backed up to that box, and Inspire is not going to give you the chance to recover from that kind of mistake.
I like that from Inspire, though. The second that gravel goes off, he just sprints at him. Well, I mean, that's not much of a sprint, actually. That was more of a sprint into silent walk.
Or win this for you, Mano.
Kind of easy.
Placing sentry.
Up 10-1.
Yep. Very comfortable defense side.
Envy are back. Envy are back, and they're playing exactly like you want to watch Envy play. This is why they're such a fun team.
Yep, consistent in that regard.
And here we go, Kesnet just running up B with Eggster.
I'll handle
No one there? All right, teleport all the way over towards spawn. Kesnet already sprinting towards A. Eggster gets all the info in the world.
Gonna appear right behind them now. No way he's committing to that. Still, has seen all that he needs to. Again, this zone outside of that KJ turret is a safe one for Crew to make their moves through. And this is a pretty early lockdown considering where the rest of Crew are.
Now, what is their maneuver here going to be? They've got 4 going through Art. Art is fully open. Now they have to get into the site, but Envy could try to recommit, and they will. Poppin's in there.
Gonna be claustrophobic for Poppin here, though he knows he's got a lot to deal with. Prowler came on through the smoke, comes to Eggster. 2 down, surely not. MTA at least is able to salvage now, even in numbers, but Kesnet at the back of the site is fighting for his life. And Nagset, last round of the half, trying to make something off it. Typical theatrics, of course, from Envy.
I mean, yeah, Poppin is Giving him a chance to make something of it.
30 seconds left.
Does he try to get out of here and go to B?
You see Rossi is tracing this movement across the map in parallel.
Bot coming back.
Yeah, Rossi should be able to hear him here in a moment for sure. And I think Rossi will probably kill him for sure.
Spike
Spike down for Naxxet, but no chance to recover from it. And a brutal, savage performance here from Envy on the first half of Pearl. Pushing up on the map, really just suffocating Crew.
I mean, yeah, literally every round, all the time, they're running at them. It's just, that is the way of life for Team Envy. Just run it down. And everyone started shooting on this map. Rossi's at what, 13-4? Peasant's killing everyone. Poppin has been on point today. Yeah, this one, man, Envy at their best right now. Yeah. This is what they do.
Big mountain to climb for Crew to make this a competitive map. Otherwise, we'll be headed off to our third map of Breeze. Stick around, folks. It's a tough one for Crew fans, but Envy Crew can finally start to dial in.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Crew really took Envy to task on Abyss. I feel like they were able to meet them in the middle, match them with that play style. Great anchoring on Abyss. They dealt with these aggressive pushes, but if you want to beat Envy, you have to be that locked in for 3 maps of Valorant. Not just the first, all of them. And on this second map for Pearl, Crew have looked sluggish, slow to respond, and frankly overwhelmed by the raw pace of play from Envy. On the defense side, now heading into our pistol for the second, it's Envy already with 11 rounds in their column.
Simply Envy doing what they do best, at their best. Let's see if we get this early fight in a main. Now Crew retreating a bit after sending that clone forward, so the space will be garnered by the team up 11-1, working into this A split.
And they're going to walk up and they're going to start hitting them one way. Simple stuff. Infiltrator inside the smoke here. Has to pop through and make a moment of it here, but man, just dealt with by the Classic at close range. And that's a metaphor for how this map has gone. Crew have tried to match Envy. They've tried to meet them at every impasse. And have frankly just been found wanting on every occasion. 5 up still for Envy. Barely a scratch on them in this post plant. As MTA is looking to tease someone out of position, force some kind of error, or make his own fate. Nice little double down. X not able to get away.
One enemy
Here comes the dash to Util, and there's another one for MTA. He's on for 4 here. Rossi's going to step up now.
One enemy remains.
The span through the smoke is good enough, and he knows it. He backs away, doesn't ask for more. 14-4 and counting, but Benji's on the spike. And off to the right. Rossi can't connect. Insane recovery from Crew.
6 shots from MTA. What a play. Well, don't call it a comeback. I mean, I won't. I won't call it a comeback. It's the beginning.
You've evoked the concepts.
This could be the beginning of something magical, Mitch.
Really thought it was done. MTA doesn't have anything to work with. This is legitimately starting from scratch scenarios. He tries to make his way onto the site.
Dude, that little shot on, who's that, Eggster trying to jump around the box back to hard. Little tap headshot. That was clean. Envy just back to A main. Kesnet has a Guardian that Rossi throws to him. What a good guy.
Role player.
What a sweetheart. Yep. Just giving your duelist a Guardian after you lose the fifth round. Everyone else says blast. Kesnet, you better get some kills though, bro.
That's the plan. Into the side we go. Nano Swarms are up. Denying Envy any push past that box. Naxxet, amidst that fighting, is able to pluck extra out of formation. But the Guardian still alive and in the hands of Kesnet.
Time for everyone on Envy to hopefully try to distract so Kesnet can just start tapping players down. But this one's going to be a little bit tough if they contend with... That's a lot of stingers, man. Yeah. Crew are ready to run it down.
Every America's coded moment. Kesnet has to step through the smoke. Doing that post-plant retake util. Tough in the best of times. And Inspire's going to do it now with just the Sheriff. It's not to be. Crew finally starting to build some rounds, build some momentum. It's a long climb.
And sadly for Kesnet, that one with the Guardian will not be enough. Well, they get the spike down too, so a little bit of extra cash into this round where Rossi just goes basically to 0.
Netflix and chill. Netflix and chill, guys. Netflix and chill.
What? Does that have a different meaning in his mind than ours?
I don't think it does. Nope.
Looking into this.
Words change. Language evolves. And we become more wholesome.
I don't know if it's evolved that fast, but anyway. Rossi has his stinger now on account of what happened on that last round. MTA about to get that dimensional drift on account of getting a lot of kills in the last 2 rounds. So maybe that can be the crux of round 4.
Naxxet here is mindful also the crossover towards Halls. It's overwhelming though. Benji, good damage on Extra. Patient play, but it's still not going to be enough because it's Envy. Always the same from these guys. And Crew on this bonus haven't really been able to slow them down quite enough. And Infiltrator will have to contend with the smoke. It's pulled, it's a fake. Rossi back into Hall safely now. They can double up, potentially. Doesn't matter. Infiltrator's far too quick and popping. Doesn't get a look at the Neon.
Nice job holding that angle though. Snappy, quick shot from Poppin.
Governor's going to fight his way out of this. Got the weapon for it, sure. Exeter, Poppin both low, but you've got to account for Inspire, who has now made his way to B as well. Not enough time for Governor to make this count. And so Inspire will take him out of the game.
Unfortunately for Crew, they were in position to get those kills. But Exeter hit some nasty shots back halls. Can we see that from his POV? What was that? It was like a little pre-fire onto the next guy, it looked like? Yeah, almost. Yeah, he just crosshair out, just started the spray as Benji was about to walk into it.
Gladiator B? When do we ever Gladiator B?
Okay, I don't know what that means.
It's an in-joke, I think.
Just like Netflix and chill.
That's
only these guys know what that stuff means, you know. We can only speculate why it...
Yes, of course.
Take flight.
Right, we're going to slam the B side again. Envy not necessarily feeling the need to be too creative now.
No, they're ready to just end this game and take us to Breeze. That's where their minds are at.
Alright, here's that Hunter's Fury now. What's there to be found? Oh, okay, Infiltrator picked off straight away. Yeah, this is cooked, folks. It's on MTA, Dimensional Drift. He's going to have to make use of it now. To what end, though, is unclear.
It's cooked. It's wraps. It's over. Unless MTA does something miraculous, as he did on that pistol round.
Here's that Dimensional Drift now, getting on in. Naxxet's still on the outside looking in for the time being, and MTA's been able to reposition, but his position, noted they're aware that he and Naxxet are going to try and work these angles. Naxxet finds his. Envy, though, still outnumbered.
Oh my god, they're doing it. Oh my god, they might be doing this, Mitch.
Inspire and Poppin now realize that this is starting to slip out of the grip. They want to try and close the map out here. Double face. It's Inspire v MTA for the map.
Oh my god, they did it
for 4. You gotta be kidding me.
Now, at the very least, his stats for the series, they're gonna look great. After getting these kills on this second half, his stats are saved at the 12-4.
It's been to the school of John QT.
Sick pistol round, and now a sick 4K from MTA. Is that 2v4, 2v5? Something like that.
Now, see, I did say it was cooked, but you said it was cooked with slightly more information than me, so I feel like that makes you look worse.
If we were... I don't think anyone's judging. Everyone in the Twitch chat was spamming GG at the same time we said that.
Listen, people are going to point fingers.
Everyone's cooked. Everyone watching is cooked off that one. They were all wrong.
Crew are still in it. Individual heroics from MTA has kept them afloat. Still an 8-round deficit, though. Still a lot to fight against. Envy now, probably pretty disgruntled after that last round. But the Vandals will serve themselves with.
Down B.
They really just want to end this game, and they're just slamming B. But that's how things begin to get out of your hands, between the, you know, slip between your fingers and out of your grasp, is by trying to get this over and done. And then crews start stringing rounds together. And all of a sudden, it gets to, you know, round 6, and then they start getting ultimates. And then they win the round where you use all your ults. But you're like, that's fine. It's only 12-7 now. And then all of a sudden, it's like, wait, how did we get to 12-9? This is how it begins, man.
It's the same dark path that many a ranked player has trudged in their time.
I'm not trying to sell this too hard, but, you know, we'll see. But you know what I will say? They do keep trying to challenge MTA on this site, and ain't working, bro.
It might be a time for a little pivot back towards A or something, maybe a little
30
more
seconds left.
Intricate.
Or they could just run defense, right?
They could just run it. MTA is going to be a little hard to dig out of that spot.
Last player
Envy here hunting for some exits and find only the one elimination off that round. 12-5 now, it's shrunk to 7. But Envy are going to be back with a vengeance and with weapons this time.
That is MTA getting another triple. Hey, even if they lose this at this point, MTA is kind of feeling nice going into map 3, and Crew, I feel like their spirits must be lifted a little bit, right? By the fact that they're running this back and winning some rounds here, getting some good individual moments.
Envy are definitely giving him no shortage of opportunities to fight. Looks like the look is over towards A this time. Something the Crew, something they did very well on Abyss. They've read into it somewhat.
And Envy want to finish this up in silly fashion. You have Extra ready to pop out of a dimensional drift with a Bucky as Kesnet runs around with his ultimate.
Who's next? Outlaw here for MTA. It's only popping on half armor though. He's going to see all of this, and he does pop out. Val though emerges, but Kesnet was right behind him, and maybe a little too far ahead of him. Swung the corner. Had overdrive active, but just got smashed. Okay, fast lane is going to give Infiltrate a little bit of room to back off in the flower direction.
Envy are scared to fully commit there. They want to peel off and try and go back towards B. And if they do so, Benji looks like he's going to be able to kind of meet them at the pass here, but I feel like he won't really want to commit too heavily to fighting because he has the Cosmic Divide to just win a pose.
Play off this side, yeah. Doesn't need to be that guy right now.
Yeah, he's just going to relax. And that's fine. That's chill.
You do have to retake against this Envy squad. Splitting them up with that divide. Envy, no, they can't fall back to be long as a result of this. They have to mostly stay pushed up here. I don't hate that from Inspire. Gets his first and second. Governor may look to challenge. He's going to have to. And wins that one out. But it's even in numbers now. Nightfall comes through. Poppin able to avoid it by the looks of things. He'll have to fall back though. Cosmic Divide still on the table. Benji's still on the map. But they walk straight into Poppin's sideline. No consideration, make use of that Astra ultimate right now. And Rossi can play from long here. Poppin though caught in a rough timing. Naxet trying to cross. It's awkward. And here comes the wall. Benji won't be there to see it come down as Envy put them to the sword and even up the series.
As awkward as it gets to end out that map, but Crew with a little bit of momentum in the second half after going down 11-1 because Envy just ran at them on defense.
It's not enough to erase the blemish that was the first half.
I mean, Envy, we just watched the most Envy game you can watch. That was just everything we saw in 2025 from them. They recreated the magic here on Pearl by never missing shots and never easing up with the aggression.
Yeah, it's a pure audacity followed up by that individual mechanics that allows them to get away with this. It was such a bizarre style to see them first, you know, hit tier 2 with it and show off in challenges. And they've honestly kept the spirit of that here, even up against some of the very best players in the world. Can they run it into the third map, though? That is the big question we have. We're headed to Breeze. We haven't seen Envy there just yet. And, of course, it's a map the Crew have already run out on. Stick around. Going to have an analyst break down that second map, and we'll be right into Breeze.
Hey everyone, the creator of the Pop and Swing has arrived. I'm the IGL, and let me introduce you to my team, Envy. You've definitely seen Exter's Yoru. He brings good vibes for our team and chaos for the enemies. And next we have Inspire, the man behind our Cypher Cam, the Sentinel, and the Anchor. Then we have Kesnet, one of the funniest guys on our team, dropping 30s even from Chile. Then we have Rossi, the most talkative on our team, always picking up the vibes when we need it the most.
What an intro to Envy that was, as they take map number 2 in dominant fashion. Winning it, guys, very much the Envy way. Those last few rounds, I think they could have closed out way earlier.
Yeah, but you know what? They wouldn't be Envy if they did, right? I think what we really saw, the true Envy, the first half, absolutely running down Crew.
Oh, yeah.
It looked like they were having fun.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about how they were struggling of executing that style earlier, Emily, but here it honestly just looked like I was watching an Ascension game again.
Yeah, no, it was really cool to see because we see them going for those first picks, but we also see them going for those first picks in mid as well, like Silent Ninja just kind of walking up, pushing everything, and Crew really just did not have an answer for that here. I mean, we saw it in this round A main, they took the space early, they didn't overaggress, they held it down, and it worked for them.
It just felt like they had a really solid understanding, and I know in the coach interview they said they didn't play their game and they need to play their game. Genuinely, I'm not gonna lie, that is the great analysis for this. They played their game.
Yeah, it's so true. They definitely played their game, but how was it different than the first map here? Like, what do you think actually changed between maps?
Well, one of the things that we were highlighting in the first map is that Crew responded really well to the early defensive aggression that Envy was showing. I think in this game it was the complete opposite story, where early fights were always going Envy's way, and then when there was ever gaps in mid-rounds, Envy was instantly filling into the space and overwhelming Crew.
It felt like they also knew not to overstep when it came to pushing. Like a lot of the times, oh, I just yapped all over that, but all over the times, when they would push like B main with Exter, they wouldn't overstep and push into spawn unless there was pressure elsewhere. They did a really good job of fully understanding the map pressure that Crew was kind of putting on them and really ping-ponging off of it. Whereas on Abyss, we saw them just push, even if there wasn't any pressure, walk push into A main, just trying to get as much map control as possible. So it just made a lot more sense on Pro.
And I want to look at this too from Crew's perspective for a moment. Do you think that there was anything different that you noticed in that they maybe were less able to contend with this aggression when the game plan did look good on map 1?
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't bad. I don't think they did anything horrible. In my mind, they were just losing those ones, especially towards mid. When they would do those 3-1-1s, they would take space, but they'd kind of get picked off early, which we didn't see too much on Abyss, right? And then in those 1v1s towards mid especially, they were just losing and getting picked off. It felt like they didn't have an answer to come back into the rounds after they're already down numbers.
Yeah, my hot take is I really don't think it's that deep in terms of strategy or anything. I think Envy just literally all played better.
Yeah, it's true. And looking ahead to map 3, that might be a bit of a worrying sign if you're a fan of Crew, but they do have time to bounce back. When we get ready for that, let's hear from Inspire and hear a bit more of his sales pitch for why you should be rooting for Envy.
People should be fans of us because we have a lot of personality, you know, and we know what it's like to start from nothing and build up all the way to the top where we are now. So a lot of, you know, relatability there. And we're like always streaming and talking to the fans, like interacting with you guys after the games. So I think that's just a big reason to come to our games.
Inspirational.
Wow, that's incredible. Personality is what they're bringing into the fold. Do you have anything more to share than that?
No, I can't. You can't best that.
You can't best that?
I'm inspired.
Awesome. I'm so happy that you are. Let's talk about map 3 of this series and where it's all going to unfold. It's, of course, Breeze to end this one out. We've seen one of these teams play it already.
Which one?
Crew, right?
Yes.
You made me second guess myself. I'm like, oh God, is this a test?
You should have seen her face. The panic in her eyes was great.
We casted this game. I hope I remember. But yes, Crew has played it. Envy have not thus far. What are we looking for to see Envy on this map?
I'm really worried. I don't think anything that Envy does is or what am I trying to say here? I literally just lost my train of thought. I'm looking to see MV run it down. I'm looking to see them stick to their game plan. You know, I was a little doubtful when the coach kind of said that, but I mean, I was proven wrong in that map, and I need to see them kind of keep that up, keep the aggression, and yeah, just kind of overpower Crew.
Yeah, well, Crew, they did play this, and I want to look at the team composition that they did play in that first game. They couldn't get the win here. We're playing Jet and Chamber. Do you think this is something you want to see Crew going back to, Myrna?
I didn't mind the Jet and Chamber. I think I more had an issue with the solo controller on the Viper, especially because you can't get those smokes down that you really need. And once you put that wall down, you're kind of forced to commit to that site on the attack side. A lot of lurking you can't really do, and the mid control is kind of hard without that extra smokes.
Well, I'm really worried about them starting on that defense half, because what we saw on Abyss is them anchoring down those sites. And even with these Breeze changes, they're going to need the additional smokes that they just don't have. Like, I'm not confident in them being able to play up and aggressive on their anchors, and that's really what was working for them on the first map.
Look, I agree. I prefer like the double smoke looks from this team. I don't think they have enough time to actually change that like with just 1 week coming in. And I will say that I just think there's more focus put on your Jet and Chamber player into this one, especially the way that MV were playing in the previous match. It's going to be a lot to come down to opening fights, and that's where your Jet Chamber have to be firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, I want to dig a little deeper. What is actually the drawback of not playing double smokes on this map? Because before the changes, it was reasonably popular to just play that Viper, but now it is a different story. And with that, we actually are not going to get to hear from Christy, because I don't want to hear from you. I want to hear from Uber and Wyatt, who will be back with you in just a minute with map number 3.
So this chat's going to be in stark contrast to the one we had after map 1, because we're singing the praises of Crew, saying they've got shooters. Everyone's sort of online today. They were great at denying certain side hits away from Envy on Abyss, but on Pearl, we saw none of that. Envy suffocate the map, always pushing up on that defense side, contesting that Killjoy drone in Plaza on Pearl, for example, or getting up B long. They always had about 60–70% of the map under wraps.
Yeah, Envy hit their "it's time to win" button. They just all started shooting.
That's what they pay you for, isn't it?
I mean, this is literally just the Envy playstyle. Yeah. I said it during the map, but how many times during challenges have we seen if Envy go down a bit, that somehow powers them up to just go harder with their playstyle that is very one of one. Yeah. To the extreme that they are aggressive, and then they just push it to a further extreme, and Crew could not handle that. And honestly, I think that's like a general worry just in this matchup when you have a team that doesn't have a lot of experience together against a fearless one that'll run you down. Now, I was curious to see the comps here because we're seeing Envy on Breeze for the first time. They have Kesnet playing the Jet, and then, of course, well, you know, Double Duel's Extras on the org. Yep. That's no surprise, and then the other default stuff. And for Crew, I was hoping they were going to switch to a double controller comp. Solo Viper, from what we've seen so far,
struggles.
Not working on Breeze anymore, right?
Yep.
So they've got the Astra in the mix. And then that is going to get Nags away from playing Chamber, though. He was on that before, now on the Viper.
Yeah, it's true. That was obviously something Nags was known for sort of back in his heyday in VCT.
Yeah, when Crew
Chamber
were
guy.
in the Chamber meta, he was the Chamber guy for them.
The way this map's changed, though, has necessitated a little bit of a shift here from Crew. And obviously, they fell to Furia on this exact map. Again, that was a good series. Went all three, much like this one. Crew showing that they've had to come together pretty quickly with players from different cultures. And I've honestly put together a decent outfit. But Envy here are not really interested in your stories and in your lore. They're just here to beat you down and move on to the next game.
Yeah, pretty much. The Crew hoping their fortunes this time on a third map breeze are better than they were against Furia, as that was the loss in the series with the greatest deficit. It was a 13-5 that they suffered. Let's see if they can do better off the back of a pretty devastating showing on Pearl.
Now, if this is the first time you're seeing Breeze since the changes, the most notable is the removal of Hall. So an entire lane is basically gone. Some other key changes. Yeah, a lot of people are pleased about that one. MTA is able to tuck in towards boxes through mid, but it's going to be a trade. Right on time. He's infiltrated, but he exits as soon as he enters.
Spike down A.
Oh my god. Now Governor just tucked on one of those new pieces of architecture here by those mid doors, swinging out and collects that third to win out the pistol. And we mentioned before that Crew have been struggling in the pistol round game throughout just, well, kickoff so far.
The narrative's running out of legs now.
But
for
yeah,
sure
now in this series, they're starting to even things up, right? So getting one here, I think one on just every map. It's been dead even, if my memory serves me correctly. But yeah, MTA pushed down mid. That's going to likely be a common play for these defending Yorus.
Yeah, I think you're going to see that quite a lot here. Both sides, of course, on the Sova. Some teams have tried the Sky, or Sentinels have tried the Sky, just to be clear. Had middling results. Much more of a standard comp here, though, between these two. The Jet Desert obviously is a fun touch. Let's see if it's going to be enough, though. Here's Governor set up in Nest. Harder to tuck yourself away to the side here. You can be wallbanged a bit easier now, but...
Oh, they're giving him that. Oh, that's... Oh, my God. All right, Keza, why'd you have to do him like that? Just relax,
power of the Sheriff, yeah. Satisfying to see her go to work, but ultimately it's just consolation for Envy.
They were hoping to give Governor the ace, both for the sake of getting the ace, the vibes, but also it would have gotten him the Hunter's Fury. But dying also has gotten him the Hunter's Fury into this first
He has his ultimate ready.
Crazy shots from Kesna.
That's why you're paying the big bucks. Yeah, got to bring that energy into this map 3. It's going to feel like a very long series, longer than it has been time-wise probably for Crew, just because of the strain playing against a team like Envy will put on you. They are relentless. They really don't want to let up.
I feel like Crew, they really have had some good vibes with this cobbled together team. You know, just to some extent, hey, happy to be here. Just having fun playing Infiltrator. Of course, the Judge for the trade, and it's impossible to trade out a Judge, so he collects two.
Really composed play there from Infiltrator. And Envy now have been slowed down to a crawl through mid. See now that area all is so much more hemmed in than it used to be on this map. Not nearly as open as it was in the past era.
Now these mid doors, they are more open, a lot more space there. MTA trying to get something accomplished with the Bucky. Do they clear Infiltrator tucked behind the box? He has no support, no one to play off him in the barrel. Extended. Yeah, that's free as it gets for Ross.
And there's no activation for MTA because he's got a bloody Bucky in his hands. He can't swing that and pick them off from long range. So he has to sort of stay there. There'll be a double back here by Rossi. Can force MTA away. Double swing here and a gate crash for insurance for MTA might be the plan. Face the TP away and Naxet had been hidden the entire time. Now revealed.
One enemy
Will be too late. Very apropos skin there for MTA as Poppin falls.
Oh, that's the spike down. MTA close range with the Bucky has to be dealt with. And how can you deal with him close range when he has the Bucky and he's behind the smoke?
And Judge and Bucky account for like 3 or 4 MV plays in that round. Seems like there's not really an idea for them once that spike goes loose over towards mid doors. In fact, seems like the idea's run out as soon as Infiltrator finds that two-piece early in the round.
And some of these really tight angles that exist on the map now are just being exploited by these shotguns. Obnoxious in mid doors for MTA, and then early on, Infiltrated with the Judge fighting towards like that new little house in elbow. Gets the first two. And that's a bonus round stolen for Crew, extending the lead. Envy on the eco.
It's a Marshall for Poppin. Up elbow. Envy already managed to get themselves. Governor's hoping to ping them out, and he does. Extra reveal. Smoker keeping quiet, but not entirely. Shock Dart also deployed. Now the look is over towards B, but MTA is ready for it. Extra flatness, he tries to come around the corner. It's a fancy footwork for MTA. Keeps him well and truly alive.
Oh my.
He's not just living, he's thriving out there on this B side. Inspire gets up pretty deep. MTA now aware of it and can give himself a get out of jail free card.
Just one bullet in the Sheriff. He's dying to reload one of these guns, and he does it. He's got 4, has the dimensional drift. Can a Crew player get an ace this time? Governor couldn't get it done. MTA's gonna do it. He's gonna get it done, man. He's having a map so far.
All right, the series, honestly, he was the impetus for their sort of fake comeback attempt on that previous map.
Yeah, he was. He just suddenly got like 12 kills in like 4 rounds or something on that second half.
Ridiculous, like 1v4 ghost clutch up on that side.
Just sure decides to go nuts.
Finally, this guy can really show what he's capable of on a role that's most natural for him.
Crew guys getting hyped off these plays as well.
Time to jump.
I mean, Envy have been pretty quiet. We've sometimes referred to a bit of streakiness from Envy in the past.
So Benji forced away by a little util combo there, just getting the recon with the flash. Infiltrator is just in on that swing, and Governor hesitant to go for more, tries to delay swing. But that doesn't work out. At least MTA gets one back. And now with the Cosmic Divide down from Envy, you would think they'd try to commit towards B, but no, they want to get back out towards A. Surely they don't expect Nags to have just taken all this space in main though, right?
Nags it. Now what he does with his information really depends, but he's heard that.
No more stars. Pulling them in.
Some sort of stall. Yeah, Benji trying to go to the grab well here. A swing off that could be timely. He's found 2. That's going to have to do it for now. MTA's managed to get there, and Poppin shows his rear end. And he gets off scot-free somehow.
Are they ready for Nags in main? They're just not. It's so free.
And he heard all of this. Nags already biding his time before revealing himself. And MTA just confirming Kesner's position. Kesner, who knows he needs to move out. Going up against 2 old teammates now in the 1v2 clutch. Already up on the site. Crew posted. Kesner's got to go pretty monstrous here, but so far so good. Half for MTA, but Kesner ruins him with the Blade Storm.
Excellent usage of that ult, just to completely disrupt the crosshair. In a flash, just gets up into the skybox for that one. That's really well played. I mean, Benji had some good anchoring there. That recall star that came up, that was perfect time, swung out. He couldn't get traded and got that 1 kill. Drops, gets the 2nd. That was nice. Nags gets in a great position. Kesnick gets Envy back into the game.
They really had to work for that round now. Time to build on it.
Big clash coming up in A main if Crew commit to this, but no, they're just kind of kept at bay. Recommittal though.
Oh, early Nova Pulse there doesn't catch anything. There's actually a swing in. That exposes Crew. Envy waiting for him. Literal fire squad. Now Bessie's going to be pinged out. Can someone help him from back pillars? No. Governor couldn't get there in time. Will they expect another player so far up on the site though? Well, they've got a wrap from Kesnit. Governor's time is ticking. And Kesnit's found 3 already.
He can't come up with another monster play in that round like he did in the pistol. Crew are trying to hit Envy with some Envy-like opening rounds. This is back-to-back where they've taken a fight in the first, so like 5 seconds. There they get forced back by the early Envy utility that is meant to keep a play just like that at bay and get you that easy A space towards the orb where they have that stun come down from your Astra. There's a recon, flash, what have you, but then full recommittal doesn't pan out. And you go back to round 5, they went for that fight in elbow, multiplayer swing, or like delayed swing from go, doesn't work out.
I think we can tell a lot from teams on Breeze at the moment by how they're fighting into A main on defense. We saw a similar activity level from Sentinels, right? They had played that part of the map and
a lot.
Really asking for a lot there. See, there's the risk of letting players into A. That Viper Wall can really get you there pretty easily now, so clean. Very, very clean transfer.
is just a beast. And it really is cool to watch him.
I destroyed the guys in main, bro.
I mean, that's what I'm saying.
You can fill in the gaps, I'm sure.
I mean, yeah. You can definitely figure that out. He is going nuts right now. His aim is insane. And I was just going to say, it's just cool to see him in a different system. And it's cool to see him in a team that is just unleashing him.
Who's next?
Yeah, he's got a lot of freedom to work with. The structure of MB sort of works irrespective of that, I guess.
It's fast and easy into this B site with the dimensional drift. Time to play for a full retake, but the weaponry for Crew is not ideal to actually pull it off.
That's putting it lightly. There's a bucket and a couple sheriffs in the mix here, and Inspire is just letting him come to him. He's got himself an upgrade, but it is a heck. Oh my goodness, the guy is so sharp. Okay, 3 for Benji, and now we're online. Extra up on the side. Obviously back in Crows is where Inspire is sitting. He doesn't want to lose his Yoru player right now. Cosmic Defied makes this that much more complicated. X is going to go hunting. Benji doesn't have the time to check all of this now. Doesn't see Exter quickly enough.
Oh, he had an idea, but the crosshair just a little bit off. Just an inch too high when Exter peeks out. Pretty unfortunate. Snappy shots from Benji. Respect to the attempt. And hey, at the end of the day, what was looking like an absolutely dismal round for Crew where they were not going to get anything accomplished, they walk away getting 3 kills, removing 3 guns, and they got the Dimensional Drift plus a Viper's Pit out of Envy. So that's not bad in a loss.
Keeping a cap on the economy, I think, is really important in that round number 7. Crew now able to afford themselves an operator for MTA.
Tough adjustment on the jump peak. He can't make it, goes back sight. And a lot of pressure will be coming his way.
Max Evans testing, going overhead, finding his time, waiting with Hunter's Fury. Now it's going to throw things into chaos. Somehow already a 1-for-1, but Governor's going to be there to pick up the slack. Infiltrator swings through, and Rossi now
down, B.
electrified. Another trade achieved for Envy. Inspire needs a clean way into this site, and that's a good start.
MTA trying to pick up the angle. I like that Nebula being thrown down, though, from Inspire. That's going to really force MTA to have to just walk back, get on a more passive line. Benji on this flank, but Inspire is so aware at the moment.
Not watching a great line, though, and popping.
Spike down, mid.
Probably expected himself to be covered there. Benji now can retreat to A and just split the difference, as MTA will once again get entrenched on the other side of the map.
Wouldn't be the first time that Inspire could come up with a clutch in this series. He's already had a couple. There's that insane one back on Abyss when Envy started making a bit of a comeback.
He's had some pretty otherworldly lurk timings this series.
If he pulls this off here as well, it would send Crew back onto an eco, but that's not going to be the case. MTA was steady over on that site, holding it down.
And Inspire is actually watching the spot where Benji's going to come out from. If Benji doesn't put stars down there, he walks straight into Inspire's line of sight. Just a small timing issue there on that sort of extremity moment here.
And that was a very good flood, by the way, from Crew. Getting back in there, MTA, he's pushed up, that's what I'm saying, good build. MTA's pushed up with the off, has to teleport away, so he doesn't have a second TP to get out. He's stuck backside B, and they all flood in to support him. That was really well handled.
Need that back.
Early contact positioning for MTA. Doesn't yield any results, but he doesn't overpush it. This is now about to get messy. Yet through mid-doors. The push! The Phantom doesn't foul Infiltrator. Follows up here with a relay bolt. Exter going to have to bide his time inside that smoke, but the spike is tantalizingly out of his grasp.
I got the spike.
Oh, does just pick it up. That run and gun movement was so ridiculous. Oh, the no-scope is nasty.
Inspire walks straight into that one.
What is happening, man?
This is giving map one, I'm not gonna lie.
God. Infiltrator just activates in that round. The movement is just, yeah, it's just illegal, honestly. Give me a replay of the just strafing back and forth, holding down mouse one.
A relay bolt as well to stop the third from coming in. Oh. Man, he is just, yeah. Close enough. He's got a Phantom.
They nerfed the Classic. They said that they nerfed the jump accuracy on the Classic.
Yeah, what do you do? That round really is a very quick one. All of Envy just invest in that double doors push and it falls flat in its face. Timeout called. That operator still in rotation on the crew side of things. Seen MTA push up on B a little bit with it here. Envy have to play around that and the fact that they themselves are strapped for credits.
So that operator from MTA, since that has come online, has been definitely a big factor, even just in, I think, where it's kind of forcing Envy to try and go and try to work there just right into the hands of Infiltrator. I mean, ultimately, though, too, Envy are just dry swinging out of that smoke, and it was a little mistimed. I mean, the fact that he kind of isolates two 1v1s is not ideal, and Rossi can't find that trade. Let's see what Envy have in store for us out of this timeout. Hero rifle in the hands of Inspire, huh? Hero, okay, never mind. We're going to the Guardian. I was going to say, you're down to 200. I think you want to have enough for the full buy. It's the Hero Astra rifle is about to be crazy, but.
Envy have carved themselves out a couple of rounds in the mid part of this half, but now they're running out of time to post a more formidable total.
This time, MTA adjusting to post up on a main, 2 stars there, so the choke can be smoked, and then there can also be like a grab well to delay when the hit comes in.
Viper's going to get him in. Crew didn't want to play up in the choke this time, so they're going to have to fight through the wall.
Oh, Kesnit pinged up. Easy kill for Kesnit.
Now a flash through this wall is going to be the plan, but the Cosmic Divide comes up. This is part of the plan for Envy. Give him a bit more space to work with now. And yeah, Governor tries to get through. Exeter, though, very flicky on it. Nagzed is in a different postcode.
And all of a sudden, just a straight-up eco round rush into A has destroyed Crew and put Envy in a position to carry over a bunch of free guns into this next round. Economy all of a sudden booming for them. I mean, what even happens there? It's just Benji, his backside gets caught by the recon. MTA isn't able to actually get a kill with that operator when the hit's coming through.
They scale into A with the Viper Wall first and then the Cosmic Divide behind it. They fight through both of those.
And Crew just seems so willing to try and engage, but you know, ultimately the crosshairs, like Exeter's just staring right at the wall. Easy kill when a player tries to flood through.
And they're not flashing through them either, really.
Yeah, let's see this again. There's that recon that comes through, and it catches onto Benji. That's an important first moment. And then, yeah, it's just
sliding
sort
through.
of awkward fights. Yeah, no one.
I think they have like a Yoru fragment there, but they are like contacting through that wall individually.
And the fact that Benji is dead, it's not like they can smoke off any angles there, really. Like, that's tough. That's tough. Yep. But Crew still with a lot of cash they can buy up, just not enough, it looks like, to get an off, or just deciding to not have one in this round. Infiltrator tucking up close. So is MTA.
Exeter with an orb. Crew are pushed up, but they're not swinging main this time.
Yeah, their round, I would imagine, will be played out a bit slower here, given that Kesnit just took the op from MTA in the last round and has kept it to watch over on that B side to see if anyone from Crew will be pressing up to take map control. Not the case. They're just kind of playing like, I don't know, dare I say like a light trap setup kind of thing, where MTA is going to probably try to make the majority of the noise here and then teleport away, and Infiltrator is going to stand there with the judge.
I mean,
they're
expecting a double swing backed by a Yoru flash here, I'm sure, but it's just not coming. Now we're down under 50 seconds.
Hey, they're playing into Crew's hands. This is what they want. They want Envy to go into this two-man crossfire setup.
A great way to spot it out and actually get shot by the player back pyramid, so they don't know about these tucked individuals here for Crew. Viper Wall's come down, so they're going to have to go for it here, and Infiltrator gets what he wants. It's a 1-for-1. Poppin is able to do a 180 on it.
30 seconds left.
And that's a duelist out of the picture here for Crew.
That is crazy. It looked like he was full running still as well. When he just hits that 180, Spike goes down, has the Hunter's Fury now as well to close this round out.
Spire shows himself, and Benji will happily take that frag. It's Poppin, working around the fringes of the smoke. Benji has to know there's a player on the other side of this box here. Rossi, though, also clued in. Now or even in this post plant. Presence is back of A site for Crew. I saw him.
One molly for back pyramid, now Governor on the cross. Jump spot.
Rossi's got to keep it together. Nagzed is very healthy. We'll give him a chance to have a tap. Nagzed gets to the half now, can go fighting. Rossi brought low. Good composure from the veteran, keeps Crew ahead by 3.
What a retake. 3 versus 4. Benji, absolute star player on that round. Collects 2 when they're getting back into the site. Little adjustment onto Poppin when he was on that cross, trying to set up some better positioning for Envy in the post plant. And he's just not able to do it. It's right in this moment. It's a crazy little kill to get. I mean, just saw the tracers, I think. That's it. At least from that point of view, it didn't even look like he saw him.
Oh, vamos! Nags there knows that Rossi is very low. And Rossi didn't quite time getting it to half.
It's the last round of the half, by the way, and there are potentially 5 ults for Crew, but Kesnet with a crazy first opening, and the pit drops as soon as it comes up.
And now they're going to make their way through A. Crew was set up, though, for a Viper's Pit A, so they played off the side entirely. They're going to take full retake into this now. And yeah, they've got those 3 ultimates to play with, but Envy are going to be well and truly entrenched.
Cosmic Divide comes through, Dimensional Drift to get the information, and it's being planted behind that wall. Envy tried everyone getting in front of it, actually, all of the players.
He's forced them up, but I think Envy are happy to fight for that space any day of the week. And so it's on Governor to get Crew to 8 for the half. X has been able to ping him out, though, and he is going to be surrounded. Can't cut the angles, and Rossi will get Envy to halftime with a respectable 5-round total.
Kesnet just deleting Nags before that pit is even halfway bloomed is just a crazy entry to find. Look, his instant, he just dashes right up.
It is uncomfortable to
spots on the flash.
That
That's
Viper's Pit at the
crazy.
start of the round now, just because how close up the barrier you can get.
Yeah.
Especially with like Waylay, Jet, Neon comps. You know, there's a window you can kind of get punished there. But 2 rounds in this game, 7-5 on Breeze, as we'll see Envy move to the defense side after this. Competitive first half here on Breeze. The decider map in this series between Envy and Crew Visa. Storylines are plenty. Players, grudges, scores to settle from challenges, teammates of old, throwing down out here. Such storylines emerging so early here on a kickoff, but for these guys, they realize they're hanging in the balance. A loss here drops you to the lower bracket, where a loss there would eliminate you from kickoff and any chance of representing Santiago. So this is truly an inflection point, not only in terms of this series, but in terms of the overall fortunes at kickoff for these sides.
This Crew team has definitely, at this point, surprised everyone. No expectations coming into this last second thrown together. So players from Winthrop University, other players from Crew Academy, and somehow they're making it work. There is some level of just natural chemistry here that is activated for these guys, and it's been fun to watch. Here comes a full A hit, and everyone from Envy ready to defend.
Straight up onto Pyramids they are. Envy want to try and filter in through double door. They're set up for this, so the fight through the wall is going to be the decisive one. Big recon bolt hit on Crew, though. A lot of them revealed now. They've got to get scurrying, get fighting. But Poppin's able to deal with Infiltrator there. Nagset close up on the Pyramids. No plant, there's no space for it. Envy are suffocating as they did on Pearl. No room for Crew to breathe. They need to fight to make that space. And Nagset versus 3. It's not odds that you favor this Crew side in.
Envy were just overwhelming on that defense with all 5 players ready to go before Crew were even able to scale to Pyramid to even really have a realistic chance at planting the spike. That's some pretty sick defensive pace.
And I want to see if that characteristic style of Envy map denial is going to start to emerge. We saw it on Pearl.
Good job listening. Good job listening.
You can do is listen.
I mean, they're getting hyped up. Yep. I will tell you that.
Quick feet,
They are
quick
definitely
dirt.
getting hyped up.
So I'm looking for these push-ups, not just on B, like, you know, with the op on a contact angle, but how they play into A. Are they going to aggressively swing it? Kesnick gets the smoke, so they have a step away from that bolt, and he'll ask the question.
That is an aggressive swing. Your question has been answered. The Marshal through the smoke. But he lives. But he lives. In the meantime, crew have worked up elbow at least a little bit. They are on just the 5 classics, however, so... well, that was the weak Kesnit, so... trying to re-peek in. Does get shot down. Maybe there's an opening. Definitely not a gun to be recovered, though. Because first of all, it's in Crow's Nest, and second of all, it's not worth getting there to get a Marshal. So
this contact line for Extra, though, is about to be challenged. Benji lingers, but doesn't go for it. It's a pretty telegraphed position.
Yeah, or not, just trying to gather back up in mid, and then towards A main. Seems like they want to just get out there with all 5, play off the Viper wall. Not a lot of util to do it. You know, there's a fast lane to try and close the gap on these anchors.
Rossi can't slow this down really at all.
A recon for backside.
30 seconds left.
It is a retake wall for Rossi, so can he get off this side and play back in? He wants to hang around, and why not? He's got the better weapon, and he's sharp as they come. Poppin's been given enough time now to get involved and try and disrupt this. Crew with 2. Been able to get entrenched now. Poppin will make a bunch of noise, rattle the cage, buy some time now for Exeter to join him. And Marshall might finally have a chance to get into the fight. Poppin decides to kill the spike planter. Brilliant decision-making there. It's just enough time for Benji to have gone for a plant, but he had to stick it.
Yeah, only enough time. Only had one option there, but not a bad amount of damage coming out of that round for Crew. Depleting Envy of 3 guns. Mostly to do with that fight over on the A side, and Kesnit being a little greedy with the aggression, trying to hunt for kills early on and taking all that damage.
I mean, Coach Stunner has basically said that, you know, Kesnick gets to set those terms.
Yeah, just do whatever you want.
Plays greedy or as passive as you sort of choose. So,
and let's be real, if Envy were trying to play with any other style, that would be something actually new to them. That would be something actually different. Having Kesnit just unleashed doing whatever he wants is par for the course with the Envy approach. Let's see what they have in store on this defensive round, on the bonus. I mean, this is a round where you typically expect them to be going for some kind of crazy aggro play somewhere, but that's not the case. Eggster is just up an elbow with the Judge, trying to recreate what Infiltrator did to his team in this exact same spot when it was Crew on defense.
That Aldrone is pretty telling for Governor. He can check close and see that there's no one pushed up. That could obviously be happening now. There's not been enough time for that. So they know they can focus on Rossi towards the back of those pyramids instead.
Rossi with just a ghost right now, by the way, after dying with the Bulldog in the previous round, so it'll be tough for him to accomplish too much anchoring.
Poppin got out of drone there, maybe concerned about being pinged out, but there was a wall in the way.
It's good that he's found an opportunity to close the gap on the choke point, though, with this Bucky.
There's always the risk or the temptation to overpush this. Seeing a second star put up, Poppin is going to be waiting. He hears it all, he sees plenty too. He's only able to find the one as Rossi was cut out of the fight and downed almost instantly.
Eggster almost caught off that recall star with weak weaponry. 3 bites goes down. Kesnit dealt with as well. Infiltrator has been hitting some pretty quality shots on this 3rd map of the series.
I take them out.
As far as bonuses go, a little on the quieter side here for Envy. Spire playing though for some X's. This is now looking a lot better. Economic damage now definitely feeling a bit more significant too.
Knocking them.
Just throwing out that stun. No one there. Wants to give himself a smoke to get on that spike. Has to bait out the initial Gravwell though.
And there's the pulse.
Come on. Diffuse. Diffuse.
3rd time, but no time for Inspire. He'll take a kill on the way out though. Happy enough with that. He can't be sticking that. He knows the round is virtually over.
I mean, Inspire single-handedly has managed to get every gun out of the hands of Crew on their first buy, though.
I love that. He doesn't half the spike, but he knows that his opponents think he could have. So he's able to draw that last player onto the site and force him to give up his gun. And I don't know, I hate the idea of Poppin gets reinserted close to A main after the L drone timing comes out. Just trying to play up that lack of information. He does get his, but yeah, getting all the guns away.
He walks away with 4 kills effectively, 3, and then forces Benji to go down to the spike. He's topping the server now suddenly at 15.
He's I talked about the bonus being quiet, but he maximized its value there.
And look at Cruz by. He cooked them. They're just stuck on pistols now. So this is a real opportunity for an Envy who are also low on a lot of cash right now to actually build up their economy.
And then we'll wait, hope for a push-up. Not that we haven't seen it from Envy here, but they know better on a round like this than to offer those freebies up. It's the same B-main contact angle for the Yoru. And the rest of the crew are milling around, hoping that something presents itself.
Yeah, Envy pretty aware that nothing has happened towards mid. And now with this drone coming out, A-main, you can see their attention defensively has just shifted towards that side of the map. As plays from Crew get through those mid doors. Scale onto side.
He's so deep here. Kesnet's still able to respond though. That takes a quick reaction. He's knocked low yet again, and low is still on 2 feet though. Wow, not anymore.
Spike planted.
See backside, able to win that isolated fight against Infiltrator with a weaker weapon. And now just has to bide his time for the rotates to come in so they can play out this man advantage retake, gun advantage retake. Should be Envy's to take.
Clearing with some of these shock darts. Nobody tucked in that position on pyramids right now. All of Crew on the other side.
Remaining.
And they'll be found, they'll be challenged. And Spire is going to continue to add to his tally. And Envy have now evened up the game.
That's well done by Rossi. Just plays in a safe, intelligent way backside. He gets that one isolated kill against Infiltrator, and then from there, can just hold down the angle, wait for the rest of the team. They storm back in together and make it look as easy as possible. And that advantage retake.
Let's go. I'm fucking clean.
And he has.
Yep.
I mean, he's not lying.
All day,
this
frankly.
Has been, yeah, and this is his best map of the series so far. Up at 17 kills now.
Timeout here for Crew, of course. That was a weaker buy for them. It was Inspire that, you know, really came in on a bonus round and threw all of their money plans for a loop. So they'd have to come back in there with a much weaker buy. Now, though, game planning around maybe getting best value out of this Cosmic Divide. Hunter's Fury also coming up on, so it's a decent round to put your heads together and try and formulate a way into the site. Envy haven't been posting up too close on A. It's been getting droned out, spotted out. Governor's been able to read into just how they're trying to play that site. They've not bothered with B at all yet.
Just as a side point, by the way, as well, Inspire playing very well right now in the least friendly Inspire meta of all time.
Yeah, no Cypher.
No Cypher. A lot of maps where you know, people are running double duelist, no Senti. He doesn't even get to play KJ, man. he's on like totally, you know, different roles, playing a lot of control. Yeah. But yeah, he's you know, playing Astra here, having to switch it up, do different things.
And he's still been able to kind of express some of his love of lurking a little bit, still finding some pretty crazy timings. So in many ways, it's comparable.
All right, can Crew get something started right
You are
now?
divided.
What is this instant wall?
Nice
Are they
split.
trying to push through it? Yeah, flash through. Looks like they want to split into B. 2 players coming from main. Envy have not left this site, though. They're not baited into going towards A. Crew slowing down a bit. Kesnet on the line.
He'll have one chance at this. 2 technically because of his weapon, but doesn't find much. No damage dealt. Into the side, Crew come. They're still working around the fringes, though. Cosmic Divide comes out now from Envy.
Yeah, so do they even want to commit with the Envy Divide down? Does Rossi clear this corner?
Yep. Well, he goes for it. Not going to be able to win it out, though. Here's Exley, though, front and center. Inspire going down through mid, though. Infiltrator's made his way through yet again. Envy off the side. They're really not in position to contest this. From B connector, Poppin has been able to get in. Still no plant yet. Now they know they've got a good idea that out towards the edge of the site is where Crew is set up.
One enemy remaining.
Wow, Infiltrator is ripping them apart on this site, and Benji back from main after just controlling elbow deletes Kesnet. I'm going to just need to see this Infiltrator replay, because he was really just on a solo mission in that site. I think crew were definitely confused at some point as to what to do when the counter wall came down. Just up on the box. Oh, Exter not able to collect that when he had the opportunity to shoot him in the side. Great round from Infiltrator.
Awkward Rossi walk into Benji there, an elbow. That required Envy to re-clear that before they could even try and work back onto the B side.
Yeah, such a weird round. I mean, it looked like crew wanted to play with crazy pace, just splitting into the site, and they slow it down and then have to kind of reactivate. It was a weird round that they come out on top.
There was also no contact angle for Exter with a scope weapon there.
Anyway,
Here's Kesnet, pushing off.
All of Envy just pushed out of B main, but that'll at least give the easy call for crew to get into A. The site is free. We will get the spike down, but they have to win out a post plant now against more players on Envy, and MTA needs to get into a position where this judge can give value.
Yeah, Rossi had to pull straight off the side when the dimensional drift came in. Some Inspire getting some success amid the smokes. Governor here in the post plant.
Isolated because Bench is on that flank.
Yeah, no A main presence here at all for crew. Very much on a solo mission as Governor. Bench is getting there now, but it's too late. 5-10 seconds too late.
Yeah, things getting just very awkward there on the site. Felt like Infiltrator and MTA, like, they didn't really know where to go. And then they tried to get into the Nebula, but it was a bit mistimed.
And Nagzet's positioning there tells Kesnet everything he needs to know about what this round is looking like. Like, it's just a Viper playing spawn side pivot. He knows that it's going to be an A hit. Rossi immediately pulls off that side, gets the safety for a retake.
That's going to be crew now back on another eco round. They've had a couple already this half. Envy have been more than controlling their economy. This should be an easy one for them to get into the lead at 10. What is going on right now with Extra? Look at that! Yeah, look at that kick. What? That is.
Oh, that's saucy.
Come on, bro. just do it. Just do it, please.
No, I mean, if there's a commitment to mid doors again within this time frame, he could get into a ridiculous position. Here it comes.
It expired.
Yeah, it expired. Boom. Okay, once again, it's like a wall up mid and a split attempt over towards that B side. Here's the overdrive from Infiltrator, no chance to make use of it. The Neon Ultimates have been quiet this series. And it's Inspired, just very well entrenched here on this B side. Governor also knocked low on the cross. Down to 20 and all alone out of the round, surely in moments.
Inspired definitely is shooting on this last map in the series. That is a fact. Cannot be disputed. I mean, I'm sure we'll see on the replay. Just deleting that Neon ult coming through with Infiltrator trying to swing wide. Just doubled up with Extra shredding the players with worse weapons. Easy round.
Come a long way since the days of FaZe Baby J, that's for sure.
Oh, that was Extra that got Infiltrator. Actually, it was Inspire, then swinging back out, controlling main.
It's awkward. Nice. It's an uncomfortable spot to be, I guess. You're trying to help cover mid.
Good shock popping. Let's go, bro.
Wait. Did
you are popping. That's you. Yep. Maybe just feeling like some validation could be lacking there. I get it.
Looks like we're going to have a instant little recon combo play to take that A main space. Yep. It's similar to what happened with Kesnet. They just want to punish this hit, and it's going to happen because Rossi whiffed.
Yeah, it's just a little bit wayward. Pit is down now. Replaced by a smoke. Recalled. Here's that dimensional drift from Extra. He's very deep down mid and can see everything. He'll know if crew are feigning a pullout here.
Yeah. I'm back.
There's Nags just backing up a bit. And now that the teleport away had to be forced by Eggster, crew can take their time, try and make it seem like they're working elsewhere, cutting noise, and then re-hitting it to the site if they so choose. But you can see that Inspired has put himself on a pretty good line over towards B. He's pushed outside of main. So I do think that should be giving Envy the idea that this will eventually be coming A. They have Extra watching mid. But because he doesn't see anyone, they're going to know that this is just everyone coming out of main.
So, yeah, it's Kesnet posted up here for contact. That Astra Star is probably going to get them through. This drone is a bit frustrating. Yeah, Kesnet's got to get off the line entirely. Okay, try and swing it. Fair enough. Having to get over the tailwind.
Spike down.
Pomini with a timely recon bolt spots out a player. And Kesnet's been able to fall back to some degree of safety. Pinged out as Poppin. Okay, Kez respond. Can Kez? Yes, he can. Chimes in as MTA was hoping to run down the Sova. And now Poppin, relieved of that pressure by his jet, can come forward and start the knock heads together. Benji's able to find 2 though. Last hope in this round, snuffed out by Poppin Shorty.
Kesnet, Poppin, just so ready for everyone to come out of main. They had the info from their teammates controlling other parts of the map, and Kesnet really plays that situation to perfection. Tux waits out the drone, then swings, has the dash ready to just get back to the right and get behind Pyramid. And then Poppin was doing a really nice job of just working the architecture on the map to reposition himself. Get good anchoring kills. Crew are really starting to look like they're in trouble at this point.
You're in the blender, bro.
This defensive half has been pretty rock solid from Envy.
And they are running at a rope at that.
We've seen Inspire definitely coming to life in these anchoring situations, holding down the sights, and then Kesnet as well with the scope weapons, with the AWP there. He's turned up on this map.
You're seeing a switch. Exeter had been picking it up a lot in some of these earlier rounds. They just haven't been challenging that B side really at all. So a little bit of extra stopping power over on A has seemed to help MV greatly, especially helps Rossi out. He has to do the uncomfortable, you know, movements of getting that Viper's pit down in front of A main and getting out alive quickly. And Crew were actually set up to spot that out very early. They had a recon ready to pop inside that pit.
Honestly,
gets one.
It feels like for me that when Crew are going for these A hits, even when they've gotten into the site, maybe get the spike down and get some space, they're not really able to set up good post-plant positions, and I think they might have an easier time of that over on the B side. I think it's a bit more simple and natural to set up just in the moment and play around some of the parts of the map there where on A they're just getting forced back, playing behind Pyramid, and Envy are just getting all the space back, running them down.
They've moved Exeter to A this round.
It's a little bit of early pressure towards main just to threaten that they're probably going for an A hit again, but this time they do want to go B. They've got their controllers over there, just making sure that there's not any aggression from Envy, and there isn't. Drone from Governor going to have to get Kesnet off this line.
Yeah, this is the first time he's posted this line in this map as well. Are they going to account for it? Aldrin hasn't seen much. Oh, Infiltrate already committed before the Aldrin spots out anybody. So Kesnet's rewarded for that spot. Inspire's going to have to dive in there, and again, he's been a consummate anchor this game. Papa looks at drawing this one. There's going to be a pit in play, and I know where he is approximately, but Inspire is still able to trade.
Trying to work around this pit now, but Crew have an idea that he could be over here tucked in Cubby.
There is that Cosmic Divide if we get to that point for a retake attempt, but there's no extremity control for Crew. They are boxed in. That Astral Wall wouldn't be helpful.
Crew just want to slow things down, apprehensive to plant the spike because they know that Envy can just use that as timing to activate, and they do.
Down B.
Max it down, Pit also is gone. And so is any hope for Crew in round 21. Envy get themselves to series point.
They're just still able to get enough players in that site to anchor in time, deny an opportunity for the spike to even go down. It's Inspire over here locking it up, gets that fast trade onto Governor.
No one gets a kill here without Inspire trading it instantly.
Where did you go, bro?
Yeah, he is definitely the MVP of this last map. Don't think you can argue that. Up at 24 kills right now, and how many of them were on defense? A lot. Definitely a lot.
Revealing area.
All right. Now there's mid-presence here for Envy.
You want to
Two players on that line. Cosmic Divide's going to come into play here for Crew.
A Crew who are just trying to send a fake over towards B right now, and a teleport now away towards A. An A that has just Rossi only, but Poppin should be able to get through mid doors in time to support. Crew are a little bit slow, and it's allowing Envy to get the rotates over here in time.
Okay, now drone here, Poppin just ignores it. There's the shorty, and this time it connects the first time. Rossi alive and kicking. Kesnet belts MTA. And Benji, standout player for this team so far, will suffer defeat alongside Crew. Has Envy finally get by them? It's an awkward start to the series. Pearl is a bit of a non-game. Breeze was back and forth. Great adaptations from Envy, but more than that, Inspire took over the game.
Certainly from Envy at different points, multiple of their players just displaying how sick they are individually. And that's basically a point you land on every time you watch an Envy game and they win. Everybody gets their moments to shine as far as the aim goes. Kesnet really started going crazy from map 2 into 3 as well. But listen, I gotta say, respect to Crew. This team has been playing together for a week, just throwing together various Challengers players from LATAM and Americas, and we're close against Furia, close against Envy. Respect. These guys are legit.
Respect is one thing, but now they'll fall to the lower bracket as Envy stays in the middle bracket, still fighting for their chance to represent at Masters. What a game. We'll have our Horizon post-match interview in just a moment.
Hello, welcome back. This is your Verizon post-match interview, and I do have Rossi from Envy with me. First of all, congratulations. This was a really close series. We saw a lot of adaptations, and once again, a lot of individual performances from your team. What was the mindset heading into this match against Crew?
Just play our game. We have like a big problem with that, as you can see in the first map. So it's just always the same thing. Like we triple down, pick the miss, and we lost 3 times in a row now. So we just every time it's the same talk. Like guys, just swing them, like just kill them. You know, we have the good aim, so just shoot them.
All right, just more firepower, you know, sometimes that's just the solution. I hear that so often from players and coaches, we got to play our game, we got to play our game. What is your game? Is it just run it down? Is it just aggressing in? Or like, what's the nuance? What do the people out there not know? What do we not see?
No, what you see is what you get. Like we're just there's nothing crazy. Nah, I mean not to describe. The coaches do a lot of work, like Stunner, Woken. Like they're really important. Honestly, without these guys, like I know we'd lose like all these matches. So they're very important. So I'll give them a shout out. There is a little bit of method to the madness, but it is as basic as like just play ranked, like swing them, shoot them, make sure your aim is good. You know, basic communication. That's it.
Talking of communication, I mean, you have IGL experience, right? How involved do you get? Because you and Kesnet are like slotting into this team, and like I guess there is like the pre-existing kind of the structure that they have. Are you getting involved at all in the calling and mid-running and anything?
Not really. Like I mean, sometimes I'll be like, I have a read, and we'll say that. Like we have a system where it's just like ranked. Anyone can call the IGL role. Like there'll be matches where Kez will have an idea. Like a lot of the Breeze sometimes, Pearl, anytime you'll see something random. Like it could be Kesnet, it could be Inspire, it could be me, it could be Egg. You know, Poppin is the final say, but if someone has a read, we always go with that. I mean, I'm more just like the dad on the team, where it's like, guys, remember we have to do this. Like sometimes we get a little too crazy, and I'm just like, guys, just remember these simple rules that we have, but that's about it.
All right, just reining them back in. Well, it's a lot of fun to watch you guys play, and so far it's a success. You have either Cloud9 or Leviathan coming up next. Is there a preference for you personally or for the team, or does it not really matter?
I mean, they both kicked me, so it doesn't really matter who we play, so it'll be fun regardless. I mean, every match is fun. I have no like bad blood or anything like that, but it is kind of funny that God works in mysterious ways that I have to play both teams that cut me in the same season.
That's good for us. That's like a free narrative we can run with and some grudge action in there. So thank you so much for joining me. Best of luck in your next match. We're now heading back to the desk for a few words and, of course, to get ready for our second match of the day.
Yes, welcome back. We're here with Inspire after a big win there in the middle bracket here. I just want to get impressions from you because it felt, as I almost get hit by a ping pong ball. It felt like you guys were really able to channel your style in this game. Those last two maps really looked like I was watching an Ascension game. Is there anything you felt like led to you being able to kind of fully invest in that?
The one thing on my mind I was repeating all day was just winning for Kaz. Like, that's our brother on the team now, and I know how much that win meant to him. And I just said to him, like, I got you today, but if we play 100 Thieves, you got me.
Yeah.
So,
Go for the. That's some old history, back to the Baby J days that you're pulling out there. Who is that guy? I don't even remember. But I think we're gonna have one of your teammates joining in just a second. But we can get started. We have a little game queued up for you. But you ever done a blind ranking before?
No, I don't think I have.
So there's going to be a series of cards here. Each of them will have a Valorant map on it. You have to definitively rank it, 1 through 6. But once you place it, you cannot change it after that. So you're locked in, and you won't know what's coming next.
And all the maps are available. It's not just the ones in the pool, it's everything.
Abyss will be last.
Okay.
Okay.
And it's a good take.
Yeah.
Let's try it.
Keep losing it. It's going to have to be last.
So go ahead and grab a cue card for me and tell me where it's going.
Oh, Fracture.
Fracture.
Oh, I loved when they like updated this.
Okay. Where do you want it?
I'll put it at 2.
I got a little sticky for you to
2.
get into number 2.
That's real high.
Just leaving one open, but like, dude, I loved Fracture. Cypher back in the day. Maybe I would hate it now with the nerfs.
He's just gonna rank the top 6 Cypher maps. No? Okay, here's another one.
Haven.
Haven?
It's good Cypher
Good Cypher map. Where do you want that?
We'll put that at 4. I
Number
hate getting
4.
opt.
Okay.
Hopefully don't have to play Aspas on that.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can just ask them not to pick it.
Yeah. Split.
Oof.
Good
It's a
Cypher
classic
map.
map.
Classic Cypher.
I actually been liking this map playing. Oh, I can't leak actually.
You
I
can't.
didn't realize I can't leak.
Okay, keep it secret.
We almost had him.
Where are we going with Split?
Let's do 3.
Number 3. Okay, pretty highly ranked. Is there a map you have in mind that you're saving for 1?
Oh yeah.
You have one in mind. Well, go ahead and pull. Let's see what you're going for here.
Ooh, Bind. Oh, I cannot put that 5 or 6.
No?
I guess, yeah, we could put this 1.
You're gonna, if you
That's respectable.
weren't doing this blind, where would you put it?
Oh, maybe like 3.
Okay.
3, yeah.
So it's like middle high in the pool for you. What do you like about Bind?
I love the TPs. Like, I don't know, just after they added the 2 TPs, just made the map more fun with rotation.
I respect that you've gone for the 2 very unique maps as your top 2.
Yeah, we got a very unique one.
The range.
The range.
Wow.
Dude, that's number 1 for sure. No.
I didn't even know that was considered a map.
Really, right?
Based off today, I saw Aspas doing like the jumping course.
Yeah?
Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and put this last.
Oh,
Have you ever done that? Have you done the race?
Oh, I did it today and I was terrible. I jumped off 5 times. Oh my god.
Wait, not a movement player?
I rage quit.
Yeah.
We had to race Rossi on
She
it.
carried me.
yeah?
Rossi destroyed me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's-
no, I'm
it's
too old.
tough.
My movement's not there anymore.
Are you a range guy? What's your warm-up routine?
Oh yeah, I'm a range guy. It's like, it's a little Demon 1-esque aim training. He did a little video. It's like the flick 1, 2, 3, like bop, bop, bop between the 3 bots.
Did you get your warm-up from a Demon 1 video?
Yeah. I'll
sick.
give him the respect there. Yeah.
Well, he's subbing in for Cloud9, and there's a
yeah.
chance you guys play them if they win their next 2 games.
Yeah, the first time I met him in the arena here was in the bathroom. It was a great first impression.
Good impression?
Wish me good luck out there, and we won 2 maps in a row. So.
Nice. Well, shout out to Demon 1, I guess.
He gave me
this
all his
next
luck.
map
Yeah.
has to be number 5.
Yeah.
How do you feel about it going
there?
there?
Last. I had a couple in mind that I wanted to like put like 1 in last.
Sure.
So maybe some notable
What would you
mentions.
put 1 in last?
Last will have to be Ascent. Because
I thought you said it was Abyss earlier.
Yeah, it was Abyss, but in the back of my head doing this, I was like, you know, I got 13
No, I
on
like
Ascent.
Yeah,
Put that last.
That's fair.
You're making all the callbacks to like 3 years ago with that
Down
one.
memory lane.
He's traumatized. Come on.
Can I take a peek at these?
Yeah, you can show what you didn't get pulled.
Okay, I didn't get Icebox.
Where would that have been? Low, high? Just give me a general vibe.
Oh man,
the tube change made that map very great. It changed the entire macro of the game. So we're going to have to put that at 5.
Okay.
Yeah.
We have time for one more
get
map.
up and
Give me your pitch on one of these. Ascent?
What is that?
Give me one more map and where you would have it.
Yeah,
Ascent?
Ascent would be
99, put it all the way down.
It
Don't
wouldn't
remember
even
those
be on
days.
the list. It would be on the ground too.
Just throw it down. Well, thank you so much for joining us, Inspire.
guys.
And congrats again on the win. Excited to watch the rest of your campaign here in the middle
Thank
bracket.
you. Appreciate you guys. Thank you for having me.
Of course.
I'm out.
Yeah, you're out of here. Coming up next, Leviathan versus Cloud9.
Get out of here.
You won't want to miss this one. Stick around.
Yo, ping pong?
Yo, ping pong?
Acho que pro jogo contra a Cloud9 a gente vem muito confiante. Eles são um bom time.
A divide and Kong get a dart for Cloud9. Plenty more action where that came from.
One at a time. Mas acho que a gente faz as coisas que a gente sempre faz, a gente vai conseguir ganhar.
La tercera baja, tiene la cuarta. No puede ser el ley. Soto se aproxima.
Sato is always a strong competition, just an X factor, so be a fun match.
Acho que a diferença está na chave do meio. Não muda muito pra gente em questão de pressão. A gente tá muito confiante nos próximos jogos e a gente vai vir melhor, uma cara nova pro nosso time.
Welcome back to Kickoff and our second middle bracket match of this Saturday. It's Leviathan facing off against Cloud9. Right off the top, we have to acknowledge what is really the elephant in the room for this match, and that's the fact that, unfortunately, Oxy has had to step away due to a family emergency and will not be able to play today. We obviously wish him the absolute best and hope that he can be back playing with Cloud9 soon, as we know that he and the team would absolutely want. But in the interim, Demon One will be stepping into the roster as kind of the super sub that he has become. To hear more from Demon One, let's check in with him. He and Coach Imi are standing by with Zoe.
Imi, you have Demon One coming in as a super sub today. Obviously, a lot of flexibility to work with. Duelist first, controller second, played Senti recently as well. How are you going to use him in today's match?
He's going to play Breach on every map. Nice. No, but seriously, we're just going to keep it nice and simple. He's going to fill in for Oxy, and he's got great aim, as good as Oxy's. He's got really good game knowledge, and he's been a pleasure to work with so far. So we're just going to keep it natural and see how it flows.
Nice. Getting gassed up right before your match. It's got to feel good. Demon One, it's so great to see you back here as well. How are you going to approach this opportunity to once again show that you belong on this stage?
Obviously, I'm super happy to be part of nepotism finally. Happy to be here. I'm going to do my best. You know, we're doing this for Oxy. That's my guy in Tier 2. I played against him a lot in Tier 2, so I'm going to do it for him here.
Right, thank you guys so much. Best of luck in today's match.
It's cool to see the relationship between those two players as Demon One steps in. There was a time when LFT, Oxy, and Demon One, I think, were the two most feared names that were still kind of unknowns when you queued into a ranked server at the top level. And Demon One, I think, has really branded himself, Murda, as the super sub. I think this is something like his 4th partner team he has played for. That's more than anyone else. So what can we expect for him now coming into C9?
I mean, he's done a great job. He has a lot of experience. He has a lot of different ideas for sure coming into it. And he's done a really good job playing a lot of different roles. We saw him a lot on the Sentinel, and we saw him as, of course, the duelist. So he brings a lot of that firepower, a lot of that energy too. And you always want to have someone like Demon One, at least if they're filling in, being part of your team.
Yeah, most recently we saw him at Champs with DRX playing the Sentinel role like you were talking about. I think he's going to be much happier now that he gets to insta-lock the duelist.
DRG, you mean?
DRG, yes.
But he was low-key frying on the Sentinel.
He was.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah, Demon One, I think it's so interesting to watch this journey, Emily, too, because he's played so many different roles throughout all of this. But do you think that makes him more of an asset when he gets to be put into these substitute positions?
I for sure think so. Like, he's the super sub for a reason. Players like how easy he is to kind of slot into whatever he's doing. It shows flexibility, it shows adaptability, and that's really like amazing qualities to have in a player.
Well, let's move back now to that first game for Cloud9. And in the first week, where after, starting all right, they then went up against NRG, and this game was pretty brutal. NRG really dominated C9 here. How do we walk away from that game, Christy? Was this, you played the world champs unlucky, really?
Yeah.
Or is there more to it?
Well, luckily we can walk away from it. C9 were limping out of that one. It was misery for them. I think the only real bright spot for C9 was Zeppa's individual performance, where he continues to have energy.
Which is preordained.
It's preordained, but at the end of the day, C9 just Yeah, unlucky. You matched against the champs.
I mean, I feel like you put any one of these teams against NRG, they looked really dominant. And I think that I don't want to focus too much on the loss, but everything that we saw within that. We saw that the team was capable of having that resilience to do a fake comeback, even though it was a fake comeback. I think from what I've seen so far from Cloud9, I like watching them play. I like their macro, I like the aggression. I wish they kind of started off a little bit more aggressive in their early rounds. They'd find a lot more success, in my opinion, just because they do kind of have to adapt into that later.
Well, with this team coming in, I think we're starting to learn what the style is of Cloud9 with Zellsis at the helm. And one kind of continuation has been them picking Breach really more than anyone else. I know back in the day you played a lot of the Breach on some of your teams, but he was out of the meta for a long time.
Yeah.
Why do you think Cloud9 is bringing him back, and what strengths do these kind of compositions have?
I think the thing that Breach struggled with a lot, which is why he was out of meta, was that he became kind of predictable. A lot of his stun spots became predictable. But now when you pair him with a second initiator, you tend to get a lot more proactive things. You can play a lot more aggressive with that Neon, especially because the Neon has their own stuns to set themselves up. You can play a lot more flexible because, again, you are the second initiator, you have those flashes, but a lot of what you use is really good for retakes, really good for delay, and really good for trap plays as well.
It's very powerful for set plays, just in general, right? Less so for playing like the slow macro of a map than you get with a second smoke agent in the mix. But I think when you are playing double duelist comps on a lot of maps, the Breach just gives you almost overwhelming hits, retakes, etc.
And the best part is when your duelist is super vocal as a Breach, you can then follow up with everything that they need. And I feel like on this team, you have Oxy who's super, super loud with it. Then you have Demon One who also likes to be super vocal with a lot of what he wants to do, that aggression. And so the follow-up really is there. It's really hard to play Breach if your duelist is just kind of like full sending it without saying anything.
But that is still, of course, the crux, that they have to have a sub coming in. I talked to them out back. They've had less than a week of practice with this change to the roster. For you, Emily, seeing a different duelist player come into the fray, how would you be approaching this if you're Cloud9? Just have them 1-for-1 into what Oxy was doing, try and change for Demon One? What are you hoping to see?
I'm hoping to see kind of Demon One step up and like make the plays that he wants to. I think that's where they'll kind of thrive, and just having the rest of the team kind of support around him, listen to his ideas, support him in any way they can, especially with the util.
Yeah, well, let's move on now to the opponent of Cloud9 today. That's, of course, Leviathan, who hasn't beaten Cloud9 since 2023, which is impressive considering how good Cloud9 was that year, but it's still been a streak that they're very much going to have to break today.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely been trailing them for a while. That said, this is a very new Leviathan squad coming off a tough matchup against 100 Thieves, of course. But I think they're going to definitely have taken that time to now prepare for a C9 that's also coming off of a rougher showing.
I feel like when you think of LEV, you always think of explosiveness and fragging power, and I feel like right now, LEV, they do have that down. They just have to solidify a lot of their playstyle, especially against a team that's so by the book like C9.
Yeah, I think getting the playstyle on board and also getting some of their individual players, like Spike's the guy that I was really expecting to step up, and still I am looking at today to try and turn things around compared to week 1 to now 2.
Okay, so we were willing to wipe away what happened with Cloud9 losing to NRG. With how solid 100 Thieves have looked, are you willing to just move past that game for LEV, Emily?
I'm a little more hesitant to. Like, I think LEV kind of went into it underestimating 100 Thieves a little bit, but I do really like the chemistry that they've had. You know, you have 2 players from the academy, you have 2 players that remained on the roster, and Spike kind of coming in and slotting and supporting them. And one thing that I really liked seeing them do is their micro team fights, their micro decisions. They're really good at bouncing off of each other. I just think they do have to get a little bit more of the macro down, and come in a little more prepared for whatever map they're about to play.
Well, let's go back out to Zoe and hear a little bit more about Leviathan from their IGL. Okay.
King, you guys played a really close match last week against a very strong opponent. It was a loss, but still the performance was there. Did that give you, or rather instill confidence in your roster? Because currently you're not playing with the full roster.
Yeah, I would say looking on the bright side, I always like to tell my players to have like confidence. We've been playing very good on scrims. So we saw the VOD afterwards, and we played like very like, I mean, I don't want to take credit out of 100T, but we played very bad. So after we look all those mistakes, everyone was like, okay, let's not do this again. So everyone's like very confident now.
Right, losing is learning. Best of luck today.
Thank you.
And you're going to have to see what's been learned for Sato, a player in his sophomore year now in VCT Americas, who really made waves coming in alongside Okeanos with this Leviathan roster thus far. I want to look at him now from that first game, from what we've expected thus far. What have you seen, Emily, from this guy that's maybe different or improved from the Sato of last year? Or do you think there's still more room?
I think there's still more room for improvement, obviously. You know, I think he had, what, 16 first deaths in that best of 3, and that's kind of a tough stat to face. But one thing that I did like is his confidence. Like, I felt like he was willing to fight and take space under any circumstance, no matter what. He was so trusting that his team would kind of follow up, convert that space, go into an exec after that, or even just get the trades off of him. So it was nice to see.
Yeah, absolutely. And I really think this guy has so much more room to go on this team. I think Sato came in and played barely half a year, right? Can do a whole lot more for this team. I think that, unfortunately, 100 Thieves just had a really good read, really good game plan to shut down a lot of his entries.
Well, two teams coming off the back of a rough loss to NRG and 100 Thieves, respectively, but a chance to bounce back in the middle bracket. Leviathan, Cloud9, they'll kick things off with Bren and Sideshow after the break.
We've got 2 esports endemic brands coming together to create a series of products for esports, for the biggest stages.
퍼포먼스랑 컴페티션이 주요 키워드다 보니까 레이싱이라는 테마를 잡고 거기서 이제 영감받은 그래픽 요소들이나 다이나믹하고 날렵한 그런 실루엣 같은 것들을 저희 FS1 마우스에 적용을 해봤고요.
我们希望可以协助 Pulsar 成为电竞圈的顶尖品牌，而 Voxy 是其中一个助力。
Lo tercero basta. No puede ser ley. Soto está por encima.
Running up in mid from Oxy. He hits that shot.
Nice gunplay, by the way.
All right, but still these fights means Vic comes out on top.
Welcome back, everybody. Yeah, excited to get into this one, our last match of the day. And Leviathan versus Cloud9, bound to be explosive as well, with the amount of firepower that we got on 2 of these teams as well. But for Leviathan as well, just to hone in on them as a squad, they're kind of caught between, you know, a rock and a hard place almost at the time being, because they're waiting for January 28th to get Neon in, to get the full roster ready and going. And the roles are a bit switch around as a result of it, right? But it's almost, you know, it's hard pressed right now because they would like to practice with their usual roles, but they feel almost inclined to try and power through it, because 2 wins means that you will be still in that middle bracket with time bought for the match to be played with your full strength roster with Neon in.
Right, and that's absolutely the key from Leviathan's perspective. If they can win here against Cloud9 and Envy, they get Neon in, which is the same as if they lose this game, except you have an extra life available with only that 1 strike taken in the middle bracket. And for Cloud9's perspective, I mean, they're looking to integrate Demon 1. It's going to be honestly so intriguing to see this guy play. He's one of the biggest names that we have, I think, in Valorant, and yet he's been notably absent, and so many questions about, you know, whether he's going to be able to play, and this obviously not a fair judge of his potential, but, you know, awesome to see him integrated into the squad, admittedly in extremely sad circumstances for Cloud9 and for Oxy.
And our condolences as well that go out to Oxy and his family at this time. Demon One, a lot of people have been talking about him as a player with, I mean, I was looking at kind of the discourse online, I guess, which is my mistake. First mistake, number one. But around him as a player, right? Because he has this reputation around him that he's potentially burnt bridges. But one of the things I noticed that, you know, when G2 were making that decision, whether they pick up Demon One or Baby Bay, right?
Yeah.
I noticed that when they picked Baby Bay, he was actively trying. He's been trying to fill in these intangible qualities that since then he's felt like he's been missing. But, you know, he's been given another chance as well to fill in here in Cloud9, putting Penny on the Neon. So they're actually just trying to fit the roles to where, you know, we were kind of speculating where it would fit a little bit more. Normally Penny is going to be playing on that more passive position as a Sentinel, but taking up the duelist mantle. And Demon One is quite a calculated player in terms of the way he wants to take fights. So the Chamber makes a lot of sense for him.
Yeah, I think this is really sensible from Cloud9, but it does kind of go opposite to what Imi was saying actually during the interview with Zoe just earlier on, where Imi was saying we're just going to have him slot straight into Oxy's position. As you're saying, that is not what we're seeing right now. Yeah, maybe,
he's hiding the intent.
But at the same time, this makes way more sense to me because, I mean, Demon One, if you look at how many games he's played on Chamber compared to everything else in his career, it's staggering. Because this guy was a Chamber 1 trick before that was cool. I mean, I'll pull up the numbers for you. Don't have them off the top of my head. But here we go. He's played... I mean, the agent he's famous for at the Tier 1 level, Jet, he's played 90 maps of Jet. Chamber, he's played 145 maps of Chamber in his career.
He's going to get his chance to step up very early on here. You can see the fight to be taken and just a micro adjustment in the aim. He sits PXS down. Battle of the substitutes here.
Oh, PXS was playing quite passively, actually, in the match that they had against 100 Thieves, because Cryo was all over him. And it might be similar here.
See, Salvo is going to be laid down a bit of a tap to see what the next layer of things are, but LEV want to take this one to fight forwards. Underhand with the flash. There's a big reveal, but reveal does nothing in the face of all these guns.
Very, very cool protocol, actually, popping through your own smoke to get out and put pressure on these ARC players. Yeah, something that C9 used to do in 2023, actually.
Not expected at all. Maybe a stub Demon One. Just trying to even things out.
One enemy remaining.
Do so there, Zephyr. Trying to be a bit quirky with the movement, avoid a lot of the bullets, but it will go down as a result of it. So, a cautious round overall. LEV, they do lose the first player, but they find their way forwards anyway. 4 players now alive at an open side on B.
And the team play being the difference. At the opener, that's just a single individual duel, but then LEV never allowed another fight to be a 1v1. And I don't think they're going to offer Vic too many at the end here. 3 players all playing as a pack in B-Link. Only Spike alone, and he's never going to take contact in a way that Vic's going to have an opportunity. King's spotting that cross. Does look fairly checkmated here. And this comp is nasty in post plants once you get to rifle rounds and they have more util online.
Definitely is. Now 2 to play with, but too many targets to really overcome here. You've got to be really sharp, and Vic overwhelmed there. So a pistol round for Leviathan to start. This is a team that we were kind of mentioning at the beginning, but they do want to get off to a really, really strong start here, because if they win this match, they don't exactly get out of the danger zone with being able to get Neon in. They will take one more win, but that's a crucial element, to be honest, because if they lose, sure, you get Neon in, but at what cost, right? You're in the lowest of lowest brackets where you have no more second chances.
You're playing a single elimination tournament at that point with your full roster, so you'd like to avoid that as much as possible, but end of the day, the LEV project this year always knew that Kickoff was going to be the most difficult part.
Yeah.
Because Neon's, no disrespect to PXS, but Neon is like a potential star player that you are adding into your team.
Yeah. And PXS, listen, credit to him, he's been playing pretty well.
Yeah, he's been solid. But he has a very different style, I think. A little bit more sat back, a little bit more controlled. I do expect Neon to be a bit of a nutcase once he gets added into this team.
Get a full explosive power that's just waiting to be tapped into on Leviathan.
Whereas actually the calling from King generally, and we've only seen one match, so it's early days, but it's been slow. It was very slow. King was one of the slowest callers that we saw across any of the regions actually so far.
Lever really making an active effort to ensure that all pieces are clicking.
He's been watching the Boaster VODs.
Yeah. Hopefully not playing too slow though.
Well, with this kind of composition, you've at least got to get into post plants. And C9 probably going to be in a
situation here where they're looking to simply die to Spike.
You look at Leviathan's comp, you do not want to generate heralds, do you?
No, absolutely not.
I mean, Spike is quite close to that no command. It's a big one.
Yeah, you throw in the ghost and let him go crazy.
Yeah, multiple players you don't want to get coming online early here.
Here he comes.
Yeah. Gets one.
That's a shot.
Any more? Popping up onto the voice. I mean, that's pretty good for him.
There you go. There's
He's got
the ult. Okay, that's spectacular from Spike. He's just a run in there and demolish too.
Yeah, actually looking at best case scenario right now for Leviathan. Very healthy bonus round that they're going to be going to.
And a much better beginning than when we were watching them in the 100 Thieves game. And they were winning the pistols and then just obliterated in the second rounds.
Couldn't
and then
convert
get
it,
snowballed against. Whereas this is the exact opposite situation to be in.
Been handed a pretty big tool, like I was saying prior. They kept Bulldogs, Phantom. Can buy up into the rest of this one. This is about as potent as a bonus round can be. Going up against the rifles though in the hands of these Cloud9 players. There's an opportunity to see if they can shut them down. Nice and early. Spread a fair, but now looking to potentially speed up with a no command. Flying forwards there. All indication they're going to be moving over towards David. The black comes one for that box. We'll see if it's a counter for Penny. Just drops Spike, but it's only to his knees, and there will be a res insight. Even one off onto the flank here. ISOs the fight's nicely done. Cool, calm, and collected there. Brings it to that 3 versus 3 now for the Cloud9 to potentially start making movement over towards this side. A lot of noise being made. Some util thrown out. Demon 1. See if he can again and find these fights once more. Sato's cleaned up. Just the 2 main players. Pre-fire, ding through the wall. A lot of damage done, and the util is going to really just push them out of the picture. There will be no follow-up for this one. Zeppa's going to just really hold it down. It's an easy task that's laid out in front of him here. So, despite all the dangers that LEV had, big tools, big weapons as well going into their bonus, it's navigated well by Cloud9.
It is. It's those 2 kills actually from Demon 1. Sub-player coming in.
Hello.
Just
real different.
Diabolical from you. Absolutely diabolical. These 2 kills, though, getting the punish on Spike as he's rezzed. Nothing that Spike can do about it, obviously, but Demon 1 catching the perfect timing around the backstab. And fairly easily winning the duel against, I think it was King. LEV looking clean in terms of their training and spacing together. Oh my goodness. They're going to send it through that stun.
Cursed them in real time there. Not much you can do though if you are Sato.
I'm not a big fan of teams trying to force the A fight on the attack side through that Astra setup. We've seen a few teams go for it. Furia actually were really hard forcing it in their game against Crew as well.
Brute force it.
It's really difficult. It favors the defenders so heavily.
I'm out of here.
Heavy premium being placed over that area of the map. Information, grabs the orb too. Chance to deny it away from the attackers. Blow's just looking to potentially condition, clear away. I mean, the drone does make it feel like, okay, well, potentially they're scaling off the back of this. It has pulled a few players, rotations.
And especially because Penny is just jiggle peeking all the way deep into A main. And so he's fairly confident that LEV are not ending A. But when you look at LEV's positioning, because they control the whole of the middle of the map, they really could end A. It would just be through that art connector.
Yeah.
Looks like that's not where King's sending the troops, though. He's going into a stacked B site. Because he's a fan of where Blows has pushed all the way up to.
30 seconds remaining.
30 seconds left.
And I do have the stack of bodies in the right place here. Nice and flying. Jiggle lucky to be alive there from that shot. King's really stepping up, but will be sat down again, Vic. Nice reposition.
Beautiful flash from Zelsis as well.
Yeah, good supportive util. Certain themselves onto all the angles here. And for PXS and Spikes in, not much you can do from a spot like this.
10 seconds
Cloud9
left.
bringing it even 2-2.
Pure save situation here. Spike completely dropped down. King, I think, making the wrong read there in terms of where he should be ending was, you know, it's a difficult situation because you don't control any of A main. But after you've droned and made so much noise over towards B, and you've made it feel like you're going in that direction, yeah, it might be the path of least resistance, but there's going to be stacked bodies over there, especially after the opening engagement just went so decisively the way of Cloud9.
Yeah.
But credit to Cloud9.
Nice job, guys. Really nice job. Good job. Good
Funneling people in that direction.
Kind of focused. Well honed today. A lot to play for themselves.
Yeah, in a difficult situation too. I mean,
yeah,
beginning of the year and you're playing with a different team and a lot on your mind.
Flash will connect there on the Penny. He's going to be overwhelmed, at least by the Leviathan players. We find a bit of an opening here, despite the fact that they weren't really working with too much. They'll be able to reclaim one of the guns. There it is.
Chamber v Chamber on the other side of the map, by the way, towards B. But like I said, PXS is a very passive Chamber player. He's just been holding these angles. This is very similar to what he was doing against Cryo on 100 Thieves too. And if you don't walk into him, he's not controlling very much space. But he is ready for the punish if you get overly aggressive, and so that's something that Demon One will have to be aware of.
Just holding for that walkout. Confidence abound here for Demon One. He's headhunter bullets out when he's got a rifle. Really just wants that one tap and back away, I think. Thrown out, breaks it and disrespects it too, so he's not actually going to be slipping away, but really getting the most out of a situation like that, forcing Lev. There's all sorts of util just pushing back and away, and now the rumble of the footsteps signals all here, especially with those ults going to be combined up. Conversion paths and a pathing now into the site. Demon One trying to pocket to play in, but blows. Yeah, that's aim well trained. That is a hell of a shot.
And this time, Cloud9 didn't have that information towards A main, so they didn't have the stack in the right place and forced a retake. It's tough, even though they've got decent weapons.
Some damage done to a couple of the left players, knocked around with King and blows being low as they are, but like you said, it's still an uphill climb in a battle. Zephyr though, that's a cracking shot. XS going to be taken out there, and util Zephyr! He's taken over. Ult earned up, and he wants to let that one rip at the Armageddon. Trying to force the issue with these fights, but just backs it, sidesteps it. Kings and blows are low though, and they do not have the rifles to play with. Util sure to at least pull a couple of seconds out of him, but Zels is going to be sticking out, trusting his teammates to do the job, and an ace for Zephyr! He comes alive!
Where did that come from? That's astonishing stuff from Zephyr.
Incredible util usage as well, though.
I think the stun, though, only landed onto a single player in back halls. I don't know if it caught onto both of them.
Watch it again.
I think he just hit a straight-up duel.
Both.
Oh, yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Really good.
That is nasty business by Zephyr, man.
The combo with Zels' fragment grenade.
Wait, Vic.
Yeah, that's beautiful. Coming alive. Maybe, I don't know. Because he's playing with Demon One, he feels like he's playing like against NRG somehow. There's some connection here. I don't.
Good. Keep cooking.
Yeah.
We'll get back to you. Nice smiley face.
He's had a decent beginning though to years out.
Ooh, yeah.
Demon One's very happy to take angles like that.
It's like he's never left really in the flash. Overhead supportive util is good. Goes both ways though. Demon One postured off the line. Vic trying to supplement and help out. Star layered down. Blows has found a perfect pocket to play in himself, but this is proactivity at its core. Cloud9 are not willing to let any stone be unturned. They want to see it all. They want to gather up as much space as possible.
Great flash there from Celsius as well. Supportive utility's been phenomenal on the KO. We've seen that set play from other people before, but Lev were not ready for it. I don't think we've seen it from Cloud9 as well. I think they've probably added that to their arsenal.
Yeah.
After seeing other teams run it.
They've had a while, right?
Yeah, yeah, they have.
To really prep for this match.
Well, I mean, so have Lev. Lev, one of those teams that when you lose early on, you get quite a break in this format.
Yeah.
Every time you lose, you just have to sit there and stew and wait to drop down a bracket.
It's a nice aspect though, because the pressure as well is not quite at the peak. You know, as soon as you lose that first game, you're not in the lower bracket immediately.
30 seconds
you're
left.
Fighting for your life.
It's true, but I think the pressure's starting to increase for quite a few of these squads. I mean, for whoever
in
ends
this
up
match here, right? If you lose, it's, you're straight down to the bottom.
Yeah, and inevitably there have to be a couple of teams that go 0-3. So one of these squads is going to be in that position where that's what they're fighting to avoid. Or I suppose would only be the case for one out of two of these teams if they were in that position.
Yeah. The time ticks down here. Lev forced to resort back to the saves again, but Cloud9 have shown some excellent additions to their overall game plans. Even with the late addition of Demon One and the roles being swapped around as they have. There's a supportive U2, we'll call it out with a flash and a peek. Very nice stuff. And that, we won't talk about the aim. Hey, listen, we won't talk about the aim.
That's the Celsius I remember.
It's all about the flashes. The
perfect utility.
Supportive util.
And leg shots for days.
There.
did the job here. It looks like another opted into the fight over towards A main, and this could get bloody very quickly. Let's see if there's any adjustments there. Stun to the back. Down to the back of the box. Is that the team stun?
I'm out of here.
Might have been.
Very close to getting a punish onto Penny, though. Just trying to spam through based on Sado taking that area.
Yeah.
I mean, in theory, you know, Sado can dash through there and escape, but if you take all of that area for free, you don't mind it, but... Okay, this time, though, Sado survives, and Leviathan push back the defenders in that area, so Cloud9 are not going to have such great information.
Did have to use the drone to do it, though, and look at where Vic is.
Yeah.
Might not play a part into this round, because Lev look like they're moving over towards mid, at least, but...
Well, if they do look to go towards mid, this is a nasty little trap setup.
You can afford to stack these bodies like this, Demon 1. Making out with a shot, and a bait and switch. Zelsis looking to strike back blows! And Sato. They sit Penny and Zelsis straight back down again.
I think Zelsis probably have to be good for 2 there, but Demon 1 looking to clean up.
Maybe wants a few more as well. He's got that rifle, but his players up onto the top. Oh, this is a player hungry for classic opportunities to shine all around. He's got the read.
Remind me again why he's not in tier 1.
Intangibles, man. He's always had the aim. It's never been in doubt.
I'm looking at a lot of tangible factors as to why you should have him.
Okay.
4 kills as Cloud9 get up to 5.
Locked in. Yeah, and that trap play, you know, the bait and switch didn't quite get the valid that Cloud9 were looking for necessarily, but Demon 1 steps up.
Yeah, he can swing back in after he takes the TP out. That kill. That kill's filth.
Yeah.
And great awareness to figure out that the chamber's gone through the other side in the midst of all of that chaos.
Baby, let's go. Good.
Agile as anything. That has forced a bit of attack time out here. Forced a bit of an issue here for Leviathan as well, as they're struggling to find a bit of a ways in.
PXS searching for answers in the stars, I think.
Yeah.
Or maybe just trying to absorb everything the owner is telling them. Quite a lot of instruction being given here from the coach. He is very vocal. He is very bald.
Where's that come from?
Well,
I mean, if there was anyone to say it, you know.
Yeah, I'm allowed to say those.
You are allowed to say it, yeah.
When you do, it's a hate crime.
Yeah, well, it won't be soon. I'll be joining you. then the, you know, the viewers, they can play spot the difference of us. It's fair game.
What's the money looking like here? Oh, I mean, you can scrap together something, especially if Sado picks up a Bucky or something, but
yeah,
it's not looking good, is it?
What are you looking to dismantle in terms of Cloud9's game plan? Because right now it looks like they're heavy priring A main, pushing players deep into B long, trying to get that info.
Well, what you're recognizing, I think, from this timeout is that Cloud9 are getting very active in the middle of the map when they lose an extremity. So when you push them away from A main, they pick up art or, you know, maybe double doors, something like that. You've got to be worried about Demon 1 peeking early at double doors. The knife.
How'd that get broken?
Actually getting broken.
That was Vic, I think, as well. He's on that little box angle.
That's nasty, actually.
Just spotted it out. I'm assuming it's Vic, but
no, it must have been.
through, right?
I mean, unless Demon 1 can control that with his mind, like Matilda.
Yeah, it is. That's honestly perhaps a very crucial element to this round. We'll see how it plays out, but again.
I mean, the whole reason for that lineup is that you're supposed to not be able to break it very easily. Or at all.
And you're supposed to... Oh my goodness, that is a bit of a misplay by PXS, but listen, got to give credit to Demon 1 again. This aim has been on point. Razor sharp.
It's a strange way to play it, though, rather than just trying to hold the angle and get the punish, but this time didn't have the option to feel confident.
Fear in their hearts. I mean, Demon 1 is striking it straight into them.
He's obliterating them. And they're getting so active as well, you know, he's changing up his positions.
Always moving around. Knife only to one tag here, gearing up for Leviathan, looking to salvage this operation as best as they can. They've got 3 players remaining, mid util to work with. Salvos will be committed. Zephyr positions forced, but no one really scales at the back of this. Choosing to break the knife, doesn't want to reveal his position. It's very conscious here by Zephyr. And Penny, time being bought for him. All those sound cues, he's lighting them up. From alternate angles, the rest of the Cloud9, it's easy business.
Oh, this is looking dominant so far.
Real dominant.
And what a fantastic showcase. What a fun showcase of Demon 1's skill. Back here again. Obviously, it's comfort territory. I was telling you at the beginning that he's played 145 maps total of Chamber. I mean, this is him. This is...
Nice. Let's go, boys. Let's go.
Nice.
Let's go.
We'll play the round.
Okay, now max.
Oh, Zels is drilling out instructions as to where he wants Demon 1 to play. Now, usually, if Demon 1 was integrated fully with this, I think it's normally the chamber that would be saying, I want to play here, I want to play there.
Yeah.
Like, you know, mixing things up. But when it's C9's system, instructing Demon 1 on where to play and still finding this value, that's impressive.
Penny feels like he can't really square up to take this fight. Stingers being let loose to spoil the hand up so slightly. Demon 1 is in a very sore spot here. He needs to aim well and aim true, and he's going to be able to do it with Zephyr at his back. They slam it straight in their faces.
A deadly duo for Cloud9.
One bullet for enemy.
They are looking
brilliant
cold.
out there.
Absolutely cold.
And I'm sure he's relishing the opportunity to have this kind of impact. It was an ignoble exit from Tier 1 Valorant. For a player who's managed to lift a trophy.
Boys, Max! You haven't skipped a beat, baby. Let's go.
Yeah.
It's really true.
We've been seeing it.
Focus now.
He has been putting in a huge amount of effort to get back to this level as well.
Yeah, definitely. Not necessarily in terms of his individual skill, but qualities that, you know, think about too often in pro plays. Trying to jump for the peak on either side. They are hard crunching them. This is a buy around for Leviathan. It's dismantled, it's diffused in a moment's notice. There's no time to catch a breath with you, Leviathan. Every single thing that you try has been completely slapped down.
Credit to the coaches and credit to Zelsis as well for having so many different looks on defense. You can see the value here from all of the preset game plans and how Zelsis has jumped straight into them. Now he's 4-2, but he's got 14 assists.
Yeah, I mean, that's absurd.
And those are not, you know, useless assists with the knife. Because sometimes KO players will have a huge amount of assists and it's just because they tag people with a 0 point. These are flash assists, these are kill assists in terms of confirming those frags for the rest of his team with flash players on the other side. Like, he's having insane impact.
Incredibly active, and it's forced left. Again, I mean, this is just a save. They're going to be looking for opportunities to get back in. I mean, the spike is in potentially retrievable location. The excess does nail the shot.
If C9 fight over it too much, there could be avenues back into this round.
Yeah, they are still up here, but doubled up. Again, they've got their aim on the right lines for it. 8-2.
Yeah, look at the scoreboard for some of these players. You know, we've been talking up Demon 1 a lot because he's obviously having a fantastic beginning, but Zepp's right there as well, putting in astonishingly good rounds and being the rifle to back up the op in a lot of these spots.
Yeah.
And his Phantom has been like a laser beam. 13 kills for both of them with only 7 deaths added together.
I mean, we're on round 11. It feels like the only opportunity the LEV have had in a long while. They've got the ults online at this point, but it's taken them this long.
Let's play.
A lot of space being conceded this time around by Cloud9, not willing to find over towards the A angle. Success. Also popped off here. Look at the utilizing to see if they can gain any sort of advantage, but they just give up the site.
One of the first times where LEV have found a great opportunity.
Yeah.
And they've just got in. They got the post plant down. There wasn't very much resistance. They avoided the trap.
Celsius, hot on the heels, is going to make his presence known. Using that trademark, but Vietana just wandering into these sidelines. PXS is trying to make the most of it. That is the kill to be found. Cosmic Divide in your face. That Salvo's at your feet. It is uncomfortable territory. Leviathan, they can't sit still. There's no safe place to hide and sit tight and try and bunker down and play this one into the post. It's Cloud9 that are the ones forcing the issue. Blows, has some util. This will have to be pulled out of a couple of tabs here, so there's still win cons available for Leviathan. Defuse now, and this will have to be stuck to half. Zephyr knows it, gives up his life for the cause. The potential win cons earned. The rest of his team now can get on board of it, and there's nothing to be done. They know exactly how to play this round out. PXS consolation prize might be able to keep this operator into the next, but damage is being done.
Zelsis spent the majority of that retake just literally sat in art, making sure that PXS didn't have any opportunity to help. They just both stood there looking at each other while Zephyr was sticking the defuse.
See, if you're, see, you take over and kill him. Okay.
He's talking about that duel against PSX towards the end there. Applause from Imi in the booth.
I mean, it's incredibly clean stuff.
It really is.
You can see the work that's being put in.
Flash over the top again, but no mid-default this round for Leviathan. There are so many places, though, where you have to be worried about the trap. They also, though, have not seen Demon 1 over towards B.
Drone is down.
Insert of Sato implies that they're going to come back over towards B Link here, which is worrying.
And this is it. I mean, Demon 1. Here's the drone. Needs to be broken for him. It's not going into the direction. Hopping around here. Penny breaks it. For Demon 1 to potentially get posted back up again. Many angles to account for, though, in a spot like this. As the rendezvous is back, let's see how sharp that aims. Flash connects. We'll respect that util. Back. Instantly, the gap's being filled up again. As you can see, Zelsis just jump spotting, ensuring that they can't cross that boundary. Ult's now going to be utilized. Spike is no command.
A fake, though. It's still going to go back in the B direction.
Yeah. Insert of Sato. Going to be looking to see if Sato can activate off the back of this, potentially off the sound cues. Take some space. It's not quite, though.
It's a beautifully called round by King, actually. It's taken until round 12 for him to be able to navigate something like this. Are they confident enough to commit? They've got the read, they've got the timing.
Yeah, this is really bad, though. A lot of util available to deny. Zephyr has 2 salvos and an ult here. Blows the plant, and there it is, denying it. 15 seconds left. Time is becoming a bit of an issue. There's the Armageddon. Brought into the corner, just trying to play them all the way in. DXS gets his one. Zelsis though, leaping from the sky. And they're trying to deliver death from above. Blows, getting a bit of body block going on. Sato couldn't quite get back to safety. And now Blows just forced to tuck Cower away. 2v2 though, and King on the flank surely has to activate in time. The rendezvous back, Demon 1's finished. Stars placed down. Time pressure though, not quite there. To tap a knife out, King wasn't ready for the fight. Zephyr! Dangerous game that he is playing here. Wave, but my God, what a shot. It's just been disgusting from start to finish for Cloud9. And 10-2 is that scoreline that we're staring at.
That's an amazing pre-fire towards the end. And King having a chat with the rest of the team about what was going on there.
Wow.
But a pop off towards the end. You got to think when King just gets the freebie of Demon 1 landed in his lap. He's favored in that with a pull still in hand. But the rest of the team is amazed at how well Zepp has been playing here. And Demon 1 too.
Yeah, locked in, driven Cloud9, leading and taking this map by storm so far.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Well, welcome back here. Yeah, Cloud9 have come out swinging in this matchup, determined not to be sent down to the lowest too early. And they are putting up one hell of a fight against Leviathan that were just struggling to find answers at all on that half. It was just domination.
Yeah.
10-2.
They couldn't even find their way into rounds.
No.
The proactivity, I think, was Cloud9's greatest strength. And I suspect that when we get onto the attack side, if there are too many rounds to even be played here, C9 were getting really proactive and aggressive in their post-plant scenarios when we've seen them previously too. Especially in that game against Loud, if you think back. I mean, the game against NRG, they didn't get to play. That was not a match. You can't take anything away from that particularly. That was a tier gap.
Trap play here. Sato recalls back over towards the pillar. Salva's at your feet though. He needs some help and bailout. There are teammates at his back. I was wondering what the play was, and they've just taken a lot of damage in the process. Salvo's dropped down, an instant response from Cloud9. Blows He'll try and back himself out. Still 3 versus 3.
Looking a little bit forced there from Sado. He realizes 8 rounds down, he's going to have to be the hero, but gets punished for trying to take too much onto his shoulders. They know that Dima 1 is down, which means that that trip guard in the flank is gone. So King's got an opportunity here. He's not over pushing though.
He's just holding, so he knows they haven't exited.
Yeah, C9 cutting noise means that you should not be over flanking, because they'll be looking for that.
Yeah. But he's calling critical information here for the Leviathan players to stay grouped up, stacked up over towards B. Ready to receive. At some point, the action's going to be coming. Cloud9.
Locating
the drone is going to be using it now to try and get his team into it, but it's immediately broken at that. 30 seconds remaining. The options are running dry. Come down to the raw aim, and that hasn't been missing so far, but a few shots in the dark doesn't go amiss. PXS catching onto Zelsis, dropping it down. Zeppa to the plant. Gets it online, an extension now into this one, but King rapidly approaching, and he's going to be tip-tapping. Vig just turns it straight on him. Snapping around to the side, now it's a 2v2. Before you know it, flows forwards, the recoil star blooms and blossoms, opens it up into the angle, Zeppa damage done. Surely you can't end up doing this one. Hopping around and sound cues are made. Zeppa just trying to play his life, but they know how low he is. PXS been called out to him, and that's why he's got a classic out. Full running and gunning on display, but he earns up that pistol round.
Hard clear in the corner as well. Figured out where Zeppa was playing there finally.
Gun here.
And so the Magic Man has been shut down for Cloud9. I was worried when King came around the flank and got dismantled so quickly though.
Yeah.
Vic shut that one down fast. There was danger there, even though Lev knew exactly where Zelsis was calling the finish to be. They're not usually going to be that predictable, I don't think. But Lev had the read. King did a good job just boxing them in.
The pistol rounds will be good for Lev. Can say that much. They were trying to drag this one back all the way. I mean, it has to begin with the pistol rounds. I feel like a broken record sometimes saying that, but here we go from Cloud9, making moves. Gliding to the side, a trademark triggered. Stopped and stunted, and it's put a bit of fear here into the step of Leviathan. They are going to be forced to go back to more passive positions to absorb, losing all that space towards connector. PXS even forced to drop off and away. No one is on the B long angle, but he's going to be watching this one.
Yeah, this setup
be
is
good
still,
for it.
Yeah, this setup is still really clean. And PXS has got a chance of picking off 2 on the entry. Though if Penny can gap close, that shorty will do a lot.
Good stun as well. Does push him back and away for the time being, and does have his angles. Again, he knows them well. Man will go down regardless of that for Cloud9, and there's a shorty in back hall. There's always danger in a spot like this. Leviathan gonna have to be clean for it. Smoke, hard committed, and this is difficult, honestly. It cuts up the angles and it makes them try and close border, which is exactly what Cloud9 are hoping for. Leviathan slowed down as a result of it. Nade, down at your feet. Salvo's now forward, and the with the flash as well. That is a big connection. A lot of these players blinded up, yet still it's the superior weaponry to save the day. Zeppa has a bit of stalled double salvos. Time is ticking. It's ticking.
Really
it's ticking. A right click like that.
Oh my god.
Oh my goodness.
There's no shot.
There's no chance.
I mean, we know they're slow, but you can't be losing a round like that to the clock.
No chance.
Zeppa, perfect internal timer.
Wow. Okay.
Last player left. What is that technically? A 1v4? That might even be a technical 1v5. I wasn't paying attention to exactly how many people were alive there.
1v5.
1v5?
1v5, yeah. Oh, that's ridiculous. That is ridiculous.
Insane.
I gotta give credit to Cloud9 as well, though.
Let's go, baby!
Yeah.
Fucking going!
Pulled out of nowhere. But they were doing a good job, I think, stalling out.
Oh,
Making it very tricky for Lev. It's tragic for them, though.
I mean, it's exactly the same thing that was happening to them, albeit a different mechanic, but the same thing that was happening to them against 100 Thieves. Win the pistol, lose the follow-up.
PX6 is going to be hearing all of these footsteps coming his way. The knife side step. Hold on, he's up out into the open. His rendezvous was in a completely different place. He's forced to play into this fight. Cloud9, they take it by storm.
He's so blind there as well. I'm not sure, but I think that was Spike Scene's flash that came up and over the top. And it was just a mistiming on the peak.
Last player
Setups
standing.
all around here. This will be Cloud9 up to 12. They are...
Oh, they're blitzing.
Yeah, extremely determined. Leviathan, the same issues reaching around. Job by Sado.
He's not going to get a 1v5. You
No.
you don't see two of those in the same day.
To be given a chance. The rare single dash. And just wants to reclaim the weapon and drift back away, hopefully saving it. For Cloud9 though, yeah, forcing the issue. But for Leviathan, I mean, this has been a recurring issue that we were, you know, it's not quite a narrative yet, but this cautious activity that LEV is just putting on display right against the Ecos. They don't want to let anything slip. They don't want to make mistakes. They don't want to lose. But then sometimes too much caution.
Yeah.
You play too slow. You give opportunities. You give win cons to the opposition, which we saw.
To be honest, I don't think that was the biggest problem for them on their attack side. Here it is. Spike, flash, up over the top. Yeah, team blind. I mean, you know, on one side, that's a bit rough. That could have been an opportunity for PXS.
Yeah.
On the other side of things, he's their sub player. He's not going to have as much coordination. So, fair enough.
I can't fold him. Yeah, you can't really fold him.
That's what's happening here. You've got two teams playing with a sub, C9 with even less time, and yet they're winning 12-3, so...
They're dominating, making people look like he's a permanent player onto this roster, and this is all in. Desperate gambit towards the tail end of this map. 2v3 still could be winnable for Leviathan.
The map simply isn't, though, is it?
No.
I mean, they're not going to run back 9 in a row with how they've been playing. C9 are very firmly in control. On their opponent's map pick as well, this is not something that we've been talking about too much, but this is LEV's pick. This is where LEV thought they had the best chance of winning this series. My God. C9 have manhandled them.
Yeah, level of focus.
One enemy remaining.
You know, Cloud9 sometimes, a team that let a couple of rounds slip, but this has been like a level of focus really that you expect from some of the very, very, very best. And that is a 13-3 finish to our opening map. Leviathan's map pick, worth saying, and we go on to Split as the next one, but Cloud9 are not messing around. They're not playing any games. They're trying to wrap this one up.
It's a great showing. It's a fantastic outing. Demon One integrated into the team. Fun to see. And LEV have got a rough time in this game if they want to try to come back on the next two maps, because they were shut out completely.
I mean, how the hell do you even dig deep and just bring this one back after getting
they got
slapped like this? This was Cloud9.
On an anti-eco.
Yeah. Cloud9 on top of every single round, essentially. Only the pistol rounds that they let slip, but it was just clean as anything. Delight to watch for Cloud9. And now we look forward to Split as well on the other side of things. You know you don't want to miss that one, so do not go anywhere.
Had to see it through. Got them all tuned in like we in the hills, whole lot of views. Know they watching what they saying, 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 what they saying. Know they watching what they saying, 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 what they saying. Know they watching, whole lot of views for real, just like a real for real. Gotta re-up the deal. We got the mass appeal. Whole lot of facts on facts on facts on facts on facts for real. Major League World Series Game 7, whole lot of cap for real. We better be gone. I used to just do it for fun. For real, now we gotta get to it and hustle, man. We gotta get to the funds. The pressure been stacking up tons. We on our way up, just trust. Baby, we winning, they throwing no ones. Baby, I'm saying it ain't what it was. Okay, know they watching what they saying, 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 what they saying. Know they watching what they saying, 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 what they saying. Know they watching. I turn the L to a lesson, okay?
quiere cometer la desesperada. La busca de los altos. Mete la tercera baja. ¡No puede ser! ¡Todo está por encima!
Running up in mid from Oxy. He hits that shot.
Precise gunplay, by the way.
All right, but still these fights means Vic comes out on top.
I mean, you guys were firmly in control on your opponent's map pick. We did see that role swap, right? We did talk a little bit about that before this match. Is that something you've been investing a lot of time since you knew that Demon 1 is coming in? Is that what you kind of were practicing with?
We practiced this week, but it's just easier to slot him into the chamber. Penny knows everything we do in our system, whereas Chamber just gets to do his own thing within reason. So it's just easier to put him in and just say, go shoot.
Well, that worked out for you. Best of luck in your second match.
Yes, it's a very dominant win for Cloud9 to step off this game with a substitute in the roster, no less. Demon 1 really proving to be the super sub today. But I want to start by diving into what Imi was talking about there with that role change, putting Penny on the dive duelist, Oxy's role, and letting Demon 1 slot into his chamber instead. It seems like that was the right call.
Yeah, I mean, it makes a lot of sense, too. I don't know why we didn't think about it, because, yeah, Penny does know everything that they already do. It makes sense for him to kind of pick up that role where they do have a lot of plays around, but we got to see Demon 1 just do his own thing and have the rest of the team supporting him. It felt like anytime he wanted to take space or take a certain peak, it was like, yes, man, go do it. You got it. I believe in you.
I think what was really nice, too, is you can just tell that Demon 1 was like, oh, I want to go here.
Yeah.
And they were just like, hell yeah, let's do it. It went really well for them.
Let's talk about that too. I think something you guys were really highlighting a lot when we were talking about this game was how the macro shifted with Demon 1 in. How do you feel like they were able to integrate him so well? What were they doing that was bringing out the best in Demon 1?
It really felt like they were playing a different setup every round on their defense. And I think a lot of that does include the fact that Demon 1 kind of called out where he wanted to go. A lot of the time too, we did see Zelsis following him around, setting up these little small trap plays with the flash over mid, taking that mid control, or whether he wants to PK main or taking that B.
Yeah, and one thing is that they were so quick with their adaptations too, right? Like even on this round, they adjusted by just brawling art when they looked like they were kind of heading towards the B clear main. But that's the thing, they never stayed static on the map.
Yeah.
They constantly moved. If something didn't work out for them, they okay, whatever, leave it be. They go take mid presence, they go take B long presence. They were always doing something.
Yeah, they were really proactive with everything they did. And when you have someone slotting in with the chamber and you're kind of setting them up for success, that's pretty sick. And then Penny on the other side, I mean, he really played well on that Neon too.
Yeah, I think people will forget that throughout his career, he has played that dive duelist quite a lot, including, I believe when he was subbing in for Liquid, he was stepping up to that as well.
Yeah, he was like controller,
kind of flexing around.
Yeah.
There's a lot of players who have done basically everything on this roster for Cloud9. And I think one of them that you have to look at as well is Zeppa, of course, who was just so good this game.
Yeah, it feels so good to see him pop off when they're actually winning too, specifically. Like it's like, you know, I'm doing all this work and it's
want to drop 30 and lose?
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. It's a tough kind of curse to have. But no, it must feel so rewarding. And he was playing so well. I think we even saw Zeppa ace at some point.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah.
Zeppa ace, Zeppa clutch. He was doing everything and he was on fire.
He was fragging out and his util was on point with the Tejo.
Yeah, this is such a difference as well. And let's start talking a little bit about where we're going into the future for the rest of the maps in the series. Because as the casters were really bringing up, this was a Cloud9 not even playing on their own map pick. Now we get to go into this split. And I want to ask again about those roles. Do you think just seeing this Demon 1 Senti, Penny goes to the dive duelist, is that what you expect to continue here on Split?
For sure. I mean, I'm definitely expecting another chamber here for Demon 1. I think it just makes so much sense when you have someone who's able to be that aggressive, but also be so self-sustainable. It works magic.
I mean, also just the impact we saw with the op. And on Split, you can really do that and work that op on both sides to get those first picks. And it felt like whenever they were getting those first picks, they also weren't backing off. They were continuing fighting whatever felt right to them, and I think LEV struggled against that.
Yeah, they had the confidence to go take those peaks, and I think a lot of that was because of that chamber pick.
I do want to turn attention, though, to Leviathan, because that is a brutal way to start. Sure, they also have a sub in the roster, but this is a team with pretty high expectations, and to get destroyed like that on Pearl, is there anything that you can point to that you felt like was really going wrong in that game for Leviathan?
It just felt like they were really getting shut down on all the choke points. Like every trap play was there. They just need to give it a little bit more time on the beginning of their defaults, making sure they're playing a little bit slower, trying to find the information that they can get, and making sure they know, hey, they're setting up for a mid trap play. Let's go make pressure somewhere else. Make sure they waste a lot of that KO util.
Yeah, and I think a big part of that is that they were kind of lacking information, right? They didn't really know what C9 was doing, and every time they thought that they did and that they countered that, you'd see C9 doing something else, picking off your lurker every single time. It felt like no matter what LEV did, C9 had an answer that they just weren't ready for.
Yeah. What kind of discussions would you want to see in that back room now for Leviathan, for the IGL, for the coach looking to the rest of this series? You're the IGL,
yeah,
man.
You're my IGL, girl.
Well, I was literally just thinking, like, for me, definitely talking a little bit about our defaults, making sure that we're getting a lot of that information, like you said, but make sure we're also playing a little bit slower, fully understanding what they're doing, because like we said, we saw a lot of aggression from Cloud9, and I don't think they're going to stop that anytime soon. A lot of pushing on the defense, a lot of map control. I think just letting them play into you, making sure you're ready for those setups, and not just standing there kind of in mid, getting caught off guard by the flash.
Yeah, I also just want to see them like being a little bit more aggressive, I'd say. And I know it kind of counters the whole get info thing, but I think they have to react faster. As soon as you push them off, the way that C9 is playing, by playing super adaptive and moving around the map a lot, you have to take advantage of the space that you get. And I didn't really see that.
Yeah, I feel like that kind of does play into what I was saying, because you play a little bit passive, you see what they're doing, and then you react right away. So yes, I see what you're saying. I agree that maybe a little bit more aggression could be good, but they just need to not lose confidence. That's the biggest thing here.
Talking about the split for Cloud9, though, we talked a bit in the pre-show about how much they've been indexing into this breach as a pick since the changes to that agent. This is a strong suit for the agent back in the day, but with double controller coming into the meta, it changed a little bit. So I'm very curious to see what Cloud9 is going to do, but the fixture is definitely on Leviathan. A tough map one. I want to hear what their coach has to say going into the second.
Honor, you got shut down pretty hard on your map pick. Is there any value in that break when you talk to your players to even revisit that map 1, or were you just strictly focused on what's happening in map 2?
No, sure. We talk like a little bit about what happened. I don't think that we play that poorly. I think that we play actually better than against 100 Tips. We couldn't snowball the game, you know, but I think that the boys are okay. I have confidence that the second map is going to be better, and we are prepared to win 2-1.
Right on. Keeping up that positivity. Best of luck.
Nice to hear some insight there. Now, I was able to listen in on the comms on the C9 side during that last map to hear how Demon One is integrating into the roster. And honestly, it seemed seamless out of the team. I was very impressed with what Zelsis was able to do in terms of incorporating Demon One into the team. He gave a lot of freedom, especially on defense, for Demon One to call where he wanted to play early on in the rounds. And then from that positioning where Demon One wanted to play, Zelsis was building really good rounds. There were a few times where he was like, actually no, I've got the hard read, I want to do it my way. It worked out great, and then he lets Demon One do what he wants to do the round after. And honestly, it just was perfect out of the C9 camp. I also think one of the great things Demon One was bringing within the rounds, not just his ideas pre-round, was whenever he was next to a teammate, he was giving great micro comms, anti-flash comms, swing comms, everything to make sure that he was playing perfectly in tandem with the person that's got his back. That's really it for me, and Brennan and Josh are going to be back after this map for a short, we're going to be back for map 2 after a short break. I'm all scattered. I need better comms than C9.
I think this version of C9 is a little different from last year because of, I think the roles can be a lot more flexible. I think Penny can play Duelist and play the Senti role, which gives us a lot of different variables while playing. Even with Zelsis, he's got experience under his belt with winning Madrid in 2024 and kind of being a solid player in VCT Americas in general. So I think it gives us a little more experience where we were lacking last year. I feel like a lot of us were rookies or returning, but didn't really still have that experience. So I think Zelsis really comes in and helps us become a better team in general.
So
Let's get back to it then here. Cloud9 were just absolutely relentless on that first opening map, and we're seeing them see if they can keep it going. Yeah, there's a spoiler, isn't it? Well,
love that.
Positions revealed. Back to the chamber again. It's kind of expected, I think, as well, after, you know, I mean, Imi was throwing in. Is it subterfuge? Is it corporate espionage? It's up to you, to be honest, to decide. But he did say that, we're going to keep it simple.
In the off-season, though, Cloud9 were playing double duelist on this map. So I don't know whether they made this adjustment already and we just haven't seen them play on split, but cool to see. Cool to see for sure, because this is super viable, and you get Demon 1 at his absolute best.
Yeah, you definitely do. For Leviathan, though, they are going to be looking to see if they can drag this one back. I mean, they got slapped around, see if they can change their demeanor. I mean, if there's any sort of bright spots whatsoever. I was just looking at the last time Leviathan played on split as well. I mean, Sato ended up dropping 24 kills as well, and we're seeing if he can continue to be a bit of a bright spot for this team. But you're going to need more than just individuals, I think, stepping up. You're going to need an entire real attitude change, I think.
Very possibly. It is a bad sign for Leviathan if you can't beat a Cloud9 that's playing last minute with a substitute. As good as Demon 1 is, right? Yeah. You just take that completely out of the conversation. Lev should be able to put wins like this on the board when opportunities are offered to them, and yet they got trounced out here. It was Zelsa's call in a masterclass on the defense half, though. Now he's got to call some good rounds on the attack side as we head into our pistol, and Lev were good on those.
Viper War to cut up towards B. Makes it awkward as well to try and anchor if you are King. Pops up the one way down. Look to hold his ground in a spot and position like this. The rest of Cloud9 are not far behind.
Well, the defensive setup looks good here from Leviathan. They've got Sato on a deep, Spikes on a deep line. Getting info at A. King knows it's coming in this direction.
Lots of players out. Doesn't let loose with the paranoia just yet. He's waiting for more signs of life, I think, with utility.
Yeah, the constant jump peeking there is really good for giving you information and knowing whether or not they're walking out behind that Viper wall. So Zelsa's got to adapt. You're pretty confident at this point that there's going to be a B stack, so you've got to go and spread those defenders out a little bit, which is his current goal. With 45 seconds on the clock, though, there's not a huge amount of time to work with.
No, there isn't. Cloud9 spent most of his time just kind of loitering around the main avenue. Now look to see if they can set their sights clearing a bit towards vents. All the sound cues are going to be heard.
30 seconds left.
Especially up on towards the ropes. PXS now potentially pressured. The ire of Cloud9 starts to go into his direction. Wants to try and remove that boom bomb, but there's a lot of util. Going to be waiting at his feet. The nade rebounding on top of it. Sato blind. Has to back up and away here. He's being surrounded swiftly at that. The spike's going to be dropped down out to the open. Will need to be reclaimed here.
10 seconds left.
Defense in order. It has to be a safe plant.
There were 4 players ready to defend, and suddenly it was only Sato.
They're already swarming all the way out anyway. There's a lot of damage done, but not quite there with the kills. Still, as I say that, Cloud9, they leave it all into Vic's hands. Blows low enough, but a 2v1 to play into. Lev in a dominant position here to secure another pistol round win so far over the series, but you've got to convert past that point.
It's a big opener, though. I was worried about the defensive setup, to be honest with you, when Sato got paranoid and then just abandoned on site. Maybe he wasn't on the page. If there was a comm to evacuate and then fast retake in.
Yeah.
Everybody else on Lev understood the assignment and they were straight back in there. Sato's happy about it, though.
Definitely something to note, though, what you were talking about in terms of the defensive setups, because you know, Leviathan, despite only having the 1 sub, they are mixing around 3 roles, right? The positions.
Yeah.
Is what they're playing.
Yeah.
Sato, Spike, and Neon eventually. So it does change up a lot in terms of what you've actually drilled with Neon, who's waiting in the sidelines, waiting to play.
Yeah, for example, on this map, usually, Neon would be playing the Yoru, I think, and Sato would be on the Waylay.
Yeah.
So things are definitely going to change.
A lot of orb farming going on here. Penny close to an ultimate here, being showered in lead. Some that high ground blows, making it hurt, but
they really are giving Cloud9
a lot of space.
Yeah. Every time, though.
It's like just some divine mandate is being issued for Leviathan to play as safe as possible and make no mistakes when they're playing against the Ecos. So, just spots the hand. That's all he needed, really. We expect a second player. Looks likely, yeah.
Good control from Sato there.
Yeah, very diligent. Demon one! Where's he pulled that one from? But guess what? There's more bullets waiting around the corner. Only so much you can do from a spot like that. Vic has been dropped down very, very low, and need a bit of luck himself to really make a go of things here. But that's a damaging eco, isn't it?
Certainly is. They keep a couple of weapons out the end of it, but it's not the greatest thing in the world. There's the guy that's done the damage to them, Demon 1. What a story for Demon 1 as well. I mean, Resurgence back here, back with a vengeance, playing against the team that he was most recently with in Tier 1. You couldn't get a more different scenario, right? Because the last time that he was with LEV, they went 1-4.
Yeah.
I mean, and that was coming off the back of that NRG team that flopped previously as well.
King breaking the fourth wall, yeah. Finally. Secured a round 2 after winning a pistol.
Demon 1 gave him a scare as well.
Yeah. Certainly did here. Aggro.
Whoa, double TP's in.
Really aggro stuff on it. There's a lot of damage through the wall and into the judge who played directly into King's palm.
Those Omen metagames over towards B main. And Zelsis looking to take contact here.
Yeah.
Poison's off.
Orbs up, realizes that he needs to take space on this side of the map if they're going to have any success. And Blows only has a Sheriff, so Zelsis might be good for it here.
But still, dire situation. Cloud9 to be playing into, especially against the Eco.
Yeah, you don't want to be losing a bonus.
No. So he'll be very happy as well, especially if this outcome goes the way that I think it will. And yep, Spike with a Bucky. Just showcasing really just how busted it really is. I mean, had the ability to go back there, but just chose to play his life into it regardless. And that's cleaned up by Leviathan, acquiring a couple of upgrades in the process. Bonus round conversion, it does bode very well.
It certainly does, and they won the round essentially by going 5v3 up in that clash over towards B main, didn't they? Both Omens going for the TP play, I think. Although Vic might have TP'd back out. Maybe I've misunderstood what was going on there. But either way, plenty of times to defend and the attacking Omen are going to be TPing in B main to try to break crossfires that might be set up. And King there getting a huge reward out the back of it.
Bring them down.
Zelsis in this round, the only player with a stinger, but you've got to imagine Demon 1's Headhunter more likely to get things done. But my eyes are on Zelsis, because if he gets one here, it would be his 2,000th kill in Americas.
There you go. Tenured player. Been around the block, Zelsis. See what he can get done here as well from his perspective. There's a lot of shots raining down.
I feel like running and gunning with the stinger would be such an iconic way for Zelsis to get his 2,000.
Yeah, it
I'm
definitely
rooting for
would.
it. I honestly am. I'm rooting for it.
See if that one happens.
Yeah, especially if there's a bunch of leg shots involved.
Spike. Passive position, he gives a lot of space up to Cloud9 playing this spot. He's got potentially there. Just seen with a shoulder peek, and Spike is position potentially just expected by Cloud9, knowing this one. Zelsis as well, waiting in the wings to really activate and light him. Oh, Demon 1 stole it!
Stole it!
Still, Showstopper's going to be clearing out the path and making sure that nobody plays into that one. Lev just essentially empty out. Demon 1 still onto the high ground. Going to be retreating back now with that TP. Rendezvous to safety. Zephyrs then ready to punish. And just like that, doesn't matter about the weaker weaponry.
No.
Cloud9 back in.
It's a nightmare round for Leviathan. It really is.
Give it to Zelsis.
Dead.
Oh, Sato.
Possible.
Hold on. We're all up in heaven right now here. No one playing actually tech towards the site, and it's planted for, yeah, default. Okay, they do clean it up. There was possibilities for Sato. Wasn't planning for heaven like they were making out to be.
I'm thinking back to what's gone wrong in that round, and it reminds me of quite a lot of the defensive setups as well. over towards, or even the post-plant setups actually, on Pearl. It's too passive in my opinion.
Yeah, it's too passive. I remember calling it out when we were casting LEV last time, when Spike was on that spot against an eco.
And I think part of it is because they have PXS in as well, who is naturally like a very safe player, I think, and likes to hold those passive spots. But some of it might be the owner effect as well, where it's about minimizing mistakes. When I was watching LEV in the off-season, they were much more aggressive, much more confident, and I like that version of them. I hope when Neon comes back, we get that, but I'd like to see flashes of it here. And there you go.
That's how it happens!
That's the 2000th kill. Spikezine jumps in, trying to give Zelsis a kiss, I think.
Shut down, there it is. Confirmation.
That's the 2000th kill for Zelsis in VCT Americas.
2001, not quite. It's Penny, just a little bit of sidestepping. King is going to be brought down anyway. Forced to spectate now and help his team with the calls, but Sato's on a bloody island, isn't he? Look at this. Forced to dominate the position over towards B main. He does have a gate crash to get the hell out. He's hoping for just the one, but
they're playing with it. I mean, they know exactly that Sato is going to be on that line, and he's just jiggle peeking, shoulder peeking.
This reads like Cloud9 have done a lot of VOD reviews, I'm not going to lie.
I mean, they're completely
very aware of where Spike's position was, where Sato's going to be playing, where the defensive setups are for LEV. They're very, very aware right now.
I think also you've got to point out that what Spike went for, as much as we were looking at it from Zelsis' POV and, you know, congratulating him on a 2000s kill, that one landed in his lap. You know, the idea for Spike there, you do as a Waylay sometimes want to be putting pressure and trying to punish the Viper that you know is going to be looking for those A-lurks. And so dashing onto their head and going for either a shorty kill or more likely a saturate for your Fade to follow up on. Yeah, that's sensible, but the actual execution of it, not there. And maybe, again, that is because Sato is going to be the Waylay player. So maybe it's just a lack of experience for Spike.
Sure. See that one again? Wow, okay. Call it skill, call it luck. What do you want to say?
Well, my question is, where is the saturate?
Yeah, where's the setup for it as well? I mean, it's...
He's pulling out a rifle at the end there.
It's coming out of nowhere.
It's weird.
Yep.
It's definitely weird.
Cloud9 have been given ins. It was looking poor for a short while, Leviathan converting the bonus and all, but now Cloud9 have just essentially dragged it quite even. They've got business booming essentially as well, with tons of money to work with and play with, the deeper this half goes.
Oh, yeah. If Demon One gets a kill, or even with his death, he'll have the tour de force, but obviously not for this round.
See how this one plays out. Demon One down. Locks it. Okay, Penny's an instant answer back, so has evened it into a 4v4. And bit of rapid takeover when it comes to Vent's control. Now towards Heaven. Back out and away again, just making sure to sow a bit of discord into Leviathan's minds.
4v4 with Sato controlling information over towards the B line, but it's really far sat back. Okay, Lev, double up. Blows and Spike looking for information on this side of the map.
Yeah, just trying to make a play. Zeppa's just chopped them down.
He's untouchable today, Zeppa.
And it's not just that. I mean, Sato had a gate crash to respawn over towards A. It expired directly at that time. Everything has gone wrong for Lev.
And perfectly for Cloud9. I mean, today has just been perfection from C9.
Yeah.
It's mad to say. But Zeppa, how often do you see somebody with an ace and a 1v5 eco clutch in a single map?
It doesn't
almost
happen
never.
Ever. Yeah.
And then he's pulling out stuff like this on map 2 as well. Looking electric. For anyone who might be new to VCT Americas this year, the Zeppa line is normally discussed as like being total average across the end of the year. He has his highs, he has his lows for sure, but you could normally rely on him putting up a very solid average performance. And this year he's been way better. Obviously we haven't seen too much of him, and the NRG performance he had didn't necessarily translate into too much, but it has been really strong.
Yeah, today you're getting his best.
Yeah.
Still calming as well in those calmer moments. Not letting a single opportunity slip away here. That's nice stuff, yeah. Just takes the fight as that smoke blooms. So PXS potentially just also trying to take a similar timing. Just look at the way that went.
I mean, the first bullet is a headshot on both targets.
Yeah.
Because they're peeking it, you know,
Dropped
hand in hand.
Yeah. And
That's not how you want to be taking that fight, though, either.
Just dry. shoulder
Dry,
to shoulder.
but
no
also, you know, not going for a jiggle, a jump peak, one short swing in while one wide swings. You know, nothing like that. No util used either. And they'd lost information on that side of the map too.
Yeah, I mean, this is
There's a lot to work on here for LEV.
There really is. I want to highlight as well what we were kind of discussing at the beginning when we were talking about LEV as a team, because I think they are caught in between right now. They don't want to hard commit in terms of developing their defaults, improving necessarily that part of the game plan, right? The macro in terms of where people play, maybe alternating their setups too much because they got PXS in. It's going to be temporary. They're just counting down the days until January 28th. Which is when they can get Neon in. But as a result of that, it does mean that they kind of have to just get by in Kickoff for now with necessarily, you know, setups that they're not adjusting too much because...
Yeah, they are still playing the same comps though. I mean, I agree with you.
Yeah.
But that's more player unfamiliarity with the spots. Like, your actual strategy and how you're playing should be the same. Like, the actual theory that you bring into the game should be the same, but your player's ability to execute it might be worse.
For sure, but what do you do about practice? Are you practicing with PXS? Are you practicing with Neon?
Well, that's a great question. I don't know the answer to that.
I don't know either, but I imagine they are being pulled in two different directions.
For sure.
How they want to get wins right now.
For sure. In fact, that'd be something I'd love to know. I don't even know whether we're going to get a chance, actually, though, to talk to them again. Because looking at the moment, like Cloud9 are all over this one. I know the scoreline says it's even, but C9, with the last 3 rounds in a row, have proven to have a great understanding of where LEV are going to be playing around the map. And look at the lines that LEV are on to start this round. They are really deep, very far back positions.
Really passive. I mean, Spike is so far back in A-Heaven. They're very worried about that early presence and pressure. They're sending in a bit of that util in the mid-round. Saddle also locking down one of the lines.
You're also not going to want to jiggle peek this for info because you're so worried about Demon One. He's been lightning fast on the reactions today.
Blood Force has pulled out. He's made that one no.
PXX mistimed one of the smokes in the previous round, and that's how he ended up dying.
Info though doesn't have a snake bite to try and slow this one down, so he's very much on his own essentially. Might have some help from his teammates. Cloud9 take it so damn slowly.
He's given them everything here.
Yeah. They're happy to contact all the way up because they know that the space is being given up on the round. Nade rebounds, dropping down to the floor, and the nade will do it. Post mortem, not quite. Penny's still alive and active into this fight. Sato though feeling that pressure. It's mounting on multiple avenues, and even feeling like he has to use that dimensional drift here. Players have dropped down, and where is the answer? Leviathan running full footsteps, and the guns are well trained. Ready in the end with Penny being dropped down. Ults on ults. To pit drop down. Sato's beamed from the back line. It is good coverage as well. Make sure that that pit comes down without a hit. Spike! Double dash over. He's going to, just essentially take the head clean off Demon One. Zelsis has got it all to do now. In a spot like this in a 1v2, bring around the Rosies. Looking for these players, the decay damage kicking in, and this pit isn't dropping anytime soon. He spotted it, at least that they are off of it, but it's being covered by PXS, so they know exactly how Zelsis wanted to play it.
Yeah, leaving the pit there the second time forces you to have to re-enter it. Makes it really difficult to win that clutch. A recovery in that round from Leviathan, but really uncomfortable, I would say.
It was,
still
right?
Very uncomfortable.
I said I didn't know whether to disengage or what.
No,
had to use the ult to try and get out, but he didn't know if he wanted to play himself in.
King got jumped on. I think you're really seeing in this game how uncomfortable PXS is in some of these spots that he's been asked to play in. And, credit to him, like, he is having to fill in this situation, but they don't seem to have plans to disrupt Cloud9 around the map at all. It is a little too easy for C9 to take all of this space. And you're asking a lot of players like Spike towards the end, for example, to make a hero play and win you around. Sato's got the operator posted in a different area of the map now, so he's looking to play over towards a ramp. Might require a bit of help from blows with a Prowler or two to dodge some of that utility as it goes up and down in his face. The Viper Orb, that is. Yeah, there's the Haunt, which lets him know that nobody's playing aggressively. Does the dog seek out this op?
Or might be the sending one back up onto that line. It's been spammed down. Spotted him. It's not broken in time. There's a bit of spam onto the main angle. Sato is forced back and away. And Demon One, look at this. Rapid onto the line. King, though, might be in a bit of hurt because, again, he hasn't been watching this one. The timing taken as that smoke is there. He's just trying to cut them all down and swaves. That's that rifle aim. A lot of damage done to Cloud9 here. They find themselves pushed into a bit of a corner.
Really nice tech from King as well. He throws the smoke, and as it drifts down to the floor, he can see all of the feet, realizes there's 3 of them there.
They're not done yet, though. Cloud9 are encroaching upon the territory. King backs himself out in time, though, but Spike has been left alone to his devices up towards Evanat. His Snake Biter recoils, and ricochets back around. It makes it really awkward for King to try and win that fight. Demon 1 trying to slip the net. It is found out by PXS, so 3v3 still. Chances, opportunities, especially with his planned position, and needs to fight tooth and nail to try and get these players out wide and open. But Vic and Zelzas are happy for it. Willing to square up, willing to tackle it head on.
Zelzas has eaten them up in this round. He hasn't taken a point of damage. I mean, maybe he got healed, I'm not 100% sure, but I'm pretty sure everyone was whiffing on the guy.
Yeah.
He was ducking, bobbing and weaving between the bullets, and just ended up in a situation where he could pick off 2 really important kills. The LEV roster is very skilled, but I have to say that without too much evidence on show during rounds like that, they do look out of sorts today.
They do. Individually, we know these players can pop.
Vic?
What happened there?
Not sure.
Just going down to the spine, okay. Yeah, Zelzas is just a menace here.
Yeah, and no point of damage taken in both of those duels. Yeah. Plus, Sato on a really unusual angle. I mean, Ona looks visibly frustrated. And these are chances that LEV probably cannot afford to give up.
4-4 with LEV getting a pistol and a bonus conversion is just, it's, as much as it is even, LEV have not been winning out here.
No, and when you consider that all they did was win the pistol on Pearl, it is actually fairly similar right now. C9 fully in control, definitely looking like the better team.
It might feel like we're being too harsh for Leviathan, but they had a team that have had most time. You think about Cloud9's situation.
Oh, absolutely.
Very last minute for them, bringing one in, so we're expecting Leviathan to be the more dominant team in this fight.
Not sure what was spotted there. There might have been a flash of Zelzas.
Toxin screen down.
A lot of space in the process and just walking up. I mean, the silent gameplay that's on order here by Cloud9 is rinsing Leviathan. Taking these raw fights as well as that walls up, seeing if they can catch the players onto the cross.
I'm worried about the gate crash. Okay, taken. Sato reinforcing the B side of the map, which is necessary. Though King's got a lot of space here, would dominate B main.
It's very aggro positioning from him. Spike might get a chance here soon enough. Silent drop down perhaps? Oh, they don't suspect it. I mean, he's expecting there to be noise. This is...
30 seconds left.
There's significant gaps in the default right now for LEV.
Oh yeah, it's
tragic.
It is, yeah.
Well, that's really rough to watch. Sato's going to try and equalize. This is desperation if throwing anything at the wall and seeing what sticks. I mean, you got to call it out. LEV have had time here. This isn't just them playing last minute.
No.
They've known what their situation was for a long time now. They've had time to prep for a game like this, but they are looking lost.
And again, the qualifiers to this kind of critique is that the players are on unfamiliar roles. Normally when they play this, it's going to be Spike picking up, I think in this comp, it would be Spike picking up the Viper, and then Sato picks up the Waylay, and Neon picks up the Yoru. So there are 3 complete changes, but at the same time, it's like, it's rough that LEV don't even seem to have a semblance of what their defense side is supposed to look like. There's so many gaps here. It is concerning. You know, you look at this team and how well, dude, they dominated the tournament they played in the offseason.
Right.
It was exciting to watch. A lot of people putting them towards the top in terms of expectations. Once Neon comes in, mind you, but they're also looking, as a LATAM team, to go towards Santiago. An event happening in Chile.
Good job, guys. I'm not angry, okay? Let's go.
That's the leadership I need right there.
Well, I'm glad they're not angry on that side, because I think frustration's building on the defense. But yeah, look at what Santiago, a potential opportunity. If they could have kept, you know, a couple of chances, stayed in the middle bracket, let's say, with Neon coming back, that's exactly what they're looking for, but they'll have to play a lot better than this.
Fake presence at the B main. The goal is to try and pull Util out of Cloud9, but they're just disrespecting it. They're running them down right now. Trailblazer sets it forward. Sato was in a prime position, just can't quite land that second one well. Going down alongside King. That's the B site cracked wide open. Penny with an ult as well to his name. He can force afford himself to play a little bit more aggro. LEV are on the weaker buy, so risky business. Double dashing in. Pennydo got his eyes on it, and he is just feasting right now, absorbing up all the eco kills. PXS, you poor soul.
He's just looking for a lurk player, hoping that somebody like Zelsis or Demon 1 would end up in his lap. But at this point,
it feels sad to watch, I'm not going to lie.
Well, I'll tell you what, you flip it on its head and you look from the perspective of the other team.
Positives?
Yeah, well, C9, everything that we're talking about with LEV, as in it's concerning that even with the switch-ups, they don't seem to have an idea about how their team should be playing, like what the vision is. Plato's ideal form of the Leviathan defense. They don't seem to have that vision. With C9, they do. Like the coach, Imi and Zelsis together have got such a clear vision of how Cloud9 want to play that even with Penny picking up the primary duelist and Demon 1 coming in, their execution of it is still crystal clear. Yeah. You can tell exactly what they're going for in all of these rounds, and I think that is mightily impressive. And a good sign for them, that they've got such a distilled idea of themselves.
Yeah. Core ideology of how they want to play Valorant, it carries forwards even if they have a few changes mixed in, right?
And that's what you're hoping for on the other side, but it's great to see it from Cloud9.
Yeah.
And the integration of Demon 1 and the way that they're so fluid in the comms, as we heard from Ender. Yeah, it's just a great sign.
Feasting right now. They've got ults to spend here. King has just been in this position all day long. Not much you can do from a spot like this, though. Gotta respect it. TP back to CT. Hope this going somewhere, though, and it might just find a target. That's a lot of damage. PXS is like, where the hell did that come from? What did I do to you? Full retake, though, 5v5, and that was just forcing the issue, essentially, as a result of that showstopper. Cloud9 are in prime positions as a result of it. The util's going to be sent out anyway. Abounds. See if they can hunt for these kills. Guns are poking out and potentially spoiling the picture of this one, and the trade are actually on top of it. Leviathan, good chance for them. But did he anticipate this? Zelsis from the high ground, and it's a position that is planted for him. Sidestep, dodging it, but he steps back into the seas anyway, and he doesn't have the sandwiches to work with. Quick tap, just trying to force him off the line. Blows, difficult spot to be placed into, but a half earned anyway. It gives him win cons, just needs to land a shot. Zelsis!
I think he's got
time! Blows has just about managed it.
God, that's a crazy one.
Oh.
Zelsis did his absolute best in terms of jiggling there, throwing in a couple of shoulder peeks, trying to pull Blows off it. Incredible from Blows that he had the confidence to simply stick half.
Yeah.
Because Zelsis was shooting at him, jiggling him, wall bang spamming him, and yet Blows knew that his only way of winning that was to stick to half. So difficult, honestly, to play to your outs in that kind of situation because everything is screaming, you've got to take the fight.
Yeah. Credit to LEV too. Very difficult to be winning out in a spot like that. 5v5 full retake.
Best round we've seen from them, yeah, I think.
Got to see a bit more of it now. Moving forwards, Vic, this is going to be causing a couple of issues again to these B-side players. They are being squeezed constantly. King again forced to retreat back up towards heaven.
Yeah, just giving up the side every time.
Isn't it? See the dimensional drift. Sato wants to potentially lead the charge forward on a bit of a ping out to where the player positions are, but a pit again complicates things. Double dash into the fight. Forward approach. TP back and away. There's a lot of players in through main. A flash will deny you a lot of that space as well. Perfect placement and playing off the back of it. Cloud9 are just ready to strike when the moments are right. Zephyr, all of them just collecting up the kills across the board. 7-5, Cloud9. They're putting on, dare I say, a masterclass still. Leviathan, they do bring it to 5 rounds, so they've bought themselves some breathing room, a bit of buffer there, but it took a lot for them to do it.
The scoreline makes this game look closer than it is, though. C9 have been very much in control. They lost 3 rounds early on in the half, but generally, taking all of this space on site, pit down, easy for them. And the defense side was where Zelsis and Demon 1 in particular were flourishing on Pearl.
And we got to see that punch back from Leviathan. We got to see them take this advantage all the way to bring us to that map 3. was saying, I mean, it's a close affair here at the half of split 7-5, and LEV have bought themselves enough rounds with the early pistol round win bonus conversion leading into it. A bit of breathing room, but we got to see these improvements continue when we swap the sides around.
And in theory, they have a Wele Euro composition, so they might be able to get into some really good spots.
Yeah.
But they are going to have to go deep and aggressive, I think, to be able to get onto and punish Demon One's chamber. I mean, one of the big differences between the chamber and the Yoru is that the Yoru TP can be miles away, right? They can take contact and they can disappear. You've got no chance of punishing them. You know the chamber has to be somewhat nearby. If you can push them off the original line, there is a chance with a double duelist comp that you can get the punish on them. We've seen that be the way that it played out in Americas in previous years when this was tried by a couple of teams on split.
Let's see it begin. That's 4 sheriffs by Leviathan. By the way, utility optional. We're just going to shoot you.
They were doing a lot of this on pistol rounds before, and their win rate on pistols has been really good. That has not been a problem for them.
Getting similar beginnings, but that is great timing to be taken. Off the back of your own orb going down. 4 players facing you.
That's a nice play. That's one that Zelsis used to like to run on Sentinels last year.
Looking to potentially speed it up in a different direction, but again, because that play was made in mid, Cloud9 are given options in terms of where they can pivot quite quickly, so King calling the cancel. Spike has been played in. He's got a lot of space.
Yes, Spike has an insane amount of space, but you know that that's where the stack, generally speaking, is. PXS using all of this space on A to go and break a trademark, but that's not done much.
King, yeah, he's watching the right angles for that one. When Zelsis goes walkabouts and punished for it. 4v4 now.
Yeah, well now Cloud9 are lost. They have no idea which part of the map it's going to. It could be either. You just saw King in market, but you also just saw a trip get broken over on the A side. You really don't have a clue.
Pushed and pulled. It's going to be hurt, though, by Demon One, I believe. Yeah, Spike going down. Cloud9 starts scurrying back into positions. Could be difficult for them, but they do have a lot of util. Vic, the paranoia nades, makes it simple. Oh. Okay, blows. Oh, laser.
A danger player down very early on.
Yeah. Has spotted out a couple of these players as well, so that paranoia connects. Spike is under an immense amount of heat now and it's being turned up rapidly. Cloud9, Cloud9! Running over them, the nade rebounds and it has forced the positioning. Blows, there's only so many angles and positions you can play for. Half onto the defuse. 2 bullets left though. And this is going to be forcing him way out wide when he hears that one. Higher pitch in terms of the tap onto that Spike. Penny activates.
What a retake from Cloud9. Straight back in. Massive player disadvantage too. Shrug it off.
Yeah.
No worries. Whole map control given over. Both of these teams actually so far, giving the attackers tons of space to play with. But they dominated with the ghosts on the way back in. Real clean shots, and Zelsis is amped about the way that they're playing today.
Yeah.
Feels like they got a date with Envy in that middle bracket.
Yeah, there's something a little bit more driving Cloud9 this time around in this specific game.
Cloud9 versus Rossi would be a very fun game.
Oh, yeah. So Penny is really being overwhelmed in a spot like that. Still manages to get 2. Difficult spot. Hands over a weapon into the hands of King. Sidestep of the seas. Zelsis still maintaining the ground, and that's a spike drop down in your lap.
B.
King barely any health to work with.
I have the spike.
Difficulties here. Not likely. Zelsis, quick mop up of the round there. 9-5 now being that scoreline. Cloud9, the one win cons that were really going for Leviathan have been stolen away now. We have to see if they can improve the rifle rounds.
I'm interested also, though, to see what kind of variation in defensive setups we get from Cloud9. That was one of the things that was most interesting about Pro.
They've been hyperactive in terms of the way that they were maneuvering.
I don't think there's as many ways that you can change around. I mean, Demon 1's position is the biggest one that you change around on the defense side.
Well, you can do some cheeky stuff. You can put it into some corners up towards B heaven and play into mid vents, for example.
Yeah, yeah.
There's some unique stuff you can do.
They've already shown us the, you know, drop Viper Orb in mid play, which I think is a nice change up.
Does require a lot of foresight, though, in terms of thinking ahead with your setup, so. Cloud9, I'll just keep it simple. One. Okay, 3 shots, just layering it down on top of them, and Zephyr happy to help out there with Penny going down. It was the bait and switch angle. A-main's going to be cleared up. There's a potential for the punish, but the saturate just misses going wide, and this is really disjointed. I'm
surprised the Saturate missed, though. I mean, Zelsis dodged that one, just.
Barely.
Blows is stuck in mid with the spike.
It's really awkward. Especially so, but he's caught them just retreating. Cloud9 pulling back and away.
Yeah, they pulled their attention off mid for just a moment.
King.
And Vic was not there to back anybody up. King's going walkabouts.
Yeah.
He feels like he has to make a play in a 2v3. To be honest, if he just secured this space, I think
30 seconds left.
All rotated around each other.
Cloud9 are so proactive on their defense.
This is crazy decision making. I mean, King is going to put all that space out. He was hoping to find a kill potentially.
Rose is planting for Cloud9.
For Cloud9. Not aware of the fact that they've already made the moves around here. Flows. Can't manage it. Had his aim at least onto the angle, but crouched up Vic just claims the kill anyway, and now it's left into the Palmer King's hands. He's got to do it all from a spot like this, and a 1v3 has to be monstrous, but he's already off to the worst beginnings. Flash, drop down onto the low ground. That potentially might be heard out by them. Cloud9 encroaching now, making sure they've got that pack mentality, taking the fights together, ensuring that they've got that discipline. King's trying to maneuver around, ISOing fights onto the 1v1, potentially there for it. Demon 1 rapidly out of nowhere. Make sure that there's safety in numbers, and Cloud9 secure up that 10th round.
Good trade from Demon 1, but also nice movement from Vic to make sure that he was jiggling, freezing King's position, and then only swinging when Demon 1 was ready to trade. Because Demon 1 was late, coming back in through rafters there. Bit of a scrappy situation. Almost allowed something to disappear, but also really unexpected in terms of that double push out through mid. Lev had no idea what was going on. They're always one step ahead, it feels, Cloud9, even in the chaos. They've got the play that's going to win them the round.
Yeah, always making a right decision.
Now, it was 3 rounds on defense, and then an enormous response from C9. That's not where King was aiming to go.
Yeah.
But whatever. Not punished. I just don't see it happening the other way around.
No. For Lev, it's just an uphill climb. Bloody struggle for them. Just wandering into the fights here, but listen, the weaponry is good for it. Zelsis and Demon 1 lock it down. PXS taking the upgrade. He heard the ropes. There was action up towards it. So, whoa, okay, that's good. Instinctual stuff from him. And King is starting to mop up a couple of these players on the other side of the map here. This is getting awkward now for Cloud9. Especially so with that TP deep into enemy territory. King absorbing up a lot of space, and Zephyr.
I mean, Zephyr might be thinking that it's going over towards B, to be honest with you.
It's miles away.
Well, there was an Omen TP in the middle of all of this, so you are really worrying.
Yeah.
Where on earth have Lev gone? So another weird situation, a little bit like the previous round, where Lev are going to be able to get a plant, but they're getting surrounded on all sides by C9. This time, though, numbers even at 2v2.
That's how where King is. Good movement as well. Wayward with it, so King makes it nice and awkward to take that engagement. It's the 1v2 and double face. This is discipline rearing its head, so Leviatana actually getting things into order. Feels scrappy at times, but a few more rounds like that, potential is there.
They got a couple of really big picks in the midst of all of that, too. The spam onto Zelsis through in heaven was a big difference maker. That opened up the A site for them, because otherwise, constantly worried about where that Viper would be. Yeah, so they're clawing back in here. One of the other things that we haven't mentioned too much as well is that King is calling in Portuguese. Right. Oh, here we go, big fight.
There, hello, big fight, yeah, with a showstopper moving forwards. Oh, that's so many bodies! Plenty more as well, waiting around the corner. It's a nade to try and push them back and away. Off for now, Cloud9 looking to put a crunch onto Leviathan.
Demon 1 can stick around in this position because he's got that TP to send him back into B heaven.
Extremely deep with the rendezvous.
Any of these deep market positions are so tough to clear. And you just don't expect the chamber to be there.
Yeah.
It's a really nice extra layer to that push. Although he is playing it safer than he could do.
Yeah, I think just trying to play a bit of a bait and switch, so Penny is tucked on the corner. He has retreated now. Penny is still in this forward approach. This is a low blows here moving forwards, but the crosshair placement's good. And luckily, no players active enough to try and trade him out. Otherwise, that would have been the spike drop down for them.
They were worried about the A ramp push.
Yeah.
Look at the way Demon 1 is checking his own vent.
Nightfall, though, scatters up. They're trying to obfuscate Fate, potentially. I mean, they got potentially a tag or two. I'm not sure what the call is right now for Lev.
These rounds have been very strange.
Left. Using util, using ults, but not committing to anything. But you only have 25 seconds left.
Normally, Cloud9 are pretty good about regaining information in areas that they've lost. Well, they've lost the whole of A round, A heaven, vents.
Sato's not aware.
Finds the pick onto Sato.
Just not aware where these players could be here. I was thinking there still could be a win con here for LEV as long as they play together, but
planted.
Whistling down these lone players, and it's a plant not for main.
How disciplined can the LEV players be? Playing off each other won them the previous round, but they're very split up currently.
King refreshing these smokes, renewing them now. He has to be the playmaker, the most forward position for his team to do some significant damage. Flash avoided. This player's already dropping down behind though. Zeppa is cleaned up quickly. 2v2. Celsius and Demon One looking to take this one now together, almost hand in hand. Snakebite. It's good, but again, it's not really planned for players in positions like this. Close forwards there with that horn. Jump down. Clean with the movement, and now no time at all. That circle shrinks on the spike. So there's another one round out here for LEV. Keep it going, one round at a time. No guns intact, but I'm not sure what the money situation's looking like. We'll get a glimpse of it soon.
This round, I think Cloud9 really lacked that proactivity that we were talking about being such a strength for them. They went for the early round deep push, but once they'd lost a ramp information, they had no play to actually regain any semblance of control, presence, info in that area of the map. And King is playing this slow, contacty style, a little bit like how Cloud9 were on their attack side, actually, which is really giving them a lot of worry. And we're getting some funky rounds where both teams, to be honest, have lost track of where each other are.
Yeah, I think it's just a direct result of introducing the sub-players, right? Because normally, well-drilled defaults spread out on the defense side, you're not leaving too many gaps, right, in the play. But both teams are opting for this contact play style, which normally the biggest benefit you've got if you're just kind of winging it a little bit with your defense side, defaults, is the util is going to spell it out for you. If the attackers are using util to take space, that signifies where they're going. So you're seeing both teams slow it down on their attack side, trying to be as silent as possible.
Yeah, it's a strange game so far. Very unusual clash between two teams. Neither playing at full strength. And LEV starting to show some glimpses of the team they're hoping to be.
This is doable.
Yeah, it's very possible. Now, this round they're going to be running into a Demon One tour de force. Does look like they're trying to take control of B main early.
Another peek in B main, isn't he? Yeah, he is.
King, though, with that teleport over and across, would make it tough for Demon One to hold an easy line.
In theory, cuts it up. Penny does have a nade, though, to clear that one out if they hear it. So here we go. Boombot. Tour de force. Broken with the Boombot.
King did TP.
Yeah, he did. So you can see Demon One can't really afford to play a more aggro line. A little bit more shallow, and his rendezvous was in a pretty forward spot as well. There's a lot of guesswork on display. Demon One could very quickly be overwhelmed in a spot and position like this. There's a gate crash, misses the shot, he's backing away, but like I said, he's out into the open. There's a bit of flash in his face, and Penny's just trying to bail him out. The jar there with a movement. Spike is just trying to wrangle control of that rifle in his hands. A lot of the dangers are they're navigated as a result of that.
5v3 in Cloud9 with bad weaponry. That is essentially the round, or at least it should be. Sato getting a little bit closer to his dimensional drift as well, just one away. Worth hunting for some of these players if they're just looking to die to Spike, but obviously you don't want to do it too early, give him a Phantom, give him a chance back in.
I was thinking about it.
Yeah, it does seem a little early to me, but if he gets it, he gets it.
My ult's ready. No, ticking soon enough. You get the ult and gets back, so
mission accomplished.
Yeah, got the kill. That's what he was after.
And now they can set up something really simple, really easy for their next round. They've just got so many ults to work with. The double duelist ult in particular is a fantastic combo. Yoru ult, when the Yoru sees somebody important, you waylay ult them. Yoru then comes out of the ultimate, very easy kill.
Very easy to combo up that Yoru ultimate into many different styles of play that you want, really. But LEV are finding their way back in it, off the back of the ultimates, off the back of this general game plan for them. Not willing to count them out just yet.
C9 have slowed down a little bit, though. In terms of the players that were absolutely powering them through these rounds, we were looking towards Demon One and Zeppa. Demon One not quite getting the value he wanted from his ultimate that round, but he buys up the real thing now, up in hand.
Their nightmare. Here.
And Zeppa's not having the untouchable performance it looked like throughout Pearl in the beginning of Split. Here's that ult combo potential.
Yeah, it's going to be spotting a multitude of players again, so that's a pit drop down, lay it up, beat them out, and there it is, convergent path. Sato's going to try and jump onto this one, but it's a bit of a retreat into the smoke. He's okay, it's a chance, it's gone wide.
Yeah, I think they've messed that up a little, but they've still got a ton of space, a pit down.
Yeah, still should be good for LEV.
Yeah, it's a massively advantaged spot.
Smokes are being primed now. Trailblazer trying to lead the charge. Sato retreating back to main, just looking to break some of that util.
Seekers could be powerful here as well to trying to counter the pit. Seekers, spam.
Yeah, now being used. He's going to be pointing out that position. Pinpoint at that, looking to spam into the relevant corner. Sato though still getting active onto this. Zeppa's running a mockery onto the site right now, and he's just potentially found that win con. Forwards and out, smoke in your face. King can't really play for much.
Easy got it.
Yeah, he does.
Wow. I was just talking about the fact that some of the super players on C9 had slowed down, and then Zeppa gives you a round like that. I think if you look at that in the replay, the majority of those are just going to be spam kills. I'm not 100%, but into a pit like that, let's have a look.
Following the Seekers.
Well, there's
one. There's one. A bit of spam into the back. This is just, okay.
I mean, the first is a straight-up duel inside the pit.
All right.
The other two, pure intuition.
Barely enough time.
What a great read of where people were going to be playing inside the pit, though. I mean, some of that is just like raw game sense. It's not just luck.
King TP's forwards. Demon 1 finds himself a pick onto Sato. That's going to remove options here. Present spotted. Vic. Paranoia is going to be pulled out early. He's feeling almost desperate, really. I mean, Spike is going to be planted for now, dropped off, but Zeppa's just found it as a slight angle that wasn't being covered with that kill. He retreats, backs up and away. This is slapdash now from LEV. It's gone wrong early on.
Well, 3v5, now they need a hero play, so it's probably going to get even more slapdash.
Exactly. Chaos is essentially the only way that LEV get back into a round like this.
Blows knows that there's a couple of people looking to take contact here. He's worried about where the next person is. He knows Zellsis is down there on this angle, but who's playing off Zellsis contact? He's very worried about our player stairs.
Toxins going up.
And yeah, LEV have lost information. Sorry, C9 have lost information in the middle of the map at the moment.
Yeah, very passive, right? Pulled back.
There's a flash to go and regain some info in A heaven. They see that it's empty. Does King now call
30 seconds
to try
left
to take that space? PXS is going for it.
Looks like the goal might be towards B anyway. PXS looking to see if he can get something going. Smokes are going to be starting to propped up over towards B.
Bring them down.
Not going to know that his players are potentially waiting around now. Vic,
so alone with the
into the
spike.
corner. He is really isolated, isn't he? Out wide is
10
the open. That's a
seconds
spike
left.
drop down up towards round. There's no time.
Last player standing.
It's the round essentially sealed up. Can't make a play for much now. 12 rounds for Cloud9. LEV, I mean, listen, they put together a couple of rounds, stringing it together on this half, but
Match point.
as we were saying earlier, they didn't bind themselves too much in terms of breathing room, especially when Cloud9 won round 13, round 15.
Yeah, they put themselves in a bit of a rough position.
10 seconds
Strange
left.
peek from Sato as well. I'm still at a bit of a loss watching some of these rounds from LEV.
Just trying to power
Did
through.
you hear that from Zeppa?
What did he say?
He said, how did they get 8 rounds?
Yeah, I
But
mean,
honestly, I understand where he's coming from, because when I'm watching, I think the scoreline is making this game look closer than it actually is. And of course, 3 of them were off the back of pistol and bonus early on, but man, it's been a tough day at the office for Leviathan.
has to be a converted round though for them. Stringing together whatever sort of buy they can get. 3 rifles, Guardian, a Bucky. No real ults to work with. They are 1 away from a couple of critical ones, crucial ones. Demon 1 posted. That operator. All in his face will make this one awkward. Angles could get crossed up easily enough. A bit of mid being worked as well by LEV. They're sending Fade Util back and forth. Trailblazer now to see if they can paint out a bit of a clearer picture for Cloud9. It is broken. Sato inserted quite deep. LEV potentially calling that they might want to go into the A angle, but no, going back into King. It's difficult.
Shadows traveling.
Not much on display for Cloud9, and
Blinding.
They themselves also looking for a bit of a play forward. Celsius inserts himself, dominates B main now, and that is suddenly an option taken away. Demon One's now going to be on the walls, the Bastion. Line of defense away from this A side, and this is it. This is potentially how it ends. Lev, not with a bang, but with a whimper, trickling down. Players are dropping like flies. One remains, it's all down to blows, but he will fall. 13-8 finish, Cloud9 cleaning up. They sweep Lev away.
Coming out here with a substitute last minute. Demon One in, dismissing Demon One's former Tier 1 team and getting the win on the board for Oxy while he's out.
Yeah.
A tough situation for both of these teams, to be honest with you, but Cloud9 adapting to it far, far better. And Demon One there showcasing that he's been wearing the Oxy jersey, repping it underneath what he was wearing the jacket over the top.
Yeah.
Heart goes out to Oxy as well. He's had, I mean, such a personal tragedy, but the boys are still here and they're winning and waiting for him to return.
Yeah, repping for him. That extra element that the Cloud9 boys were playing for today. Not just a win to, you know, not get sent down into that lower bracket, but doing it for him.
And on the other side of things, what a tough day for Lev. I think the cope is, hopefully, they've only been scrimming with the other version of the roster and they're ready to go now that they're down in the lower bracket. But Santiago on the horizon, and you have two LATAM teams, Crew versus Lev, in that lower bracket. One guaranteed to be the first eliminated. That is tough stuff.
It's dire stuff overall for the LATAM teams, as we were saying. But for today, it's Cloud9 persevering, taking it one step forwards again as well, showcasing a resounding turnaround, honestly, in terms of short notice with Demon One being integrated.
And they did great.
Yeah, they did.
They showed such a clear understanding of how they want to play Valorant, to the point where it doesn't even matter if they have somebody different in. And they had to change a couple of roles around as well, remember? It wasn't just a straight up one-for-one exchange, but Celsius and Imi, the whole team, in fact, integrating and adapting perfectly.
Yeah.
Yeah, they really knew exactly what they wanted to do today. I think the direction, especially on Pearl, was just so clear.
Yeah, wonderful stuff overall. Taking it in such a clean fashion too. 2-0, looking large and in charge. For now, though, we're going to send it down to Zoe. She's standing by for that Verizon post-match interview.
Welcome to the Verizon post-match interview. Let's have a quick chat with our players. Vic, what an incredible performance from you and the team. It was such a short turnaround, of course, for you guys to implement Demon One. How do you feel that went?
I think it went pretty good. I think he played outstanding and it made everyone's job easy, to be honest. He was hitting amazing shots. Even for me, I don't think I had to do anything, so thanks to him.
How much did you have to adjust to that? Because obviously we saw some role swapping around there as well. Did that just come easy to you guys?
Yeah, I think it was pretty easy. I think with our team, we're pretty flexible, and I think Penny, he's played duels before, so I think just slotting Demon One to like some roles that he's comfortable with, it's pretty easy for us.
Right. Well, it looked really, really convincing. Demon One! Come here, come here. Right, we chatted before this match. You seemed really happy and really excited to be back here. And you showed us what you got, man. Like, you slotted right into this one. How was it to go up against Leviathan?
It was good. We knew we had confidence. We VOD reviewed. We kind of knew what they were doing, but we were just focused on our game. You know, we've been owning in scrims, and we showed it here today. It was a bit weird in some of the rounds. Like the way both of the teams played was a little bit not what we used from them. How much mid-round adaptations did you guys have to make according to what Leviathan was changing up? Honestly, we didn't change much at all. We just played our game, and we kind of called how they played, but I said I'm just gonna like do my thing that we were doing in scrims, and like they do their thing, and I'm just taking my peaks wherever I want to.
How much time did you actually have with the team to scrim?
3 days of practice.
That's it. 3 days of practice. Well, apparently that's all you take to get the dub, right? Penny, let's have a quick chat with you as well. You guys are moving on in the middle bracket. How are you feeling about Cloud9's performance thus far in kickoff?
I mean, like he just said, we're owning in scrim, so we're all pretty confident coming in. I think the second game could have been a lot cleaner as well. They kind of got some rounds that screwed up our money for a bit, but yeah, I mean, we're happy and we're confident for tomorrow as well.
Right. Did you get any eyes on your opponents for tomorrow? Do you have a good idea already or what you're going to come up with?
I don't even know who we're playing.
Perfect. I hope that you can fill that in because I couldn't find it on my cue card either. So we're both, you know, stabbing in the dark. That's okay. I'm sure our desk can fill us in and bring that bracket up. Penny, thank you so much for joining me here for a quick chat. We're now, of course, heading over to the desk for match point.
That's right, I'm here joined by Zeppa and Zelsis from Cloud9 after a dominant win over LEV. Thanks for joining, guys.
Thank you.
I want to start with you, Jordan. 3 days you had to prep with Demon 1. You make a role swap to put him on the Senti. Can you just talk me through the process of getting him into the roster and making him feel comfortable?
I mean, it's pretty easy. Like we just kept everything the same basically. But obviously we changed Penny to Duelist, but he's played Duelist before. Demon 1's played Duelist and Chamber like a ton. So we kind of just kept everything the same, except Max kind of gets Demon 1 kind of gets a little bit more freedom to call where he wants to go, and we just kind of like build around that if he wants to do something. Yeah.
And even in losing your last game, Zeppa, against NRG, you had a pretty solid performance yourself. Here again, I feel like you had a crazy map, especially to start off. How do you rate your kind of individual form right now?
I'm not gonna lie, I'm feeling real nice. I'm feeling like Prime Demon 1, as people would say.
You're feeling like Prime Demon 1? Hell yeah. I love that.
You can keep it up and qualify.
Okay.
Yeah, you better keep it up. Trying to make
You're forcing him to? We got a little game to play with you guys. It's called Jinxed. How long have you two known each other? It's been a long time.
I mean, we've like friends or known each other, because like we've known each other since like CS.
Yeah.
So like
friends? How about
6 years?
I mean, I think friends definitely has to be like a
5.
year before franchising. So I
5,
want to
6
say
years.
like 2021 at least.
So a pretty long time.
Yeah.
You think you're on the
pretty
same
long
wavelength?
Yeah.
Okay. Game is simple. You guys are going to count down from 3. You're going to say a word. It has to be the same word. Hi,
We're gonna
Demon
say
1.
a word
Do
and
you
it
want to
has to be
hop
the
on?
same word. Can we?
Oh, okay. All right. Enjoy that. Well, a little cameo from Demon 1. I'm going to count down from 3. Think of a word in your head. You're trying to get the same one without communicating anything to your teammate.
Shit.
Does that make sense?
Sorry, I didn't mean to swear.
You're good.
Please don't get me in trouble.
All right,
Okay.
look, this one's easy.
Wait, what? Okay.
Say
Here's
the
the
same word
rules.
at the same time.
Yeah.
Say the same word at the same time.
But
On the
she's
count
gonna
of
give
3,
us a
each
word.
player. I don't give you a word.
Oh,
it's
it's
all
on there?
between you two. No, you
Oh.
mind meld. You have to say the same word. Look into Zeppa's eyes.
Look, this is gonna be easy, okay? We'll probably get in the second try.
The second try. Okay. 3,
Ready?
2, 1.
Drinking.
Oh.
No,
I
Okay,
got it though.
you got
I got
it?
it though.
3, 2, 1.
Soju.
Frame 1. Okay. That's pretty good. Give me another one. Different. It has to be a different topic now.
Okay.
3, 2, 1.
Apple.
Jordan, you didn't say a word.
I was thinking, like, wait, can we?
Let's roll it back. Let's roll it back.
Hold up. Okay.
Reset. Are you ready?
Okay. Wait. Okay. Are you ready? Look at me. Are you ready?
Ready.
All right.
3, 2, 1.
S tier.
Cloud9. You said what?
S tier. Think about it.
S tier and Cloud9.
No, not. Screw Cloud9. Think about my S tier ranking. S tier.
3.
Think about my word I said before.
You can't talk to each other.
Okay. All
Okay.
right. 3, 2, 1. Aurelian Soul.
Come on, man. Someone didn't even say something.
I said TFT the first.
Yeah. I got it. I got it.
Come on, bruh.
All right.
Another one? Oh, okay.
One more.
All right.
Get it.
All right. 3, 2, 1.
Soju.
I didn't even say anything. Okay. All right. We'll go with Soju. I don't even have to say anything. We'll go with Soju.
With their one before.
Okay. No.
Do you? Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Do you know how to play the game?
Dude, there's a lot of flavors, man.
No.
No, I got it. All right. 3, 2, 1. Starlight.
You didn't
What
even
were you
wait
gonna
for
say?
one.
K3 Soju.
Oh, K3 Soju. Oh, well.
I don't know how to.
At the end of the day, she robbed us of our win. We should
I
have been
agree.
done after the first one.
Yeah.
You did win one round. I'll give you that.
One round. That should have been the only round, and then we would have been good.
You're farming us for content.
It's true. It's what the people
true,
want.
actually.
I'm sorry, guys.
sure you guys gotta see
Let's
that
take a look at the bracket and how that's panned out now after the end of 2 days. You guys play again tomorrow against Envy. Demon 1 didn't know that you were, or was it Penny that didn't know? Penny didn't know that you guys were playing Envy tomorrow. You did, Jordan. Expectations for that team. What are you looking at going into that game?
I mean, I don't really have expectations because like we only had 3 days of practice with Demon 1. But for me, I just want like myself included and the guys to just be like comfortable and like competitive. If we pull the win, we pull the win. And obviously we're doing this for Oxy, so it'd be nice to give him that. And then But aside from that, like, there's not really any expectation. I think we had a good first match, and then NRG people kind of, I mean, they're the previous world champs.
Yeah.
Like, people, you know, come on. But for us, we're confident, we're happy, we're vibing out. So yeah, we're just gonna take it match by match.
Anything for you?
We better qualify, or I'm working at McDonald's.
I'll send you there, bro.
You mean standing off on the side while this is going on? Yumi says that he'll be at McDonald's with them. Well, if Cloud9 don't win, I guess you can get ready for a burger from one of these
You guys can
fine
come see us at McDonald's.
Best of luck tomorrow. I'll let you guys go and get your prep time down. Thank you so much for watching today of VCT Americas.
guys.
We're back again for the final 2 days of this weekend from the middle bracket. We'll see you then.
Buy the C9 bundle.
Interesting middle bracket game we have between Crew and Envy. Two rosters that have had to make do with less than complete rosters.
Yeah, that was a great late ping there onto Extra. Just pushing through immediately, straight up walking. I mean, that's so easy for, oh my God. Infiltrator to clean up.
A spike defuse attempt. Oh,
Oh
okay.
my God.
Through the box, there's something here. Governor's pretty low as well. Out in front is Benji. He couldn't stop him. Just a tap would get it done, and Inspire bails Envy out of a dire situation. That's the right call. Do Envy commit is the question.
No way.
How is he getting away with this? A third can't be true. Back-to-back 3Ks. Puts Crew on time. Next heads down though. Look at them hold their own in A main. Hop in with the Odin. Kesnitz, the way is open for him to swoop in and claim the flawless.
Yeah, boys.
Pushed up here. I don't hate that from Inspire. Gets his first and second. Naxet trying to cross. It's awkward. And here comes the wall. Benji won't be there to see it come down. Envy put them to the sword. Through mid doors. The push.
Oh
The Phantom
my.
doesn't foul Infiltrator. Inspire walks straight into
Oh
that one.
my God, what is happening, man?
This is giving
Oh
I'm not gonna lie. Full of Crew on the other side, and they'll be found to be challenged. Inspire is going to continue to add to his tally, and Envy have now evened up the game. Rossi alive and kicking. Kesnet belts MTA, and Benji, standout player for this team so far, will suffer defeat alongside Crew as Envy finally get by them.
Viatan versus Cloud9, bound to be explosive as well with the amount of firepower that we got. It's still an uphill climb in a battle. Zeppa though, that's a cracking shot. Big Zess going to be taken out there. And Util Zeppa! He's taken over. Zels is going to be sticking now, trusting his teammates to do the job. An ace for Zeppa! He comes alive! The hand up so slightly. Demon 1 is in a very sore spot here. He needs to aim well and aim true, and he's going to be able to do it with Zeppa at his back. They slam it straight in their faces. And that is a 13-3 finish to our opening map. A lot of players in through main. A flash will deny you a lot of that space as well. Cloud9 are just ready to strike. Zeppa, all of them just collecting at the kills across the board. A lone close here moving forwards, but the crosshair placement's good. Do some significant damage. Flash avoided. There's now no time at all. That circle shrinks on the spike. So there's another one round out here for LEV. Saturday still getting active. Onto this. Zeppa! Zeppa's running a mockery onto the site right now, and he's just potentially found that win con. King can't really play for much.
Easy got it.
Yeah, he does. 13-8 finish. Cloud9 cleaning up. They sweep LEV away.
It's a fucking juicer.